Celador trying to tell him that it's my birthday. It's not my birthday. Oh my god. It's not my birthday, you freaks. It's not my It's not my birthday. Oh, no. You guys are silly. You guys are downright delirious, I think. It's the big one. Oh my, I'm the oldest sounding 10-year-old. It's not my birthday. Oh my god. You guys are freaks. Yeah. It's my birthday every day? That's kind of a lie, but I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah. Hi, Jeannie. Look at him go. Oh my gosh. Y'all, what are you gonna do when it's actually my birthday? Are you gonna bring the same energy? Today I learned that one of the most popular donut chains in Japan, Mr. Donut, started in Massachusetts. I feel like a lot of donuts originate in Massachusetts. Dunkin', Mr. I mean, the fact that there's more than one. I'll not say happy birthday when it's actually your birthday. We wish you happy birthday every other day. I see how it is. And hi there, Jeannie. Hi, Clover. Hi, ever fluctuating. How are you? Massachusetts mentioned. Like a sleeper agent. Say the word Massachusetts and Minty's neurons activate. It was started by the brother of the man who founded Dunkin' Donuts. Now they have like, what, dueling donut chains? Hi, Whiskey. Hi, Clover. Had a Mr. Donut in Japan. It was so good. Oh, hell yeah. There's like a mochi donut situation I've been seeing recently. Damn. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Silly Billies? Silly Billy hour? I think it's time to be Silly Billies, don't you? I think so. Hi, welcome in. My first time is seeing these streams. Well, welcome in, Bertham. How are you? Oh, all right. Yeah, we're starting off strong. Na 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 na. Thanks. Right on my face. Right. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Hell yeah, it's silly time. We're ready to be silly. 97% cringe. You guys are starting it off strong today. My golly whiz. You guys are starting off strong. We're talking about donuts. 45%, you know what? 33%, we can't all be cringe. But don't hopefully by the end of stream, you're gonna be the cringest you've ever been. That's my goal. Damn you guys. There we go. Y'all are taking it. Leave some for the rest of us. My goodness. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. I hope you guys have had a fabulous day. It's Sunday and it's emotional damage. Yeah, no. We're definitely feeling emotional, feeling damaged. But hopefully we can we can repair that. Actually, I'm feeling pretty good. The sun's out and I have coffee. Are we ready to go? It could be more cringe. Yeah, no, let's see how I compare. You know what? I have no room to talk. Let me see how I'm doing. All right. I don't think I've gotten above a 50% in ages. And I have to say, what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god. Koei donuts. That sounds delicious. Do better. I know, I'm so sorry. My body's been sore since Friday. Take care of yourself. Have you been working out? Or maybe it's your cringe is low, all right? Make sure you tell somebody you love that RAR is dinosaur for I love you and you'll get a little bit more. That should re-energize you. Hopefully it helps with the soreness. Oh man, now I want donuts. You guys want me make me want donuts. My golly. Let me actually real quick. Let me move the music thing up. Pup Lion, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Ew. Okay, all right. Went hard on upper body on Friday. Oh my gosh. As someone who's worked out a, at one point, I totally understand. I'm so afraid of working out just because. Hi. Hi, yeah. I'm your new butterfly. Oh, we get RAR X3 nuzzles. Ooh. Hey, you know what? I also love pizza. You know what? Working out is fine. I think just being having been a chubby kid for a long time, going to a gym is super uncomfortable for so many reasons. However, there's a lot of things that I've been working on improving in myself just in my life, like, prepping meals and actually cuz the more you can account for the stuff that you're making, the cheaper it'll be, the better it'll be. And honestly, I use up more of the food, less goes to waste. And I think that's one of the biggest things. So there's just a lot of improvements that I can make in my everyday life that are better for me than just straight up trying to like force myself into a gym and stuff like that. And also too, learning things like stretches are going to be super useful. Flexibility and mobility would be super awesome. I'm just trying to make little steps and little improvements just to, I don't know, because I have a sedentary lifestyle. I'm an illustrator for my full-time job, so I sit in a car to get to where I need to go, and then I sit there all day, and then I come home and I sit. You know what I mean? So pineapple ham pepperoni blue cheese pizza is a banger. Blue cheese makes my mouth shrivel up and die. But I'm happy that you have a mixture that you enjoy. Hi Valen, how are you? I love being at the gym. Getting myself to go to the gym is the hard part. That's also fair. The thing is too, everybody's experience is so different that like where I find joy doing something, some people find joy going to the gym and really pushing themselves to go forward and upward, and that's really exciting. That's something that I think it's a difference between like people, but it's something that's still worth like celebrating and talking about. Just because it's different from things that I like to do doesn't mean that it's not something fun and rewarding and challenging. And I think a lot of people get a lot from being in the gym. Me mentally, not so much. Not so much. But I love the idea of swimming. I love the idea of being in some sort of class. And I think it's just I have to find the time. I have to make the time to do stuff like that. But it's one step at a time. I try not to be too hard on myself. Me who just lost 20 kilograms, 44 pounds in the past year, and got 22 pounds to go still or so. That's really awesome. What amazing progress. My goodness. Yeah, no, it's hard work. It is hard work. And you guys are fucking slay for tackling it. And we're talking about donuts in the chat too. There isn't a pizza isn't good unless some kind of fish on it. You like fish on your pizza. Let's go. I like Caesar dressing, which has anchovies in it. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah. Ba, ba, da, ba, 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 da, ba, 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 ba. There you are. Mandy's huge, just flying around. Can I sever myself and go and make my any dude gym instead of work? Maybe. Maybe. Ba, ba, ba. Da, ba, ba, ba. Yeah, absolutely. You can eat a lot of things and a lot of variety, and still be a healthy person, and you can work out and still be chubby or be fat and be a healthy person. It's honestly everybody's different. Everything that everyone does should be in the best interest of themselves. And you don't need me to tell you that, you know what I mean? Whatever makes you happy and your best self, it takes time, honestly. Changes are hard, and, I mean, it's something that you just have to kinda take the small victories. Like, some things are harder, but at the end, as long as you feel comfortable and you're working towards a goal, that's a huge celebration. Like, that's something to be rewarded and to be proud of. Um, and also something that you can just know that, like, it's not a sprint, it's a it's a long, long process. Forgot that Twitch Mobile hates me disconnects from chat. Oh, I'm sorry. I've heard a lot of weird things about Twitch Mobile. I don't ever use it though. Ah, except for in very rare occasions. Ancient Romans used to make garum from fermented fish, and from there have various fermented fish oil sauces. Many Italian dishes have anchovies since it's a natural glutamate. MSG. We love that. We love that. Twitch Mobile's balls. You know what? I feel that. I feel from context of folks. I've heard that Twitch Mobile is big booty. Yeah, I definitely think that I need more experience with it myself, but a lot of people have come and be like, "Damn, I don't know, I don't know what's up with Twitch Mobile. It's doing crazy shit to me." And I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." I was proud of myself because I lost 50 pounds last year, but the holidays gave me 20 pounds back. Got stuck now losing 8 pounds of the 20. Hey, congratulations though on losing all that. It takes so much work, and I think too one of the hardest things is knowing that it's going to fluctuate because you did all the work in the first place only to now have to do that work again. Um but you guys are doing your best and that's the best you can do. You know what I mean? Uh but yeah, no, just be super proud of the progress that you make and super proud that you're taking steps in any direction, you know what I mean? It's hard. The world is hard, and I'm somebody who really likes food, and food is very comforting to me. Um, but it's something where the world is so stressful that any attention that you can pay to like bettering yourself, not even just physically, but like mentally bettering yourself, like any step you take is a positive step, and whether or not it gets you to the results that you are hoping for, the fact that you're taking the step is something to be proud of. And this is only my personal opinion, I'm not qualified to speak in any like medical sense. I'm just speaking as some one person to another is that like literally any step you take forward is something to be proud of because even just taking the step, even just initiating anything is fucking hard. It's fucking hard. And it's slow and it's agonizing and it's fucking frustrating. And so the reason like if you keep doing it, that's even more of a reason to be super proud of yourself. Like you're fucking doing the best you can. That's the best you can do. I've been doing intermittent fasting lately, mostly to help curb my late night snacking. Honestly, been helping quite a bit. Honestly, too, yeah. I'm eating candy right. I have a sugary coffee, you know. But sometimes, literally, I don't know. I think it food has no food should not make you feel guilty. Food should not make you feel less than. You know what I mean? Like, and it's everybody has a different relationship to it, you know what I mean? And just it's again, like, I don't have any, like, medical ability, I don't have any I'm not an educated healthcare professional, but really, honestly, anything that makes you feel better, whether you're taking classes or you're going to the gym once even if it's, like, for a half hour once a week, like, the reason you're doing it doesn't matter. The fact that you've made it happen, that you did it even this one time was progress, was important. Damn, Turtle, 4%. Oh my god. I drank sugary coffee earlier, instant ramen in front of me, and a glass of Coke Zero. Dopamine levels off the chart. Yeah, Coca-Cola in a Pepsi in a Coca-Cola glass. I don't give a damn. Any amount is better than 0, that's absolutely right. It's so frustrating too, like, even with art. So today we have an art critique, and a lot of people can see things perfectly in their mind, whether it's a goal you have, whether it's art you wanna make, whether it's, whether it's some sort of paper, maybe you're doing research, maybe there's something you have any kind of goal. You can perfectly see it, you know what you want it to be, but then getting it to be that is tough for whatever reason. It's a whole scope. Everybody has goals, everybody has aspirations, and getting it to be what you imagine it to be or as close as possible is super frustrating. But the fact that you're, for example, that you've submitted to oh, thank you so much for the follow. The fact that you've submitted into an art critique to get a better understanding, or maybe you started taking a class because you wanted to learn pottery, or maybe you decided to change your career, or even something smaller, got a new comforter because your bedspread has been old and dingy, or like wasn't big enough for the bed that you know what I mean? Like anything that you're doing that is some sort of improvement is something to be proud of, no matter how small it is. And I mean, it's just so hard accepting that even a little bit is more than enough. You know what I mean? And this is shit that I feel all the time. I've had imposter syndrome for a long time, because I progressed very quickly in my workplace at my last job. Like, every year I had a different promotion of some sort. And then it came to the point where I was overseeing and training people that were above me. And that's, that's something that really got me. I'm like, should I really be in this position? Should I really be in a teaching position, a management position over people that have way more experience in the industry that I'm working in? And then I just had to pull it back and say, well, I wouldn't be here if I weren't qualified. Um, because certainly, certainly, I wasn't making those strides because of, you know, I don't know. Like I think sometimes you just gotta trust that the things you're doing, and the good things that happen to you, you deserve them. I think we all are so hard on ourselves. We don't think that we deserve nice things, but you guys deserve nice things. Oh my god, I'm doing laundry, drinking cherry Coke Zero. Hell yeah, see, doing laundry. Hell yeah, let's go. Buying my new pillow 2 months ago helped so much. It's a small thing, but it helped me sleep a little bit better. Absolutely, yeah. No, and sometimes things are so expensive too, like justifying getting something that could help with a small part of your life, that's also tough. I don't know, life's hard, guys. Life fucking is life's so hard, and we're just doing our best. I appreciated buttered toast as a snack lately. I usually do 1 meal a day, then a baby snack. Oh my goodness, I love buttered toast. I was also one of those kids that did, the cinnamon sugar toast. Oh my gosh. They almost had me do that at my work. Is that, like, overseeing and training, like, people that are above you? Yeah, that's strange. It's such a strange situation. You have worked enough. The thing is too, the it's I feel like we all have goals that we put on ourselves no matter what our timeline is, right? But if you have a goal, you wanna meet that goal. And then I think something in our head is, like, saying to us, "Well, I reached the goal, that's it." But in reality, we will always be setting goals for ourselves. We'll always be looking towards new and other things. Um, and there's gonna be a constant it's more of a long ladder. And so you've made it from one rung to the next. You've climbed up to that next rung rather than you making it to the top. You are just constantly progressing from one place to the next. Um, and the fact that you made it onto the ladder at all, the fact that you're going from one rung to the next, no matter how fast or slow, that's important. That's something to celebrate. And you guys deserve nice things. You deserve nice things. Oh man, I do like cherry. So we're talking about all bunch of stuff. My coworker is more qualified than me when I was training them. That happens a lot, which is kind of upsetting because then you're like, well, now what if I were in that position? Like, if I'm training this person that's technically more qualified, but I'm training them, then what's that about? What's that about? Oh my gosh. I only have this because I can get it super cheap online. Oh, the cherry cola. Yum yum yum. I saw the new orange cream Coke. And I'm not I'm more of like a diet Coke, but I prefer like Dr. Pepper if I don't know. Sprite is peak, so I think nothing else can compete with Sprite. But I was morbidly curious about the orange cream Coke. Is it good? Oh man. I mean, I can understand if people don't like the orange cream like flavor combo. Like I get that that's like not, you know what I mean? But the orange cream Coke, I feel just looks diabolical. Like, it looks awful. It seems like the deep red I think too most of it's 'cause that deep red, black, and white color scheme is now being replaced with, like, orange and cream colored, and I think part of it's like, "That's not right. That's not correct. I have nothing but disdain for orange cream. Minty, it's okay to be wrong." Just kidding. Just kidding. Just joshing. Oh, I always feel bad getting something for myself. I try so hard not to, like using my hard-earned cash. It's okay, but buy that thing that makes you happy. Absolutely. And it's so easy to make yourself feel guilty over it. I feel guilty over spending literally any money on anything. Um, and the thing is that it's like, I don't know. I won't get into the deep dive of like how crazy and I can only speak for like North American economy stuff, but and not even like I'm not even super educated on it. I'm just living in it. But I don't know. If you know that you're financially okay enough to treat yourself to something and it's something that'll bring you joy, I mean, at the end of the day, sometimes you just gotta get that little treat, that little snack, or sometimes, those Pokemon cards you've been looking at for the past 4 weeks or something, like, it's it's something it's all you can do, you know what I mean? It's all you can do sometimes. Strawberry cream Dr. Pepper's peak. I didn't even know they had strawberry cream Dr. Pepper. What the heck? What the heck? That sounds delicious. I don't know. I think what it makes me think of is, like, the cream floats, getting an ice cream float, and, I remember in kindergarten, way, way back in the day, we had Purple Cows, which was grape soda and vanilla ice cream, and I remember that we colored a coloring page of a cow, and we were told to color the cow purple, and I think it stuck in my head because as, like, a six-year-old or seven-year-old, you're like, "Um, erm, actually, cows aren't purple. Cows aren't purple, teacher," and, but the whole point was it for me was for it to be something fun for kids, just an excuse to give us ice cream and soda. So, I have one rule, if I can buy a thing 3 times and still be able to afford lunch, then I can afford the thing. That's honestly that's kind of the similar, that's similar to how you can qualify for rent. They do, like, the 3 times your rent or whatever for your income. I'll be honest, I'm used to feeling bad about buying stuff for me, but I do get something that I do use, reasonably amount yeah, absolutely, yeah, getting something that you know is practical helps to, like, soften the blow. I forgot I just bought, Yu-Gi-Oh! Booster packs. Let's go. My wife likes collecting Pokemon cards, and with the Pokemon card trading game, like the on the phone, on mobile phone, God, that convoluted trading card game on your mobile phone. She's been playing that, and it's helped curb her appetite. Ugh, grape juice is too much for me. I like tart grape juice. I feel like I'm better off with cranberry juice, which to some people that would be way too much. When the strawberry cream Dr. Pepper came out, I just bought a single bottle to try, and then I went back to the store and bought 3 12 packs because I thought it was a limited time flavor. It wasn't. Hey, but you know what? You got yourself some Dr. Pepper for the foreseeable future. You're set for life, if life was only a couple months. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I need to stop drinking so much soda. They have it at work for free. It's just sitting there and I should probably just stick to like water. But damn, soda's so good. It's I don't know, it's rewired my brain chemistry. I used to feel so bad when I bought myself a Nintendo Switch. I was like, "Why did I get this? I could have saved this money for." And like I didn't have anything I needed to save it for. I was like, okay." And now I'm like super super happy that I got it. I've been having a blast playing Animal Crossing Mario Kart. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. What are we saving for sometime? Oh, all right, everybody, we're stretching, we're stretching. Send your favorite emotes in the chat, please. I want to see them. Give me that dose of dopamine. Wiggle around. Oh yeah. Yoshi. Okay, alright. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Who's that little cat? Oh, of course, it's a cherry emote again. Look at that little guy. Oh my goodness. Oh, who's that little guy? Oh, cute. Oh, it's one of your emotes. Yippee! I love party animal. The way I wean off soda, is switching to bubblies. Oh, I've heard of those before. The grapefruit one I like the grapefruit one the most. There's a brand called Sparkling Ice, and their orange mango flavor is to die for. Orange mango sounds delicious. What the heck? Element. The little bear butt. Is that a bear? Yeah, look at that little butt. Aw, that tiny little baby butt. Oh my god. Fucked with Zevia for a while. What's Zevia? Hold on. What is that? I gotta look it up. Oh, another one of those, like, alternative sodas. I mean, honestly, there's so much to choose from. I just like American sodas very much. The syrup tastes disgusting. Yeah, it definitely can. A lot of other countries have restrictions on the chemicals that can be used. And so you'll have people praise the Coke, especially made in Mexico, like Coca-Cola from Mexico. They use cane sugar, but often they're bottled in glass bottles, and that also helps, you know, alleviate some of the nasty flavor that just comes from like tin and whatever. And so, yeah, no, highly agree. Been chugging more water at work since the water dispenser's next to my desk. You're so lucky, what the heck? Yeah, just, like, lean over in your chair, "More water for me." Oh my god. Gives me the benefit of the bubbles and the flavor without the sugar and carbs. No, you're right. Yeah, absolutely. I think the sugar is the biggest thing. Sugar is the biggest thing. 84% cringe. Damn, Fennec. US markets change from cane sugar to corn syrup. Yeah, no, the syrup can be way too much. I think a lot of us too are desensitized to it. Um, and I mean, the one thing is that I know that a lot of from my experience, a lot of American people would really enjoy having those natural flavors because of how much people praise and idolize, for the one specific example, Mexican Coke and Mexican soda. Because of that cane sugar, a lot of people are really enthusiastic about those things. And I think a lot of people, in the US look forward to having better quality things. It's just people have what they have, you know what I mean? We have what we've got access to, and, you know, Mexican Coast and the plastic bottlers started using syrup a few years ago. It's only the glass ones now. Yeah, the glass Coca-Cola, glass bottle Coca-Cola is the way to go. Jarritos, also very good. Yeah, no, we get desensitized to the flavor of, like, chemicals and stuff, but damn, I'm too cringe, but I'm so cool. Being cringe is good. Cringe is like a rite of passage here in the mall. Absolutely. Yeah, no. I would not ever like I feel like a lot of American people also value and absolutely desire better tasting things, less chemically tasting things. Um it's just we all get desensitized to it, you know what I mean? You've got what you got, and people grow up on things. Like, for example, like people that grew up with like Twinkies. Twinkies are not good. Twinkies taste like garbage. They're like oily. They're definitely made out of something radioactive. But people will still every once in a while they'll like have a Twinkie and they're like, this is bad, this is dog shit. But because I grew up on it, I have a fondness for the flavor and the strange texture. You can make your own cola with an open source cola recipe called Open Cola. Open cola is what I'm doing. Cracking it open. Celador loves Twinks. Confirmed. Confirmed. Took a picture of it. Snapshotted it. Snapshotted it. Got you. 4K. Oh my gosh. Y'all, speaking of snapshots, we've got some very fun things for the art critique today. For those of you that have never been here, well, welcome in, first off. And I believe this is our first art critique of the year. I don't think we managed to do one because of the holidays. So we have some character designs, we have illustrations, and we have photography. We've got a lot of variety this time around. So if you guys are interested in the art critique, we do have the link here that goes to a forum. This year, or sorry, this month, we have let's see, 8 submissions. However, I am going to be going over, sometimes people send multiples. And for the photography, I wanted to talk about all of the photos that were sent in, because there's not so much that I'm going to be doing like drawing over, but more so there's different things about each one that I like to talk about. So if you guys are interested in submitting stuff, no, as long as it is something that you've made yourself, and you feel comfortable sharing it on stream, feel free sending a submission. And if it's not talked about today, it'll be talked about in the next one. And I'm trying out some new stuff. Last time, because we had, the holidays, there was a lot of things going on. I made it a community challenge for our pretzel points. So the art, you can still see it there. Actually, let me get rid of that real quick. Um, but we had a big channel point goal for the art critique stream. There we go. It's completed. Wonderful. And you guys definitely blew it out of the water. You raised all of those pretzel points, which was fabulous. Thank you guys so much. And so I'm wondering if I should make it like a redeem. So maybe something like 500 pretzel points if you want to make a submission, and it just puts the critique link in the chat for anybody that's interested. But if you think, oh, thanks for the Maxwell cat. Meow, 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 meow. But for anybody that's interested, let me know if you think that's a good idea. I think, oh, Nachi, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. So yeah. So looking at your profile picture is the little Pikachu in a rubber ball. Set him free. What the heck? Let that little man go. Anyway, y'all. I'm so nosy. I like looking at people's profile pictures. I'm a silly Billy with a little nosy. Free him. I know. Somebody get the scissors. Free him. Oh my goodness gracious. Reminded me that I want to produce my film camera film. Oh yes, I love the idea of developing film, and it's such a, I don't know, the physicality of certain art forms. Like I really like printmaking. I did a lot of it in college, and I've been wanting to carve some linoleum and make some prints on stream. So if you guys would be interested in that, after our big re-debut, when I have a little bit more time to to start trying some new things. Right now I'm just focused on getting this big project together. But if you guys are interested in stuff like that, I do want to try some sculpting on stream. I want to do some printmaking on stream. I really loved linoleum cutting, where you're basically carving like stamps almost, or like a big piece, and then you kind of put ink on the, and then you know what I mean. I've been looking at linoleum and contemplating getting into it. Yes, it's very fun. So if you guys are interested in stuff like that, I would love to try some different mediums that I haven't used since college, and also and explain a little bit of the process. So if anybody's been wanting to try it, uh I can give you a little bit of my experience, and also you can just see it, see if you would want to try it. And I don't know, I think I want to definitely, this upcoming year, I want to make more art tutorials. And I also want to try different things with you guys here on stream. I want to do some different stuff, and it just gives me an excuse to get into some of the stuff that I haven't been able to do in a long time. Um, I have a design for a woodcut doozy. Ooh, hell yeah! No, woodcut's also really fun. I will indeed be interested. Let's go. Let's go. I've made my own stamps before with big erasers with a carving thing. Yes. Yes. Yeah, that's also a thing. If you just want to try like large erasers, a lot of linoleum is very like rubbery like that, and carving it and using it like making into a little stamp. That's also something fun and really easy to do. The carving tools are relatively inexpensive. At least the one that I used. So, it can be accessible. The one thing is that there is a safety, if you're carving, there are some safety things that, not to carve towards yourself and stuff like that. Um, But yeah, no, just take care of yourselves, and but I would love to show you guys some of the things that I enjoyed doing, years ago and that I would love to do again. I wanna say that you're awesome, my pigeon says you're cool. Thank you so much, and thank you to your pigeon. Aw. But yeah, today we have some illustrations, we have some character designs, we have a logo, and we have some photography. So I don't if you guys are ready, we can get right into it, huh? Let me start off with let's see. I think I'm gonna start off with this really cute character design. So let me open something up, get my Photoshop open. Art, 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 it's art time. Also, for those of you that haven't been to an art critique stream before, um, and or might be a little bit apprehensive about submitting something for art critique, just know that this is a positive environment. This is a place where people should feel encouraged, people should feel supported, and you should feel proud of the work that you're making. My slogan is that if you feel bad after leaving here, it is my fault, not your fault. And taking and giving critique is a skill that is something to be developed. It's something that I have been getting better at. It's something that I have a lot of experience in, though. I'm putting on my little drawing glove. And it's also something that just takes time to be comfortable with giving and receiving art or art critique. And also too like knowing how to talk about art. It's a huge skill to develop and no one's perfect. But there are ways that you can talk about art to that help you feel encouraged about what you're working on, but also let the other person feel encouraged by what they've shown you. Um, so yeah, no, you guys, I hope that you find joy in having your work critiqued or you learn something from other people's work. Um and that's the biggest thing that I want to contribute. That's the biggest thing that I want to contribute. So let me open up and get us into our other scene in a second. Let me make sure I have it. We're going to start off with a character design. Excuse you. Excuse you. There we go. All right, and let me copy the name over. Wonderful. But yeah, no, this is a positive place, so hopefully all y'all feel positive vibes. And let's go into the drawing screen, shall we? There we go. All right, let me change over our art critique text. Let's go. Doink, 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 doink. All right, so this is Clover Calliope's submission. Woo! Hell yeah. Yeah, hell yeah. Let's go. Clover sent along a lot of really cute art as well around this character, some illustrations, some character exploration, and I really wanted to tackle the turnaround because I it was so cute. I mean, wow, they look familiar. so, um, so yeah, this is super cute. Ox Moxina, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. So this is super cute. One, I love clowns, so I'm kind of I'm kind of biased, I think. Omni Lurkin, aka Sleep with Stream Open. The pain meds are getting to be Z. Oh, take care of yourself. I hope you rest well. Wanted to pop in and say have a good stream. Hope art goes well for you and everyone else. Thank you so much. Get some good rest. Take care of yourself. Um, so for those of you that don't know what a character turnaround is or what its function might be, character turnarounds can be used for a whole bunch of things. If you're very familiar with the VTubing space, you might have seen a lot of these as reference art. A lot of people will do stuff like this in order to, commission a model, whether it's a 3D model or a 2D model. A lot of people will do this just to show off the entire design of their character. And then sometimes people will use these most commonly for animation. Um, I have more versions of the turnaround that showcase certain aspects of the outfit, of how the outfit works, but I figured one would get the job done. Absolutely. I love seeing this too. If anybody's ever been curious about working in television animation or any animation for that matter, this is a huge part of the character design process. I love your MS Paint theme. Thank you so much. Thank you. I made all of this, by the way, I made all of these overlays in Adobe Illustrator. Um, they exist in traditional animation. Yes, yes. Character turns and character design it is regardless of medium. They have been around since the dawn of animation. And so as long as somebody has needed to reference a character in multiple angles, a turnaround has been necessary. Um, and so in this case, Clover has done a really awesome job of showing us that what's currently being focused on is the outfit, not so much the character. The character here has been kind of grayed out, and we can see these additional accessories and these little bits here that have been added on top of this grayed out character, so that we really know that we're just focusing on an expansion of this character's universe and design. We're really just focusing on the clothes for this one, so I'll also focus on the clothes. Uh, Video games, costume design, etc. Yes, anywhere that a character of any kind needs to be referenced in multiple angles, a turnaround will exist. I work in games, and I've made a character turnaround specifically for a character that was being 3D modeled. So the 3D modeler took the character art that I made and put it on multiple axes in the sculpting program, and that allowed him to model it a little bit easier. So in terms of like having this as a reference, it's already wonderful. We get all of the colors here. We have a clear definition of some really iconic shapes, especially the silhouette. Um, and we get an idea of what the outfit's vibe is. So, we're getting ringmaster, we're getting clown, we're getting this really fun, like patched together, um, kind of mismatched patterns. It's just a very fun style and a really fun outfit. So the vibe is superb. 1,000 out of 10, highly recommend. And I think it's really cool to kind of explore it. Like, if you are at a point where you're designing a character, this is obviously mostly what you see for VTubers or for, characters, that are usually mostly symmetrical just because working in symmetry tends to be fairly straightforward. I won't say that it's easy. It just tends to be straightforward. And it can be simpler for some people to design like this, rather than at multiple angles. But if you feel like you're at a point where you'd like to explore more of your character's design, I highly recommend working on multiple angles. Here we have something called profile. We have something that might be called like an over the shoulder or a back, and then we have the profile from the other side, which for this character is especially important because they've got different patterns and different colors on either side. So they have an asymmetrical design, so it's important for us to see both sides. Um so yeah, no, I think this is really cute. I really enjoy what's happening here. I think the color palette's really strong. For those of you that are interested in learning how to color, I recommend studying color theory especially. But if we were to analyze the main colors of this character, we could do a couple things. Well, first off, let me make a duplicate of this layer, and I'm going to blur it so we can kind of erase or minimize what colors are accessory colors and really boil it down to our main colors. So let me go to blur. I'm going to do a Gaussian blur, and I'm just going to blur this bad boy. And now we can see here that our main colors that are sticking out to us are this fantastic yellow. I'm going to put this, I'm going to choose my brush. Obviously, the color is a little bit muddier too, so this is a little bit less vibrant. So we can see that we have this yellow. It's a little less dingy than what I have here. We have this orange, and we have what looks like a deeper blue and a slightly lighter blue. So obviously, too, my colors are a little bit faded. Let me re-grab some of those. Wonderful. So now this color palette, and let me put something on top of this so that we can kind of focus on one thing. So this color palette boils down to these colors mostly. What's important to know is that orange and blue are complementary colors. And I do this every time, but I love to go over the color wheel for those of you that might not be as familiar with the color wheel. So let's say that Clover's palette is this palette here. On a color wheel, the color wheel is a fictitious thing. It was developed for people to be able to better explain how colors have relationships with one another. So, easiest thing, I mean, a lot of us have seen it, and maybe we didn't recognize, its importance, but we'll start with the primary colors. Primary meaning simply that they are the mixing base of the other colors. Our primary colors being red, yellow, and blue. Gonna be honest, the color wheel is only good for me as a visual stim. Oh no, you're so right. You're so right. Honestly, too, color theory is something that I like to think is very instinctual, meaning that a lot of people can find these color relationships pretty much on their own. If it looks good, your brain is like obviously resonating with the combination of colors. And these charts and tools and rules have all been developed because of people's understanding and analyzation of how people react to color. So your feelings are the basis of all of these rules and regulations that have been created. Um so yeah, so if you feel a certain way towards a a combo, then that's not something to be ignored. These are a reference and a guide and basically suggestions on already proven and successful color combinations, but by no means are these color combinations the only thing you have to do. You know what I mean? You don't have to only have colors in certain combinations. You don't only have to you know, use certain things together in certain ways. But there are some things that I highly recommend following to help your color stand out, help your color remain vibrant. Because when you're not mixing these pigments physically, it could be a little bit more difficult for you to realize when it's not working. For example, if we are mixing paint, you're very quickly going to get some browns and some unsatisfying like greens when you're mixing some of these colors together. And a lot of the solution is mixing different colors of paints in order to get different combinations to get better in betweens. So if this cut, you know, this shade of red and this shade of yellow don't look good, they don't make a nice orange, you'll probably get another shade of red. You'll get a different red paint. Excuse me. You'll get a different red paint. You'll get a different yellow paint, and they will mix together and make a more satisfying in between. If primary colors are red, blue, yellow, then why are lighting RGB? That is because RGB is additive. So when they add together, they actually create white. So let me show you because RGB is light. So we'll grab R. Or that wasn't R. It was G. G. I'm putting these on different layers. RGB. So these are three different layers. And if I change them to linear dodge, add, this is a blending mode. When I move them over each other, they have white in the center. And you can also see now that we have cyan, magenta, and yellow. And in the middle, when these are add, they create white. So RGB is because we are viewing these colors through light and that they are all becoming red. Or sorry, they're all becoming white. They are additive. That's the reason why RGB, because RGB is for light, for pixels. They are being conveyed via light. Cyan, magenta, yellow, another favorite. Absolutely, yeah. And also too, cyan, magenta, and yellow are a play off of the primary color scheme. They're just more of a pastel. So that's why we have RGB. We also have CMYK, um, and those are for inks, and for print, and those will layer over top of each other, and those are not additive. Is that why printing toner is CMYK? Yeah. So the thing is that with printing, we cannot produce black on its own, and CMY can layer over each other to make a vibrant mixture of colors. So, for example, let me grab a magenta. Here is magenta. Make another layer. This really harsh yellow. And then I'm going to grab cyan on its own layer. And when I set these to multiply, when they are layered over top of each other, let me also put, let me get a clear background for you. So now these have been set to multiply, just like I had my My RGB were set to linear dodge, aka add, because they're additive. These ink colors have been sent to multiply, which is another blending mode, because they are actually showing through. They're semi-transparent, so they're showing through each other. And look at that middle. The center has become black, and also our blue, our red, our green. So they create each other, which is very fascinating, very cool. And but since this black isn't straight black, sometimes printers will add K, which is black, to get deeper, richer blacks in their ink, in their tone. Um, so yeah, so that this is a you know, a multiply pass, and then yeah, yeah. So so yeah, so and let me copy this and re-grab our last thing that we did. Hold on. Doop, 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 doop. Our RGB and our and of course too, you can see now that we don't have a dark background, we cannot see RGB because it is, it's additive. It's just light. So when it's on white, we can't really see it. Um, your printer ran out of magenta again. I swear to God, printers never run out of anything else than magenta. Magenta, I mean, if you're printing with a lot of reds and blues, magenta and black even, magenta is making all of your reds, your blues, and your black, predominantly, and then it's supplemented by things that are purely like grayscale. Anything that's grayscale or predominantly black. Obviously, the K in the CMYK will cover that. Um, Now let me show you really quickly. I'll go here. We'll go here, and let me grab there we go. So now we can see our RGB. Ain't that nifty? Let me grab these three. Let me make them big. Okay. So here is our RGB, and here is our CMYK. RGB makes white because it's made with light. CMYK makes black because they're multiplying over top of each other. Um, is RYB paint, RGB light, and CMYK ink completely different frequencies? That's a good question. I don't know enough about the frequencies of colors in terms of them sending out light, how their waves, their wavelengths of light. CMYK stands for cyan, which is blue, yellow, magenta, and black. CMYK. And I don't know why K stands for black. Hold on. Let me look it up. Why does K stand for black ink? Let me see. Key or key plate, referring to black ink, which is historically a plate used to align and register the color plates when printing. Well, there you go. So in what cases in Illustrator will be acceptable to use RGB? RGB for anything that's digital. So for example, if you're working on a website and all of your assets are only meant to be represented digitally, you'll want to use RGB. So if you're working on a website, if you're working on web graphics, a lot of things that are reliant on screens, on light-based imagery, then you're going to want to stick to your RGB. And you can see here that, they obviously can create a gamut, a spectrum of color. Then there you go. For CMYK, if you are making anything that is print based, it is historically best to stay with CMYK only because not every printer can create a decent gamut of color. Um, and if you do make something that's RGB, it was built in RGB. Let's say it's usually called a document color mode. If your document color mode is RGB, and you send it to a printer, you'll probably notice that some of the colors aren't as vibrant and aren't as rich as when you designed them. It is impossible for you to have your monitor and your print look exactly the same in vibrancy, in luminosity, because they are completely different delivery systems. One of which you have light bouncing off of something, the other thing it is literally created with light. So it is not possible for them to look the same. However, there are a lot of modern printers that don't just use these 4 ink colors, the CMYK. Sometimes they'll have 9 cartridges of ink, sometimes they'll have 12. There are a lot of modern printers that can achieve a wide gamut of color and can have the ability to print RGB documents in a vibrant array of color because they have a little bit more flexibility and a little bit more specificity. So it really just depends on the printer that you're using, but the good rule of thumb is that if it's for screen, if it's digital and you're going to be viewing it through screen, you're going to want to stay to RGB. If you're going to be looking at getting it printed, you're going to want CMYK. And if you are converting something from RGB into CMYK, you're going to want to take the time to reevaluate the colors and fix them up for print. You don't want to just send it right to the printer. Um, yeah. I had to CMYK my full-size movie posters. Yeah, absolutely. So just give it another look, make sure that it's looking how you want it to before you print it. But usually modern printers can get you covered. Um, that being said, if you are using this is kind of a tangent on color theory, but if you are using paint, red, yellow, and blue, the primary colors, might not always be the best for mixing vibrant in between colors. So I actually recommend if you're using paint, especially something like gouache, which is a like a chalky milky kind of paint. I actually recommend using cyan, magenta, yellow, CMYK. You can get, you know, CMY. You can actually get gouache in these colors, and they will make really vibrant mixtures. These really intense middle colors, the red, the blue. This will still work with paint. So I recommend if you really want some really, especially vibrant greens, some really beautiful purples, then I recommend actually mixing these colors when you're mixing with paint. Um, if you're interested in painting, I highly recommend these. That's usually for acrylic and gouache though. So try out different things. Keep it simple to start because a lot of things can get overcomplicated really, really quickly. So I would try mixing different colors and getting familiar with the paint that you're using first. And literally all you have to do is just take a piece of whatever paper you're gonna use and just make little squares and paint different mixtures. Try going from one to the next. So let's say your starting color is, and let me clear some of this. Oops, I got rid of too much. Got rid of too much. So let's just say that your starting color is this pink color and you want to take it to black. Then try making a series of in-betweens where you're mixing a little bit less, you have a little bit less magenta each time or a little bit more magenta each time. This is called creating tones. Um, and then or rather this is shades, and then you wanna make tones as well, which would be the same, but with white. So we'll have this, we'll have white, and you'll just kinda this is very, very practical. This digital will do this anyway, but, doing this with paint oh, I did it the opposite way. Oops. Did it the opposite way. Silly. There we go. Doing this with your paint or whatever medium you're using can be super super helpful because then you'll be able to recognize these small changes in shade or tone. Um, tint and shade rather. Sorry, I'm using the wrong word. Tone and shade can sometimes be interchangeable. So shades, tints. There we go. So there's a differentiation between the two. So yes, I highly recommend if you like using paint, I recommend doing this with your paints and also do it, if you have pink on one side, and then have like blue on the other, try bridging that gap with your paint in like percentage like 10% intervals or something. And if you have complementary colors, they will make a neutral shade in the middle, which is something kind of similar to like a brown. Sometimes it's green or beige. So yeah, so here are our primary colors with which you can mix the secondary colors. So the primaries, now we have the secondaries. Boink. And something a little bit more. There we go. So we have our primaries and we have our secondaries. And when I talk about triad schemes, that's because they make a triangle, a triad. So there's one triad, here's another triad. So this is a fairly standard color wheel. And as you can see, they have different configurations depending on, what you're trying to do. So for example, we can see here that Clover has this, again, we have this orange and this blue. That is a complementary. So they are directly across from one another, which means that they tend to work very well with each other. That's why yellow and purple tend to work very well with each other, and greens and reds. Mostly too, tints of red and green, so like pastels tend to do very well. Like pink and green tend to look very nice. So yeah, this is the complement. They're complementary because they are across from one another. Um, and if you're interested in other configurations, there are analogous colors, so colors that are right next to each other. So you have red and orange. You know, and then we always, as kids, when you're taught about colors, there's warm colors, there's cool colors. Do tints and shades ever work well? They can. One of the things that I recommend is not using pure black for anything. I recommend if you're doing, unless you're doing like a grayscale piece, I recommend using shades of blue or brown instead of black for most things. Be careful with red and green because you might end up with a Christmas theme. Absolutely, yeah. So that's why people tend to go more with like a pink and green rather than a red and green. Also, the one struggle with red and green, especially, is that they have very similar value. Some of you might recognize this as well. If you know somebody who's colorblind, red green colorblindness is very, very common. But also, they sometimes hold the same value when turned grayscale. So I will try to show that here. Not always, but sometimes. So let me turn this to color. So we can really see the difference. This red, and of course, I'm just using color picking, so this isn't always the case. But see how similar some of these values are? See how similar some of these values are? But yellow really stands out as being very light, very vibrant. Sometimes when we mix these things together, they might end up coming across very similar in tone. So it can really make it's like causes this vibration when you're looking at it. Um, Caked up trapezoid? You mean Bill Cipher? I have no idea about art. All I know is shapes go burr. Absolutely. Fun fact, my Sona's hair is colored blue as an artistic choice. I wanted to represent black hair. But at some point, my friend convinced me that I should just make my Sona have blue hair. Hey, as another blue-haired individual, wonderful choice. So yeah, so we have the primary scheme. Here, I'll keep this over here. We have the primary. Bop, bop, bop. And then I'll do this. We have a secondary. Bop, bop, bop. Also notice too that the primary scheme you might find very common with superheroes. So characters that are meant to be like the in the foreground, characters that are meant to represent um like morality and justice and stuff like that. Red, blue, and yellow have become synonymous with heroes, while orange, purple, and green have been synonymous with villains, particularly, Disney villains, but also Halloween. You know, a lot of red, green, and or rather orange, green, and purple are used in a lot of Halloween decorations. Something about those colors just reads as different, which is kind of silly, kind of interesting. I find that it's just a weird psychology that's been built up around color. Um, and so now we can make something called the tertiaries. So we have the primaries, primary. I love talking about color theory. Secondary. Oops. And now we have to make the tertiaries, which I'm not going to lie to you. Let me look how it's spelled because it's been a long tertiary, tertiary color. Did I spell it right? Yeah, I did. Okay. And then we're going to have tertiary. Hold on. I did spell it right. Yeah. And tertiary is the mixture of these together. So now we'll have even more. Uh, Sorry, I'm trying to get my thing to work. So we have a red, and now we're gonna have something called a red orange. Let me try to get this a little bit better. So now we mix red and orange. We have red orange. Arguably, this could be a little bit more red. There we go. And then we'll have a yellow orange. Whenever you're naming the tertiary colors, you'll always want to put the primary or secondary color, or rather the primary first. So for example, this is a red orange, not orange red. This will be a yellow orange, not orange yellow. Obviously, too, I mean, at the end of the day, who cares, right? But when you're traditionally naming them, um, you'll avoid uh putting other names first. So let me get this kind of and needs a little bit more yellow in there, and then a blue green. So yeah, there is a typical order of things. Um, but I mean, what's anybody going to do about it, right? What are they going to do about it? You know what I mean? Trying to get a nice mixture of these, a red violet. There we go. So now we have our primaries. And let me go back in. Oops, I put these on the wrong layer. Of course I did. I love explaining color theory. If anybody has any questions, sorry if I'm missing them. I'm just getting really excited. Blue and green makes Miku, yeah. So we've got our primary, our secondary, and our tertiary. And this is where we can make even more of those analogous color palettes that are a little bit more nuanced. So now we have these oranges to reds. So now you can kind of see up here in Clover's palette, we have actually something that's more of a yellow orange and then an orange and then something that is more of like a dusty blue. So this would actually be a tone of blue. So we'd have our blue, and then this is or a shade of blue. And then we have blue plus. So even closer to black with these two. But predominantly we have a blue orange situation happening here. Let me highlight over. So this is kind of what we're looking at here in terms of Clover's palette. And even then we could probably even incorporate this brighter yellow. So we're still following this complementary palette. But now we're including some of those tertiary colors as well, and getting a little bit more nuanced with our colors rather than it just being, the simple red, blue, yellow. So yeah, save that shape for being a penis at the very last minute. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. You're right. You're right. We've got some ads happening, so let me just take this moment to get caught up with the chat. I got kind of yappy. What if red green? It would make brown. Brown, black, and neutral. I don't have a favorite color. I love all the colors. Look at them. They're beautiful. I agree. I love color so much. Yeah. Yellow, orange makes yeah, Orello. No, you're right. You're right. Absolutely. So yeah, so all of that to say, the color if I mean I'll save all of the good bits till for when after the ads are over. Um but for those of you that are struggling with forming color palettes, sometimes it really can be as simple as starting with two colors. If we know we've got blue, we've got orange, now we can start adding some of these additional colors off to the side. But as long as we're staying in this neighborhood, we know we are guaranteed to have a color palette that is very enjoyable to look at. Like, you're almost guaranteed, right? You can tell through a lot of my stuff, I have a lot of blue, obviously. And I have a lot of orange, a lot of so this is very much a color scheme that I identify with. So, I have a lot of blue, I've got some of this blue violet, I have a lot of orange, yellow, and yellow orange. So I keep my color palette here, but then a lot of I have all of the colors that which makes it even more challenging. Um, but these are kept in such small amount that the predominant colors are these. And in actuality, I have something a little bit more like just a very light blue green. So I have this color here. Um, so I'm kind of living in that realm. You know, this is my color palette and this is my color palette. So you're see, if you keep it kind of predominantly two colors, the simpler your colors are, the better it'll work out. Um, it's just how how it is usually. I wonder how red and blue purple would look together. Absolutely. Red, blue, purple is an analogous color scheme. So that would also work. So for example, We'll have our red, our blue, and our purple. Those are all analogous colors, meaning that they are next to each other. Um, so yeah, this is a very successful color palette. The one thing that you'd want to avoid is the values being too close to each other. That's the most challenging thing, but that's for anything. So if you guys have art that you're struggling with, most of the time it's because the values are too similar. You don't have enough contrast. Something that has contrast is something that has a variety of values. So you can see here, uh-oh, that's our red, that's our blue, and that's our violet. And they all look super, super similar. They're incredibly similar. So what we do then is we would start adding those shades and tints to push our contrast. That's the biggest thing. And that's something that we've talked about. Oops, hold on. That's something that we've talked about in our other critiques is adding contrast. So now for example, okay, well I'm going to add a tint of this purple and all of a sudden I have a nice bright color that stands out against the others. I have maybe I'll use some pink instead. So I have this pink and purple and now I have a little bit more variety in my values so I can use, this darker purple and I can even go into the, that blue violet, something like that. Maybe I have like a lighter shade of blue violet. It really just comes down to you making enough contrast, but a color scheme like this can be very successful. But long story short, y'all, make sure that you just keep it simple. The simpler your color palette is, the more successful it'll be. That was a little bit long-winded, but here, I'll make a box almost like a bow tie shape. So we can see here that Clover's design is staying in this realm, which is very just blue-orange dominant. We're kind of getting in the tertiaries a little bit, but we are focused on the blue-orange with accents of yellow. That's why this color palette's so successful already. You can see here that we have this is uh a yellow, like a red orange, bow tie. Oh yeah, little circles back. Yeah. So this is a red orange that has a bit of tonality to it. Actually, if I'm remembering correctly, it's tones are when you add neutrals into the mix. So this would actually be a tone of red orange because this looks like there'd be like a little bit of gray added into it or of a neutral brown rather than black or white. Um, so that's fun. So we're getting these analogous colors. We're not straying too far. And we're still keeping it to a dominant set of colors: blue, orange, yellow. You know what I mean? And you can see that here, there's a lot of similarities here as well. A lot of the same colors repeated, they've just been broken up to show you what color goes where. Anyway, um, I think the only thing I'd have to say would be small changes to like how the turnaround is drawn, but other than that, I mean, I have no qualms with the design. I think the design's super strong. There are elements here that clearly tell us what this character is all about. They are a ringleader and mixed with a clown, so it's giving circus. It's giving us all that we need to know. We have a little bit of that old time, like kind of like, oh, the circus on the train, we've patched our stuff together, we've got a little bit more, rough and tumble. This isn't a lavish luxurious outfit, but it is very fun and prestigious because we have this tailcoat here. We're getting um that this person is a ringmaster, a ringleader. So clearly there is like a little bit of hierarchy there, but this character has patched up clothes, so they're not, glitz and glamour. Um, you know what I mean? So there's a lot of really successful design language happening here. You've stayed very true and close to very traditional ideas of what a ringmaster clown would look like. So it's not hard for us to understand what your character is. And also too, it's very clear that you're a cow. The way that the nose has been drawn and the way that the ears are, and I think you hammer it home by including the ear tag. Very recognizable as a cow character and very recognizable as a clown slash ringleader. So the only notes that I would actually have would just be the fine nitpicky details of a character turnaround. So if you were going to be using this as a turnaround for something like a 3D model, the way that these feet are drawn would probably be adjusted a little bit. Though, I mean, as long as we can see what's happening here, we clearly understand. These shoes are very large. And so here, the shoes have changed in scale. So one of the things that I recommend when doing a character turnaround will be to set up some grid lines and set up a, um, or some guides depending on the program that you're using. So I'm just going to do very basic. I'm going to just draw my guidelines. So we have the top of the head here. And you can see that the top of the head could be a little bit higher on this one, but it's not really that much of a difference. You know what's funny? My past design was a lavish ringleader style outfit. Due to lore reasons, I tossed my royal ringleader garb for something more aligned with her change of location, we'll say. I love that. I love that idea. And it's funny the things that you can pick up from a character. One of the things is that, sorry, my fucking microphone stand is squeaking. One of the biggest things about character design is that we can recognize things about these characters without you having to explain them. That's the biggest thing. If we can pick up on your main symbolism, on your main vibe, without you ever having to give me the context, that is a successful character design, whether it's super complex or if it's super simple. I'm going to take the bottom of the chin here. So here we can see that just in this turnaround, the profile, honestly, you might just be able to take the whole profile and select it and like move it up a little bit. So the bottom of the chin here, the top of the nose, I just like to pull out different features. The there are a little bit more complex things that'll happen when you start changing the perspective of a character turning in space. So the feet and heels will be in slightly different, your heel will be in the same location, but the tip of the toe will change. And you kind of show that here, how the foot is tilting up back here. Your heel has stayed where it is, but the toe has moved back in space. That's just a change of perspective. If you want to get really nitty gritty about it, I recommend making a set of guides that work for you, that you can duplicate between other designs. So let me start with the crown of the head up here, and I'll go down to the heel of the feet. This will be, the center of your character's grid. Here, I dropped my pen. Let me make a circle with the ellipse tool. So here we will imagine that this, I might need a little bit more room for this. Let me turn this red and make this point thicker. So here, let's imagine that this circle is the bottom of your character's position. We will want this center line to go from the center of this circle to the center of the circle up top. Hi, Sundrake, how are you? Are you ready? Are you ready? I'm a little butterfly. Hi. Yeah, yeah. Hi there. Let me actually to make this a little bit. There we go. Just trying to make sure that it's visible here. So now I'm going to copy this and I'm going to make it a little bit less because we are seeing the height of the character a little bit differently. Our perspective has shifted because our eye line is probably going to be around this character's eye line, while their feet are going to be at a slightly different perspective. I made this a while back, and even if I knew I didn't fully understand how to properly do a full body turnaround, it didn't stop me from trying. Absolutely, yeah, no, I think the design is stellar. This is honestly a nitpicky thing, so it's not even a detriment. It's just a room for improvement. But if this is for your own reference and for you to get your ideas on paper, that's honestly that's super successful. That's super successful. Um, and there's nothing wrong with it. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do, guys? I'm gonna go into Adobe Illustrator. Wow, shocker. And I'm gonna show you guys an easy way to make a grid. You probably will be able to do something similar to this in Clip Studio. But let me show you how I would do something like that. And if you're interested, I might be able to make something that I could have to distribute on my coffee or my Ko-fi, however you like. Um so that if people are interested in using it for their own, you can have it. Hold on. I'll probably have to polish it up, but this is based off of the grid that I used when I was working on a television animated show. Mandy using Illustrator? Well, I do think there's a first for everything. I'm slurping it up due to improve. Absolutely. Yes, it's absolutely. Let me grab your character sheet. We're yapping. It's yapping hours. Hello? Grab this. Let me go to Illustrator up here. Bonk. Sometimes pasting into Illustrator from Photoshop just doesn't want to behave. So let me. Hello? There we go. Let me grab and just drag it in instead. And I get kind of on tangents sometimes, but I end up going into things that I think are super interesting and can help with various other things. So if you're interested in that, oops, if you're interested in that, I mean, I'm just kind of going nutty, going crazy. Going crazy, going stupid. All right. So let's align this character. Let me make a center line here so that we can see. I'm going to keep the lines like magenta colored or like a bright pink. I'm going to get a little bit of setup. All right, I'm going to take this line and I'm going to put it in the center so I can kind of center our character sheet on it. And then I will clip out what we don't need. Is this, what, 2500 by 2500? I made it a little too large, I think. Oops, made it a little too big. There we go. Get that there. And let me clip that together. Perfect. Okay. So I'll show you guys a very basic form of the tool that I used when I worked in television animation. This was something very specific to our studio, and something that is a little bit unorthodox just because of the medium that we used for our characters. But let me. There we go. All right. So we have that. And I'm going to do something similar to what I just showed, but it'll be a little bit faster, a little bit easier for me to show. All right, let's make a color that's super visible. Something like a red. Perfect. All right. So this is our center line. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to now approach this as if we have a round cylindrical form in space. So here is my top cylinder. And you see this little point right here? I was going to point with my hand on the screen. That doesn't help anybody. This point right here, this little dot right here, is the center line. So I'm going to make sure that I prioritize aligning that with the crown of the head. So not necessarily the top, but about where you think the absolute top of your head would be. And I'm going to then take this and align that with the center. Okay. And now I'm going to grab this, I'm going to duplicate it, I'm going to take it down here to the bottom. And because our perspective has changed, we're going to be seeing more of that oval. Maybe something about this. And we are going to try to get the character's heels about at the center line. So I'm going to take this, align that point with center. And so now you can get an idea of what we're doing here. Another thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to make an X, and I'm going to make that in a different color so it's a little bit easier for us to differentiate. And I'm going to have basically the front, back, side, side. Cylinder 2 electric boogaloo, yes. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to have a straight line from here to here. This is going to go from each center point of the circle. So you can see here, this just perfectly divides this cylinder here, this circle. Oops, copy, paste. I'm going to turn it this way. And now this goes from the center back to the center front. And we'll have the same thing up top. This is something that you can set up. If you use Clip Studio Paint, I would imagine that there's they have vector capabilities, so probably would be easier to do this in Clip Studio than it would be to do this in something like Photoshop. But I recommend taking a look around and seeing what kinds of things you can find. There are probably also guides online as well. You're about to be scanned for a science experiment. It's about to get even crazier than this. So here, you can see here that this center line is aligned with the heel of your shoe. So you want your foot to be about in the middle of this cylinder. And when you make the rest of your character turn around, the tip of your toe will come to the bottom of the cylinder here. And actually, I'm going to turn off my V hand real quick, um, just so that it's a little bit easier for you to see my cursor. So the tip of your toe would come around here towards, you just basically want to make sure that your details are following this grid in the same place throughout the turn. So if the tip of your shoe comes here, excuse you, hi guess salad. If the tip of your shoe comes here, you're going to want it to follow that same distance around the entire thing. It'll just help things stay consistent. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this circle and this circle. This is why I went into Illustrator. I'm going to copy them. I'm going to group everything else together. Here we go. And I'm going to make these a different color. I'm going to make these like a light blue. And I'm going to do something called a blend. So I'm going to go in, I'm in Adobe Illustrator. I'm going to go to Object, Blend. I'm going to go to Blend Options. And I'm going to do Specified Steps. And I'm going to do something like 30. See what that gives to me. So object blend make. So now I have this very strange portal that has appeared. Let me see if I can't make a better, more visible color. There we go. Oh yeah, that green is a lot more visible. And I might actually change how many steps I have in this. So let me go back to my blend options. We don't need this much, so let me try 15. And I'll just do 10. There we go. Okay, so now we have what looks to be a crazy fucking portal. Actually, I lost one of my circles. Hold on, let me put this back. There we go. Wonderful. All right. So now we have all we need to help us. The aliens have found me. Oh no, get teleported, idiot. So now we have a really helpful tool to guide us through our other angles. So let me grab this here from Illustrator. I'm going to come back here and I'm going to get rid of some of this. Let me paste this. And I'm going to bring this over and I'm going to show you how to use it. Ah, nar. There we go. Come here. There we go. All right, so I'm going to show you how we're going to use this. Obviously, it needs to be scaled a little bit differently, but I'm going to line it up. So now we have a very strange looking set of ovals. However, we can see that some of our details are now lining up on. Now I'll turn my V hand back on. Some of these details are now lining up on our grid, and it'll just give us a better way to have these things turn in space. So the tips of our fingers, let's say, let me use an additional color here. I'm going to use this blue. There we go. So let's just say the tip of our fingers, excuse you. Hi, Golden. The tip of our finger mostly goes to like this area here. We're going to want to make sure that when we turn to the side, our fingertips are about at the same level. We're using this one oval to show us about where our fingertips would go in space if we're turning around. Does that make sense? It's a little convoluted, it's a little complicated. But yeah, so if this is the level, so if your character is facing the side, if the fingertips come here, then when they're turned a little bit in space, their fingertips will follow this oval as they're turning in space. So now you know to draw that thing going backwards or forwards as this character turns around. That's what these strange circles are for. Otherwise, you can just line up features with these horizontal lines, making sure that the top of the nose lines up, the top of the eyes line up, because the head will not have as many of those drastic changes um, in in perspective. It just gives us a little bit more uh, of a guide for when we're turning things like the arms and feet in space. Arms and feet are the hardest. And also things like the coat tails. Those also, kind of turn in space. So, for example, we can see here that the back of the coattail kind of lines up. I'm noticing how like off my V hand thing is. So the our coattail almost lines up with this red here. So if we're turning in space, let's say we have the same for our oops, son of a gun. There we go. Hello? Can I can I copy please? There we go. So we're going to line this up here on our character. Get this about right. So now we know, okay, this coattail, if we're trying to maintain it in space, this coattail might actually come a little bit further down um, if it's turning in space. It's not necessarily touching the floor, but it is sticking out further. And so by having it follow that same circle, that same part of the cylinder, it'll make it have a more convincing turning effect in space. Exothermic Goblin, welcome in. So yeah, all of that to say, um, the design is great. I think the color palette's successful. I think the tone that you're going for is successful. I think overall a very successful character design. And the things that I'm talking about are really just technical improvements, not improvements to the design. I just did point in real life right now when you did that. It can be very, very helpful for aligning details. So you can already see here the heel of the shoe falling on that pink X down here. If we have the heel of the shoe falling on this pink X here, this other foot would actually be higher up and be behind. It just really helps us align things. So let me do, for example, we'll have our shoe. Let's say that's looking how we want it to. Now our shoe behind would actually be something like this because it's further in space. So our rear foot would be somewhere there rather than up here. However, this is all just technical stuff. Um, not anything against the actual design itself. If you're interested in another stream that's all about making a character turn around, I would love to do that. So if you guys are interested in that, I'll make a note of it. And if we just want to, because I've spent already a lot of time here, but I think we got into a lot of really cool things. Um, your submission gave us a lot of food for thought with a lot of other really useful things. So if we are just interested in doing something like a character turn demo, I will write that down and do a character turn demo. Let me actually write it down. Let me see. Let me make sure that I'm putting it in the right. There we go. Character. Ah, character turn demo. Perfect. And that way too, I can also record it and make it into a video that you guys can reference back to. All right. Thank you so much for your submission. Thank you so much for allowing me to yap about a bunch of different things. We're going to move on to another submission, Clover. This is beautiful. I love the showtime, Clover. I love that. Um, Thank you so much for your submission. Let's move on to another one. I'm going to open up. Let's see. We have another character design here. Um, Let me change to actually, yeah, we'll do another character design. But since we've already talked about a bunch of things, this should be a little bit more straightforward. So this one is from Fennec. And let me actually crop this so that we can, there we go. Just in case Twitch decides to have a fit, we will just focus on these. Let me make sure. There we go. All right, and let me change this. I love learning. I love lapping, yapping. Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you. I'm excited that you guys are excited. It brings me joy. Let me There we go for Lil Fennec. There we go. Okay, so this is another character design being submitted. This is more of a bunch of different outfit designs. So that's super exciting. And also too, I'm very, very excited that we have multiple furry characters. I still want to draw more furry characters or anthro characters, because I think it's a skill that I can improve on. Um, and with this one, we have a couple different outfit choices that we can look at one time. So that's really exciting. One of the things that I immediately love is our silhouette here. So I'm gonna focus a little bit on something that has a bit of a clearer silhouette like this one, because this seems like it'd be a bit more of a casual outfit that we'd see a little bit more often. And one of the things that can help us with an identifiable character is their silhouette. If I can ask, where did you get your journal asset? Sorry if it's off topic. Oh, not at all. I made it myself. I made my model myself, and I made all my overlay art myself. In love with the purple Letterman jacket. Yeah, that's also very very cute. I like this shade of purple, and also this like off white, almost like a blue color. So this is where we get to see the character silhouette a lot more clearly. So what I mean by silhouette is exactly like this shape that this character's body is creating in space that makes their design, you know, more recognizable from a glance. And an easy way to test the silhouette of your character or any character is to turn them in black and white, and just have a solid black silhouette. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna separate our background really quickly, make a layer underneath, make that, oh, I want white, not bright purple. And I am going to duplicate and then I'm going to just change these to be solid black. Obviously too here, I'm missing, hold on. There's a couple things I was missing. Let me grab this gray here. Hold on, I wanna make sure that I get all of the little pieces here, just so we have a little bit better idea of what's happening. With sketch lines, it can be a little bit more difficult to grab all that at once. So let me go back here, make sure that I'm grabbing the right chunks. There we go. So yeah, what I'm gonna do, actually too, let me just do a, let's see, I should do a color fill. Nah, too much. We're just gonna duplicate it and make it all the way black. So now we can see the silhouette. This is what I'm talking about when I talk about silhouette. Everything should be identifiable. This happens to connect to a lot of things. So if you're making pins, if you're making stickers, if you're making charms, having a certain silhouette will make your items more recognizable from a glance, versus something that might be a little less recognizable. First thing we can see is that there's a lot of symmetry in this character, which isn't a bad thing. We have a lot of really fun shapes. One of the things that first sticks out to me just looking at the character from this perspective, one of the things that most sticks out to me are the ears. Oops, hello, there we go. Are these ears? They are a huge, huge asset on the character, but they also make for a very interesting silhouette and also very recognizable. We are going to be able to tell that this character is this character, but just on the ears alone. And we're adding things like these interesting shapes to the hair. So there's a very fun piece of interest here, but also too, we're creating these little spots of negative space that make it easier to tell where the shoulders have started and where the hair has ended. So, including little gaps and little pieces of interest will make something a lot more legible. So, for example, Fennec could have had the tails go down here, which would be, fine, would be correct. But if we got rid of this portion of our design, and let's say we added the black portion down here, we are now immediately losing multiple things. One, the shape of our legs is no longer as recognizable. Two, we have this very divided, almost V shaped torso. So now it's kind of questionable where our hips start. It's kind of questionable how thick our legs are. And our arms, we don't know, is that a thumb or is this whole thing the hand? So by just making one small change, this character's whole silhouette has been affected. Um, so by keeping the tails up here, we are, making these very satisfying, interesting shapes. But we are also keeping the legs free. The one thing we are losing here are the arms. So, something that we can take into consideration are these pieces. They're going to be moving. So, how often are they going to move? What color are they? If we want to make sure that the arms stand out, then we'll want to make sure that there's enough contrast between those things to make the main portion of the character's body stand out. So, if we know that let's say that these sections are going to be very light colored, then it might make the difference. Oops. You know what I mean? It keeps the main proportions of the body visible, and the tail is, the tails might be a lighter shade, a lighter color. And so now we're using value to help our silhouette read a little bit stronger, a little bit more, identifiable. So if you're making a character design or you're making a VTuber design, I recommend turning it completely black and white. And if you have areas that you're not willing to compromise on, so I want these tails, I need them to be there. Not only are they now breaking the edges of the silhouette, but now I know that I have to use another tool to make my body stand out. So I'm going to use value. I'm going to use a lighter color to make my character's tails stand away from the body, which is what's been done here. We have a dark color here, dark color, and a light color here to help differentiate where our body starts and our tail starts. So already here we have this nice dark color that is against our lighter beigey blonde fur color, and that's going to help keep this character recognizable. We also have what look to be robotic legs, if I'm not mistaken. So that's really neat. We have this really deep blue color, which is very fascinating, very interesting. And then we have this hypnotic um pastel uh segmentation happening inside the ears. So like there's some sort of like hypnotic patterning. So it's also kind of giving robot. I feel like having just the legs be robotic, or maybe this character is an android, maybe they're a cyborg, it just depends on how much of this character is actually robotic. Um but it makes me think that maybe the inside of the ears have some sort of technological importance, just like the eyes have some of those same colors. So we're kind of pulling in these robotic features that I think are very interesting. And this outfit is giving kind of celestial. It's giving me almost with the glasses, I'm getting a little bit of like a lab coat feeling, which might not actually be correct. But I don't have any context for this character, but I'm getting something very scientific. And of course, we have like stars here in this jacket. So this character seems to be a bit of a futuristic one. Um, and that's very interesting. One of the things that I would recommend, if we're just focusing on this one here, one of the things I would recommend is maintaining the same few colors for our robotic pieces. So if this is like a cybernetic situation, we have this pastel purpley pink, and this blue, then I would keep that present in other cybernetic features like the legs. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually pull out these seams instead of them being this gold color. I am going to have these seams be in those same purple and blue, and maybe have them emit light of some sort. So let me call back. So now I'm calling back our cybernetic top portion and our legs, which they might be boots, but they seem to be consistent no matter what, which is giving me the assumption that they are um part of the body rather than something different. RGB gamer legs, absolutely. And let me actually crop out some of this. Let's just focus on one outfit. And I'm going to make this wider so we have a little bit more room to work with. It's very vertical, so I'm going to give myself a little bit more space. There we go. Perfect. All right. So yes, our first change here was incorporating some of this color down here into the legs. So I'm going to include a little bit of that yellow there. And let me actually make this backing color gray. That'll when in doubt, I recommend using a neutral middle shade of gray so that you can see your dark colors really well, you can see your light colors really well. So yeah, so now that we have some of these colors here in the legs, it's a little bit more obvious that these legs are maybe potentially robotic or cybernetic. And something that I also want to try is adding a little bit of a light glow to them. So I'm gonna take a soft round brush, just with white, on another layer, and I'm gonna go over it like this. Meow, meow. And I'm going to set it to something like, let's see. Let me see if I can't find a better overlay kind of washes it out. I'll set it to soft light and then I'll turn it down to 50%. So now we have a little bit of a glow. Here it is before, here it is after. And if the ears have some sort of light in them, maybe also, putting a little bit of that there might not be necessary, might not be what you're going for, but I'm just going to make it even more obvious that these things are glowing. Maybe even include a little bit of that in the eyes, just to kind of give the impression that these are synthetic parts. Another thing is that I see that there is a bit of this blue in the tail, which seems to not appear anywhere else on the character's fur. So we could do one of two things. We could incorporate it more into the character. So let's say we have something like maybe there's some blue eyeshadow. Let me put a different. Let me get a sketchy brush actually. So we have maybe something like a blue eyeshadow, um, or maybe there are some maybe the hair has a bit of that blue back in the tips to harken back to the blue that's present here in the tail. And now we have a little bit more continuity. Um, and also too, we could have it appear in the tips of the ears if that's something that we're interested in. One of the things too that we could do is make the patterning a little bit more consistent. So if we know we have the tip of the tail as this light color and we have blue in between, then maybe we follow that up in the same way in the other areas. So we have the blue, and I'm going to take this lighter beige and I'm going to hit the tips of everything with that lighter color. This isn't, this isn't the end all be all, but we are now creating a bit of continuity. Though with the hair, we could probably, change it up a little bit. What if we took this same blue and only applied it to the underside of the hair? So it gives a little bit of a differentiation, gives it a little bit of a different feel. Um, that's really fun. So now we're bringing that same blue into different places. Maybe the there's like some different markings or something. This is a fennec character, so they don't tend to have a lot of different marking. It's more so just changes in value of their fur, lighter or darker. So here's before, after. Let me zoom out a little bit. Before, after. We're just incorporating more of that really fun blue. Either we incorporate more of it or we remove it completely. It really just depends on what the goal is for this character design. So I would recommend adding a little bit more of the blue just to kind of give it a little bit more um, of an occurrence to make it appear more. Um, so those are pretty much it for like just improvements to the body. Um I think the silhouette's really fun, and again, using these lighter values to separate it from the shirt is really wise. We could probably even go in with a little bit of and this is a very sketchy design, so some ideas might not have been fully realized yet. Which, again, we can take some things with a grain of salt, right? If this character's not finished or if this is just an idea, then it doesn't make any sense to like pick apart and try to, do anything crazy. But one of the things that I recommend for anyone at any stage is to start thinking about different materials. So, having lights versus, just fur. And if these legs are metallic, then I think it would be great if we could make them look a little bit more metallic. And that can play into um, how we render the rest of our art. So let me put this up here. so we can get a look at it. Ooh. Ah, there we go. Hi, Space Bits. How are you? Welcome in. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to render the legs a little bit more. Um, there we go. Let me see if I can't make this larger so that you can see a little bit more. Eh, it's fine. It's fine how it is. Let me see if making it. No, that just centers it. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a bit of a blue color based off of the colors that are already present. I'm going to make a slightly lighter version of it. And now I'm going to take a soft brush. Let me actually set up symmetry here. And now I'm going to try to make these legs look a little bit more metallic. I'm going to go back and forth with a soft brush and a soft eraser just to kind of give it a little bit more. Also, too, there's a lot of detail in these legs that we might end up missing because we don't have any more values. So we can see where the knee and the ankle happens, but aside from that, we can't see any more really interesting details. So there might be something like, the knee might have like a segment here. So if we make sure that we have a little bit more of a reflective material rendering, we can now draw out some of these really interesting colors and details that we would not have otherwise seen. So I'm just gonna do some very basic, like robotic metallic situation here, just very simply. And already we have a better idea that these are indeed robot legs. They might not actually be that because Fennec is not currently here to let us know more context, but by just changing a little bit of how we're rendering this character, we are now ensuring that we have, there's less question as to what's happening here. It's more obvious that our character is or isn't, what we're trying to go for. So under the assumption that this is a robot character, I will just continue with stuff like that. So yeah, so here we have before, after. Now we have a lot of really interesting detail. Yeah, yeah, it's really, really quick, really simple. One of the things that I love about metallic or reflective surfaces is also now bringing in a little bit of the color of whatever they're wearing. So let's take a little bit of this purple color here, this like maroon, kind of put it up here. Doesn't need a lot. Just kind of making it look like it's reflecting the color that's around it. In fact, I probably could tone it down a little bit. There. So now we've gone from questioning whether or not they're robot legs to knowing that they're robot legs. So after, before, after. Just a little bit more happening here. And also now we have a bit more differentiation in a texture. So now we have an element of interest. Um, I know those are robot legs. Hell yeah. One of the things also too, is this is a knit sweater, so it's like a jumper. We have a little bit of indication of that up here on the collar and on the cuff on the hem. But I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna just do something really simple to even further hammer home that this is a knit sweater. And I'm just going to very basically go in with a lighter color. And I'm just going to start making some subtle indications that this is a sweater. Um, Obviously, too, this might not be right depending on the style that you're going for. It might not be, it might be a little bit too detailed depending on what you want to use this character for. But it also might make the difference between a character design being super special and super legible versus not being easy to understand. So we're just kind of adding this. You can see here that I'm trying to follow the contour of the shape of the sweater here in the pieces of the body. Can I ask if we're allowed to submit multiple pieces? You are allowed to submit multiple pieces. I might not be getting to new submissions by stream today, but I do critiques fairly regularly. So if it's not touched on in this stream, it'll definitely be touched on in another stream. So I'm going to do the same here. You can see here that I'm just trying to pull out the high areas of these little segments, but this is basically just making a fun knit texture very simply. So now we have a little bit more of a knit sweater vibe and another area of interest. I thought I'd submit them to see how you'd edit some of the designs I've created. Awesome. Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm happy to receive new submissions. I'm very excited. Let's see. Let's add a little bit of a different value here under the bust line. Because this outfit is so simple, adding any kind of interest that we can will help this outfit go from being a little too simple to being something very interesting. So here you can see that I'm adding a little bit of rendering here. I'm just trying to get, a better idea of some of the form of the body here. So now with just some really, really simple additions, very simple stuff, we've gone from before, after, before, after. We've added a really interesting texture, and if it's too much, we can always knock it down a little. This is 70%. So now we've just made a very simple outfit a lot more interesting. Something that we could also do now is play with the color. So let me see here. I'm gonna make a clipping mask. So this is a very simple sweater. I don't have any context for what this character usually wears. Um, but we could do stuff like have some of the sweater be a different color. So maybe the sleeves of the sweater are, let's say they're a lighter shade. Oops. Oh, it's because the tails. Hold on. Sometimes when I go over, there we go. So used to the way that I'm coloring and rendering that I'm like, "Oh, forgot." Okay. How do you make your V hand disappear? I made a mask for it. So I just went into Photoshop and I made a 1920 by 1080 canvas, so a screen ratio or a 16 by 9 ratio. And I put a black gradient at the bottom. Black will obscure and white will retain when it's a mask. And then you go into the source in OBS for VHand, and go to filters, and there is a mask filter, and I just put that image there. And that way, when I'm at the bottom, it doesn't show like the harsh cutoff. Sometimes VHand will cut off, um, and it doesn't look very nice. So I just made that really quickly. You can do that for any source, by the way. Anything that you have in OBS, you can apply a mask filter to, which just makes it look a little bit cleaner. I just made the arm big and then it went away. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's see here. So let's go to, I kind of like that vibrant color, but I'm just going to go to lighten, something like that. So now we have a little bit more interest. Obviously, we can do something different with this sweater. Um, you know, obviously if that's not the intention, like these colors aren't what Fennec would want, but we can go in here and we can kind of incorporate it into other areas. We're just trying to take something that's a bit simple and giving it a little bit more interest. Uh, you can certainly make a suggestion. This isn't my character. This is a critique for someone else. This is me just showing options and possibilities. So this is not me telling them what to do. This is just simply a suggestion. But we're just giving interest to something that was very simple. So before, after, we're just trying to break up this shape. There's a lot of things you could do to break up this shape, but it's just a lot of the same color. So you could do something like add patterns as well. So if you wanted to put like a star or something, there we go. Let me put this here. So you could have something like a big star, something like that. Or a heart or something. You could just break up, as long as we're focused on breaking up the space. That's our main focus. I thought about adding some pixels around the cyber character. I don't know what they look like. They'd be a virtual avatar. Hold on, I don't know. They look like to be a virtual. Oh yes, yeah. This is definitely giving a VTuber design. Since they're not here to correct us on it, I have no idea. But I'm just going to assume that this is a VTuber or a character design, but overall, we're just focused on breaking up the space. So here we have our before of our character, and we have the after. Before, after. We're still maintaining contrast between the tail and the arm, so there's a different color, there's a different value. So it's very easy for us to tell what's tail and what's arm. But now we're breaking up some of this area that was otherwise super, super monotonous. It was very dark, and a little bit heavy, considering that we have these legs that are also very dark and heavy. And it's just a lot of one color. So to add interest, we're breaking it up with different things. Before, after. Not only we've introduced some different materials, so we have like this knit sweater texture, we have these shiny robot legs, we have some light. Um, and altogether, we've added a bit more interest to the character's design. I gotta sneeze all that. Of course, as soon as I wait, dang it. Every time I try to sneeze, I mute myself and then I don't get to sneeze. I hate that. I don't know if anybody has that same that same problem, but my body never lets me sneeze. So let me put our new versus our old together. Again, these are all just suggestions. I think there is a lot of really awesome things about this character design that we let me just grab this actually. There's a lot of really interesting things going on here. So I don't think I honestly these changes aren't very large. You know what I mean? These aren't huge changes. They're not, crazy. They're just things that we've added to give a little bit more interest. Let me get rid of this. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we have our before and our after. I jinxed it. I know. And again, these are only off of the assumptions that I could make based on what Fennec provided. But you can see here that we have a lot more visual interest. We haven't sacrificed or compromised on any of the things that make this character really interesting and special. One of the most important things are those ears, and the fact that this Fennec Fox character has two tails is super interesting. And we have a little bit of mystery with these robotic or cybernetic legs, so by bringing in some of that like cybernetic light, we have now made it feel as if most of the body has a robotic or cybernetic quality, combined with the fur. By bringing out a little bit of a shine in the eyes, like having a glow in the eyes, a glow in the ears, and taking the colors from the ears and putting them here in these joints. Um, we also brought more of this blue accent color into the hair, onto the ears, and over to the eyes. Hi there, how are you? Are you ready? Oops, oops. Hold on. Yeah, yeah. Kind of wish there was more of the ear color incorporated. Yeah, we brought that down here to the seams in the legs. Um, there could be other opportunities to incorporate them in an outfit. It seems that this is a super important part of this character's design. So just by having it incorporated a little bit here on these very robotic looking legs, is probably the closest we can get without just basically designing a whole new outfit for this character. But I definitely think that there's a lot of really cool, interesting shapes. I think the hair is really interesting. I think the little shade of blue. A lot of furry designers, people that make furry characters, they'll incorporate an accent of some sort of color that's a little bit less natural. So we have a lot of this blonde, very pale fennec fur, and they've introduced a very interesting accent color into it, which is very common in furry designs. And we're just adding even more of that blue all over to just give it a bit more of a presence to make it look more intentional rather than an anomaly. In fact, we could, if they wanted to incorporate more of it on the paws or on the back of this character, there's way more opportunities to do that as well. Um, so yeah, and also too, one of the reasons why a boob, we kind of poke fun at it, but like the boob window is super popular for a reason. Um, it creates a break in something that is otherwise a very monotonous shape. So, um, for example, like this is a lot of the same color, a lot of the same shape language happening here. And what that ends up doing is it becomes, like I said, monotonous. So the boob window is super popular because it gives us a way to break up this big, huge space. So if I took this instead, grabbed some of the color here from our character's fur, we're now opening up this shape and adding something that's interesting. We're breaking up all of the same color and making it a little bit more interesting. Of course, this is not the end all be all of character design. You do not have to do this, but it's popular for a reason. And it's not just like a silly, it's not just for silliness. It really does have a functional purpose. Um, and it's something that's popular because it works. Let me use a little bit of this. Maybe there's a little bit of this on the sides. So yeah, so look at how much more interesting we have now because we have a lot more interest because there is a way different value. So we've taken it from being all this magenta purple color to now having a little bit of a light spot. And if you wanted to incorporate more of that blue, maybe this character has some of that blue fur here on the chest. Um, and it just becomes something that's way more interesting, and can draw our eye in a way that, you know, that just it's all about creating visual contrast and visual interest. And I mean, it immediately has a lot more going on. Hold on, let me sniffle a little bit. I hate not being able to sneeze. If I drew my Sona with a boob window, you bet I'd draw so much floof coming out of it. Absolutely too. It's another opportunity for this character to have a little bit more interest. Of course, they don't have to. They certainly don't have to. Um, but again, we can see this between the two of them. There's a lot more brightness happening here. There's a lot more variety happening here. And the most important thing is contrast. Contrast, contrast, contrast. um, so yeah, we could also again incorporate a little bit more, variety of color. So if we wanted to add a little bit more of the blue here, we could. Because this sweater is so pink, I might be able to go here, and make this one blue if we wanted to. It's a little strange. This is set to screen, but let me set this to. Let me see if I can't find a better. This is lighten. Let's do. I'm trying to find a nicer looking. Yeah. No, these blending modes are kinda icky. We'll keep it to lighten. But we could have one sleeve be one color. That's, very popular. But then we run into the issue with it not having enough contrast against the tail. Um, let's see here. Yeah, and also too, creating contrast between the legs and the hem of this sweater. We've now lightened up the hem of this sweater, which makes it stand out even more against those legs. Um, Yeah. So definitely really enjoy this character design. I think there's a lot to love about it. And I think there's a lot of really cool mystery too that we don't have as much context for. But yeah, no, I think this is really fun. And thank you so much, Fennec, for submitting your design. I really appreciate it. We're gonna move on to another one now. And I know we're in ads, but we'll be moving on to another one. Um, let me just frame. Let me get this cropped in a little bit. Also, to any of you that have submitted, if you are not stuck in ads, I'll say this again for when the ads are over. I will be sending if I have made notes on something, I'll send those to you after the stream. We'll do before and after. Wonderful. Wonderful. Make sure that you're stretching, everybody, and taking a sip of your beverages of choice. Let me drink some of mine. I have some coffee and I have some water. These art critique streams are always so tough because all I'm doing is yapping. Just yapping. Okay. Ugh, there we go. Somebody called me.
Sip,
Hi.
sip.
Thank you. I think my mom called me. Uh-oh. Yeah, my mom called me. Oh, well. Oh, well. There we go. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back from the ads. And thank you so much for the hydrate. Let me take a sip of my water. I got a sip of my coffee. Mhm. Okay. So welcome back. As you can see, here's the before and the after. For any of you that have submitted to the art critique today, I will be sending these notes along to you via the contact that you left in the form. But yeah, so overall, this design super cute. I really like. We didn't really change anything with the silhouette. Silhouette was very very strong. We're now just breaking up some of the monotony inside and making the potentially cybernetic parts even more obviously like robotic, cybernetic, and making some of this accent color a little bit more frequent just to add some interest and to, and to pull, just give it a little bit more frequency in the art design. This dusty blue color, this what is this? What would you call this blue? It's on the tip of my tongue. Like, oh, it's like a flower color. Oh, hold on. It's very common. Blue flower. Ooh, what's it called? Oh, what's it? Cornflower blue. There we go. Clu- Cornflower blue. I can't. I was trying to find it. Land Division blue. Yeah, totally, totally. Gotta water the yapping mannequin. Thank you. Yeah, these reviews are always very yap heavy. So thank you. So thanks to Fennec for submitting their design. I really enjoyed this one. So we're gonna move on to the next, which let me open it up. We have a logo submission from C Anime. And I made my original. I'm by no means a graphic designer. I make a lot of my own graphics, which is, graphic design is my passion, but you know what I mean. So I'll do my best. I think there's a lot of really interesting things that can be learned in any way, shape, and form. Again, I am not a graphic designer, but I have had to make a lot of my own logos and graphics before. So I'm just gonna do my best, with what we have. I work at a shirt print shop, got a few of the ink names memorized by heart. Oh, an ink name. I see, I see. I'm not a graphic designer while having very strong aesthetic cohesion. Thank you. I wanna revamp, particularly a cyber theme, but I like curves. How would I approach that? That's a good question. I really like what you have started here. This C is a very dynamic shape, and I think that we can do a couple things to make this C shape uh, much stronger and much more dynamic. I think what you have here, you've done a lot of really good things. You've combined a really dynamic and interesting shape with a consistent text, and you've added these stars as another visual interest. So, what can we do to incorporate these ideas that you've already laid the groundwork for? One of the things, that would be worth asking is what is the motivation for this C shape? To me, it's giving something kind of feathery, it's giving something kind of furry. So, in one respect, let me grab this blue color. It's very close to being bird shaped, and if that's not something you're going for, we might want to remove some of the bird likeness. So here if I thickened this up and added an eye, it's all of a sudden this phoenix-like bird shape. The sea is inspired of my hair. I like drawing myself in an anime style, giving her flowy long hair. That's awesome. So yeah, it's giving fur, it's giving feathers, but very, very easily could be misconstrued as a bird. So something that we want to make sure is that the ideas that you have for this are not interpreted as something else. You want to make sure that they are being understood how you want them to be, with some room for interpretation, but hopefully those interpretations stay close to your original intent. One of the things that I'm going to do right now is I'm going to try to separate the logo from the background so I can just work with that. Perfect. Oops. Not perfect. I need another layer. There we go. Okay. So one of the things that I think would make this stand out a lot more is keeping it from being this straight uh line. I think you have a lot of movement happening here, and it might be really interesting for us to enhance that. Let me just fix some of the stuff here. So I really like these stars. So one of the ideas that we could go for, let me put your original up in the corner and let me do some sketches based off of this. So, make this larger. One of the things I highly recommend is actually, hold on. I don't want to, I'm losing the quality. So let me make sure that I copy this and paste. There we go. Okay. So one of the things, I'll keep the original up in the corner. Ugh. Sorry, I'm kind of scattered. There we go. One of the things I really enjoy are these stars. So I think it could be interesting to see if we can incorporate the star into your C shape. So let me grab this, copy, paste. Because the star has um a enclosed shape, we might be able to skew that. And obviously too, I've lost a lot of quality here. So let me lasso tool and make that a little bit better. But because C has like this rounded shape, we might be able to incorporate a star into the C. So let me just get this kind of built back out. This is something that, I mean, there's a lot of uh VTuber and streamer specific design language that kind of breaks a lot of graphic design rules, so to speak. Um, However, that's not necessarily a bad thing. A lot of times, big symbols and icons and images, like little props and things, will be included um, in VTuber logos that aren't necessarily something that is utilized in like business logos, but really, I mean, it's playful, it's fun. There's nothing wrong with it. Um but we can also learn a lot from the principles of graphic design. So I do recommend looking into things that have been done already from the era that you are looking and referencing. So for example, when I made my original logo, let me open when I made my original logo before my current logo that I commissioned from an actual graphic designer. I was looking at stuff from um the 2000s, Y2K, art, fashion, all that kind of stuff. So I did a lot of research into the time period that I was trying to reference. Let me go to uh name whip. Let me find where my stuff is. I have so much stuff, so pardon. Mm, it's everywhere. Done. Raw. I am looking for my my logo stuff. Where is it? Oh, Mokwe. Um, whip. Trying to. I found it the other day. I need to organize some of my stuff. So sorry about that, guys. I have so much. I have just have so many things that it's hard for me to navigate. Found it. Okay, okay, okay. Found it, found it. Been a hot minute since I've done graphic design, so I'm realizing, no, no, you're good. You're good. Open. There we go. No, this is just my little logo. Dang it. Okay, hold on. Son of a gun. Let me see if I have it in recent. Yes. Okay, I do have it in recent. Thank goodness. Okay. So, I did my original logo. So this was my original, and for I still really like this. Uh it's not as flashy as some, and it's also way more flashy than others. But here you can see I was referencing a lot of these early 2000s Y2K era logos and brands. This, I believe, was all just done by this one person who was exploring um, text, but typography and text are very hard to work with. However, you can see a lot of this like futuristic, there's a lot of arrows, there's a lot of geometric shapes, but also there's this really gooey and organic stuff happening here. Um, but one of the things you can see here, if you're going for something that's very celestial, very space, new agey kind of feel, there are these almost these rings, these orbital rings around things, and these big little, these big star shapes. So that very easily fits into the sea. So, there's that idea as well. You can see here that there's these very rigid almost like techno inspired pieces here. Spore, they have this very goopy, almost like Nickelodeon 2000s kind of vibe. Very, very simple. But there's a lot of really cool things to kind of this is a super complicated looking like atom. This one's called Supersonic with a Q. So there's like this, you know, this atom artistic, flair in the back, this is what vigor, and it's got this sharp, angular, almost like a fang situation here, very edgy. So by identifying the types of things that you're interested in, we can see another thing here with this oval shape, and these little stars. If you find references like these and you gravitate towards different ideas, think about why they're choosing those things. Sorry, I'm sniffly. Hold on. From me trying to sneeze. I didn't actually sneeze, but I'm all sniffly now. My body is rebelling. So yeah, using these as reference, obviously mine I took a little bit more simple. Um, I chose a font that I really enjoyed. I have this like chrome blue effect, and I wanted the pineapple to be something. And you can see also here, I have, the blue and orange and yellow that we were talking about earlier when we go over in color schemes. So I have um my complementary color scheme happening here. You can also see here, I have like some banners and some other ideas. So I recommend finding examples like these to base some of your design ideas by and try to analyze why they made these decisions. You can see here this factory logo has a big design element at the beginning, a very wide, bold item here, and then it tapers off into this straight logo, something very similar here. Um, and so that's kind of what I based mine off of, some sort of thematic design element and then a straight line of text. Um, so yeah, I highly recommend looking at reference. So here, if we wanted to bring your star into it, now we want to make it look a little bit more like a C. So I'm going to start by erasing, and already we have a really interesting shape here. Um, oops, hold on. There we go. I forgot that I have the straight line lasso instead of the. I always forget when I turn that on. So now we have a really interesting. It's clearly a star, right? But it has this break in it. That could be a C. It's not so much a G. But if we want it to be, a little bit more like what you had before, where you have this nice big tail across the bottom, we might be able to go in and alter this to be a little bit more abstract. So maybe we have, something like this shape here. Oops. I want to grab this. There we go. And I'm going to erase some of this just to kind of so that might make it look a little bit more like a C, but it's creating a little bit of a strange shape here. So now let me try to hug the rest of our design a little bit closer to it. Maybe we create an angle like this. Let me just make sure that it's relatively straight. And let me, you know, change a little bit of its. There we go. So now we have, a little bit more interest. Obviously, this isn't the best, but this is just one. We're just playing around. We're just trying to look at our options. I actually really liked the shape we had before with this like very dynamic, like this very pointy directional shape here. So we might be able to find a font that plays a lot more with this, and we also might be able to like skew this a little bit more to give it a little bit more drama. Um, something that has a little bit more um of a diagonal, like sharp direction. Um, Something like that. So let's explore some different font choices. I think just doing a bunch of different things um will be super super helpful. It doesn't hurt to explore your options. Okay, hold on. Just trying to grab this shape. Just trying to clean it up a little bit. It looks a little scrungly. That's fine. So now I really like this sharp diagonal directionality that we have. So we might be able to, take this the opposite direction, something like this, make it a little bit smaller. Um, and sometimes, I mean, these logos are meant to be really fun. So, I recommend just playing around with ideas. So let me try to find a font. And I know this color is not quite right. Let me try to find a font. But yeah, if this was one of your ideas, I just recommend making a bunch of ideas and seeing what parts of them really resonate with you. Some things might work out nicer than others. You might find something that's a little bit more uh interesting in one design as opposed to one of the others. So just mix and match some of your ideas. So let me find a Y2K kind of font or like a cyber kind of font. This one I kind of like. Let me make this bigger. And obviously let me skew it a little bit. This kind of just match some of our angle. Let me crop it in tight. So now we have something a little bit more like this. Obviously, too, just depends on your taste. So if you don't like that one, we can try a different font. So let me select something different. But basically, we want it to be thick and bold enough to stand out. If you have a very thin, delicate font, it might end up being a little bit too dainty for the subject matter, for the theme. Um, like if you're going for something cybernetic or something Y2K, they tend to use a lot of thick, bubbly, bold fonts that are like borderline illegible. So by finding those reference images, you will be able to find these really thick, bold fonts. You'll be able to pick out things um oops, like this. Very few of these have thin, dainty fonts. A lot of them are very bold. And that was just the design language around the Y2K era of like logo making. And some of them are, very energetic. Some of them are a little bit more mild. But they all tend to have this like techno, uh, futuristic, playful kind of vibe. Um, let's see. Let me turn this off. Do you have any suggestions for finding free fonts? I recommend looking in like forums. A lot of people will offer fonts very cheap on like GitHub. But I have Adobe Suite, so I tend to just use the fonts that are offered through Adobe. Um, but I do recommend just like, taking a look around forums and see what people where people are getting their fonts from. Um, and also too, there are a lot of, font libraries that are free resources, but I wouldn't be able to say what they are immediately. Um, but that is something that I should look into. But I just tend to use Adobe because that's what I have. I also I would take a look to see if Clip Studio has any fonts that they has a font library of their own. I don't know, but they might. Um, but also too, you can look into making fonts as well. That's a little bit more of a different a different challenge. Um, so yeah, so here very different from your original, but we're incorporating that star iconography, and of course we could make this a little bit cleaner, having our angles actually, kind of line up a little better. So I will now kind of grab my main goal, oops, is to make sure that our lines are lining up. So I want to make sure that our star is there we go. Yeah, doing what it needs to do. Let me grab this. There we go. Okay. So I am going to delete whatever is inside of this and I'm going to invert and I'm going to take this color and I'm just going to color in a little bit just so we can make sure that these lines are straight and they align with each other. Obviously the outline would match as well. Let me grab this. This kind of goes. We're going to try to make this a equal distance around the whole thing. Obviously we're putting a little bit of stank on other stuff. And there we go. All right, so I'm gonna focus on filling in. Wow, thanks for being a super shopper. Hi, Otaku Cowboy, how are you? All right, I'm just trying to fix some of these. Then I'm gonna invert and I'm gonna erase. There we go. All right, so that's a little bit better. Gives you a little bit better idea. Obviously, there's some areas that are a little thicker, things that definitely could be could be better. But as for an idea, here's kind of what we have going. I think this big bold font is a little bit better than the other one. Um, I'm actually going to rotate the star a little bit to make sure that we are maintaining a similar kerning and which is how far apart our letters are and a straight line. We're just trying to make these kind of there we go. Obviously the star could be a little bit cleaner, but for now this is just an idea. I tried drawing my own font, but it was not going the way I wanted. That's very fair. I also struggled to make my own font. Notice that cyber theme fonts tend to be very angular. I was concerned that it would look a lot like other logos, so it's been a challenge. Absolutely, yeah. I recommend mostly just playing around and finding what things stand out to you. All of the fonts that I've been using here um are from the Adobe font library. Um, so there's also this font, which is very, very interesting, very cyber feeling. Um, obviously, how legible you want your font to be is another concern. Um, but yeah, this font is called hmm, Yagiza. Here, I'll type it in the chat. So if you have access now, Adobe fonts aren't exclusively made by Adobe. A lot of graphic designers and font artists will let Adobe license their fonts, and when somebody has a license to Adobe, they have permission to use those fonts. So take a look for Yagiza out and about. It might not be, it might not just be exclusively um, on Adobe. In a lot of cases too, um, people will uh make fonts accessible if they've purchased them. So I'm trying to make sure that this fits here, but we might be able to play with like how our star actually interacts with this. So maybe our star is a little bit less angular. Maybe we try to keep a little bit, maybe we're trying to form a triangle shape instead here, which I think looks pretty good. I do like how big and angular this is. So let me try to do something like that instead. Since our letters don't necessarily have a bunch of straight line, relationship. We're making a little triangle here, which is very reminiscent of these letters. And another thing here, now with this font, it does have these rounded curves. So maybe we can incorporate that a little bit into this. So it has these sharp edges met with soft curves. So maybe that means that we round our logo, our image out a little bit to match closer with the style of the font that we chose. So these interior corners will round them out, gives a little bit more personality. We'll keep the corners very pointy. And already it looks like it fits a lot more with the font that we chose. So yeah, so this is I recommend trying things like this. So if you're like, okay, a star, very reminiscent of something, the imagery that I'm trying to get across, a star is very cyber, very, Y2K futurism, a little bit of Fruity Arrow going on there. And I'm gonna find a font that really, really hammers that home. And it also has an opening, so it's a C. You know what I mean? It's obviously a little bit harder to read it as a C, but if all of your handles say C anime, like your Twitch, your Twitter, your Blue Sky is C anime, people will be able to use the context. It's very, very uncommon for your logo to be the only way that they are seeing and reading your name. Um, and since this is an extension of your brand, not necessarily um a logo like a because for example, for a business, most often the logo is where people are seeing the name for the first time. So making sure that it's legible and understandable is more important for something like a business, whereas for a VTuber or a streamer, um, it is it is more important more for flavor. It's an accessory to the main thing, and it's not the primary way that people will be seeing you. Yuki, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. I'm doing all right other than having a stress headache. Oh my gosh. Well, take care of yourself. Make sure that you're getting something good to drink, you're staying hydrated. I hope the headache goes away as fast as possible. I fucking hate them. I actually what was it? Friday night, my eye was twitching all day. My eye was absolutely twitching and it bothered me so deeply. Hi Lexiel, how are you? So yeah, and see, I can also send this to you. I mean, I'm gonna be sending this to or anything that I critique on stream, I'll send to people. Um, if you're interested, you can also play with the idea of having this, extend outward more. So maybe you do something a little bit more like this, you know? That's really fucking cool. Now it looks like a shooting star, which is dope. Let me see if we can whoopsies. Whoopsies. Let me see if we can't, do something. If you want to add a little bit more organicness, you could have it be like an arc. Um, but I think it'd be kind of cool to keep it kind of like this. You know what I mean? That's kind of cool. It's a little bit less of a C. It's a little less of a C shape now, but it is really neat. Um, it's giving shooting star. It's giving you know what I mean? Hi, Aria. Are you ready? Are you ready? Hi, 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 I'm a little butterfly. Hi. Yeah, yeah. Welcome in. I'm doing good. Hope stream's been. Oh yeah, I'm doing great. Thank you. Yeah, we're having a good time. Having a good time. Let me. Yeah, I do like this closed shape. I do also like this big shape. Let me see if also now having it be a little bit like this instead. Following this line of the on the top of the letters. We're just now bridging our shape and our letters and giving them a little bit more connectivity. Got the lad down for a nap, so I'm gonna do some writing. Oh hell yeah! What are you working on? So yeah, so that's just a little bit of an option. I'll have both of these as options. Let me put this up over here to the side. The Yagzi font is the best one I've seen so far. Wondering if I can play with the idea of HUD elements and making it into the C somehow. This really helps. Thank you. Of course. And again, these are only suggestions. Um, this is I'm never telling you what to do or how to do it. I just love giving suggestions when you know, and I do highly recommend, playing around with different things. If there's something that you feel is working, you really like it, it's something about it is really exciting, um, playing off of that idea, maybe something like this inspires you, for something that's completely different. Um, but yeah, I'll be sending this your way after stream, so you can use it as a reference, and I will make sure to include Yagi's font. Let me put that there. So if you want to use that or find it later, it'll be a little bit easier for you to find. Let me make this just some other simple font. There we go. There. Wonderful. Uh, a manifesto to make a case for the dissolution of the capitalist state and replacing it with a worker-led socialist government. Not even joking. Good luck. Good luck with that. Um, wishing you all the best. We may you manifest the world you wish to see. As long as it's not hurting anybody. 65 pages in. Wow. Damn, that's commitment. Well, you know what? Good for you. I hope everything works out. Space Bits, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Um, awesome. So yeah, this is just one of many possibilities. Again, I highly one of the things I highly recommend is looking at references. References like these will be the best way for you to analyze how and why these logos look the way they do. Um there are really round elements to everything, so they kept this graphic very round. It's giving planetary rings. There are these little playful star shapes. The O, you can get a little bit of a sense the O here. They just used this font here and they put a star as the opening of the O. Stuff like that is really simple but can go the distance when it comes to doing logo stuff. So, um yeah, definitely recommend. This brand is called Factory, so they have a gear which is very reminiscent of manufacturing, machinery. Um, but the curves here on this font are a little bit rounded, so they made sure that they don't have a lot of harsh edges. So I just recommend looking in and studying um what these fonts are and what these logos are and what they're doing to get um a point across without having to necessarily put it in your face. For example, this is Rome, so it's called Rome, and they have these arrows that are giving direction, they're giving movement. It's very sharp, a little bit edgy. And those arrows just give the effect of it being very sporty, almost like a racing kind of theme. Some things are a lot more bubbly, some things are a little bit more chaotic. So this typeface seems to have a bunch of different strange shapes and style treatments. It's a little bit more haphazard. Speedo, is giving these sharp, angular, consistent. So we're getting speed, we're getting like um racetrack vibes. Aura, we have this very futuristic cyber kind of vibe. Um, so yeah. So just definitely the best thing you can do is look at reference. That's what I highly recommend is looking at reference. Um those all look like they'd fit to Jet Set. Absolutely, yeah. Jet Set Radio. Call those Y2K futurism. That's what I would call them. I would just look up Y2K logos, Y2K typefaces, and you'll be able to find a bunch of stuff like this. Here, let me see Y2K logos. Yep. Actually, if you type in Y2K logo, you'll get pages that look just like this. Um, so take and also too, there are tutorials online. So if you go to YouTube, there are people that have dedicated their channel to like showing you how to make stuff like this. This is super. I mean, I think there's never been a better time for you to be able to find resources because this is a style that a lot of people are trying to emulate. It's something that's very fond and nostalgic for a lot of people. So you're gonna find a lot of resources now on people trying to capture this vibe. Um, yeah, so 1,000 out of 10, highly recommend. I think that this honestly, the logo that you have now actually makes me think of like, and I think it's mostly the color and this wave shape is giving me almost like a swimsuit brand, if that makes sense. Um, so if you wanted to if that was a direction you were going into, having this be like a smoother shape, and give off the vibe of like a wave instead, it would be very like very nautical, um, very which is cool. I think it's a successful logo in that it's giving me the vibe of like, um, 2000s like swimsuit or maybe even a shoe brand. So your original logo is already pretty successful. If you want it to be a little bit more cyber, then maybe going in a direction like this might be a little bit more akin to what you're after. But I think this logo is still a very awesome start. So it's not a bad thing, and, I think you actually, you were onto something. But that's why you try stuff. There might be something that you're like, "Oh, you know what?" Like, for example, the star is what I chose to run with in this design, but maybe this wave shape inspires you to do something else. Um, follow those leads, follow those things that bring you ideas, and um, give you, inspiration and explore them. If you have like a couple different variants of a logo, see what parts of them stand out to you, and just pay attention to the little stuff. Like I mentioned, in this logo here. Oops, hold on. Let me make sure. There we go. Um, just rounding the corners on the inside of our C shape to emulate the rounded corners here on this font made the difference between it looking um disconnected to it looking more intentional. Um so yeah, I hope this was helpful. I'm not an expert on logos, but there's just um a lot of little things that can make something go from being really really simple to being really extraordinary, and it just, I don't know, just connecting things together. Something as simple as rounding corners could change the whole vibe of your logo. I'd been typing futuristic font and cyber font and didn't find anything I liked. Never knew how to describe the style. Yeah, Y2K file style, Y2K style, super popular, super common now. Um, and yeah, so and if you ever have any questions or need any help, um, there are a lot of really awesome artists in the Discord as well. So if you want, you can go to the art forum. Oops, oops. Hello? There we go. You can go to the art forum in the Discord and ask questions because there might be somebody who is way more comfortable working on logos and has way more experience than I do with these, and they might be able to help you a little bit better than I can. But yeah, thank you so much for your submission. I had a really good time. I like your original font and your original choice. Um, and I can't wait to see what you come up with. I'm really excited to see that. We're gonna go into another one. Let me open up another submission. We are going to go to another set of character designs. This one is multiple characters by our pal Pix, who made my Mandy right here. Pix is a really cool pixel artist, so let me put a white background. And it looks like we have quite a few characters here. They're very cute. They're very cute. So C, thank you so much for your submission. I really appreciate it. Let's go to Pix. There we go. There we go. And let me make sure that I have yours saved. Perfect. All right, so this is a submission by Pix EXE, and let me give them a shout out. If you have used and loved any of my pixel emotes, those were made by Pix. They're super cute. I love them very much. And also my little Mandy and Penny here. There's Mandy down there dancing. Those were all made by Pix. Super awesome illustrator and animator, especially around pixel art. And their vibe is not only are they a clown, but they also harken back to those old like educational video games from like the early 2000s. So like Pajama Sam, that little fucking car. You know what I mean? Little guy. So this was their submission, and I'm super excited to take a look at these. First off, one of the things that I really like is the animation that that Pix has included um in this character design. And you might be saying, "Mandy, what animation? It's not moving." If you look here very carefully, these are smudge lines or like action lines, speed lines um of this, and in this gesture it looks like this character is doing that cutthroat gesture. You know, when they kinda, like, take a finger and, like, slice it across the throat to be like, "You're dead. You're dead meat." These action lines give us the implication that this character's arm has moved. Um, And just the expression is telling us this character is very aggressive. And I love that. So let me give a shout out to Pix. If you don't already follow Pix, I highly recommend that you do. Um, Again, really cool artist, really enjoy. Also, I have a character named Melon. Also, okay, so I'll go one by one, but these are so cute. Thank you for the feedback. It helps a lot. I want to get back into drawing and figured my logo would be a good place to start, but I just did not like how my drafts were coming out, so I rage quit. That is completely understandable. This put me back on the path to what style I want. Absolutely. Yeah. Okay, so if you think logos, if you're frustrated with yourself, which it sounds like you are, typography and logos are hard. Typography is hard, and it's one of those things where like the best logos, the best typography looks simple. It looks so fucking simple, and so you're like, "Sure, yeah, of course, duh, I would be able to make that," which you are capable of, but there are so many tiny details that just go into making a logo go from simple to complicated with but it still looks simple. Um and, like, again, mentioning how I curved in the corners of that star, just the interior corners, I made them slightly curved. That changed the whole vibe of the logo. It really can be the difference of, like, shaving off a couple pixels, like, on a corner, you know what I mean? So, don't beat yourself up. Logos and typography are really hard, even for somebody who's experienced, like and one of the things that I was always frustrated with, um was that as an illustrator, people would come up and be like, "Can you do this graphic design thing? Can you make a logo? Can you do this graphic?" It's like graphic design is different than illustration, which is why I'm not a graphic designer. I can do graphic design, but if you want an expert, if you want somebody that can give you something that looks really polished but is very simple, you're going to want somebody that's a graphic designer. And even then, not every graphic designer is a really good logo maker. Um, so yeah, looking around and seeing what things people are doing is a huge, huge tool in your arsenal to to learning. Just basically look around, look at what people are making, look at what kinds of stuff you like. It happens not just for like graphic design, but all sorts of things. Um, so for these characters, for picks, I can only assume that these are part of the like almost like a game. Just the vibe they're giving is that they're characters that you encounter in some sort of game. And I really love the reduced color palettes that we're getting, like this really vibrant green color for Melon and this mustard yellow color for Wayne. And again, we have this pink and blue for Pink, and with their name being Pink, I think they're living up to it. And then we have Chelsea, who's got this like really playful early 2000s I'll say scholastic optimism. Like learning and school were like a huge it's like being at school is cool. Like that's what Chelsea's giving, but like also Bill Nye the Science Guy. I love that. So we already have a lot of really cool features of these characters. So I'm gonna go one by one uh for these characters and kind of pull out things that I think are really, really working. And things that I would add as somebody that's just interpreting these characters for the first time. And again, all of these are suggestions. They are not end all be all. So if anybody has any questions or suggestions, feel free to let me know. The first thing with Wayne is that this dude's giving nervous energy. I obviously too. So for example, we have a couple things that are telling us that this character is maybe a little bit more bashful, a little bit more shy. We have these upturned eyebrows, which are immediately giving us a little bit more of an anxious kind of look. We have the sweat drops. Obvious, you know what I mean? These are obvious things that we can definitely tell this character's a little bit more reserved. Something that's a little less obvious, we have this lifted shoulder here. Oops. A lifted shoulder here. That is giving us this very tense posture. Having the legs be very close together and a little bit bent here is also giving, having this arm very close to the body. Everything's very close to the body. Um, we have this like bent posture here. This character is not wide open. This character is not super super confident. Whatever their goals are, They're not a very outgoing and confident character. They've got a lot going for them, but this character's clearly very nervous. But they have this very suave style, like they're very stylish. So they're clearly like put together. Something about them feels confident, but they're giving nervous energy. So I think that's a really interesting combination. And it's just here in this posture, having again the body, all the limbs are very close to the body, the shoulders are really high, and then we have the more obvious things like the brow and the sweat, and all of these things come together to give us a character that's, a little bit more anxious. Then you have Melon, who's wide open, got this elbow out here, got their hand here, got this hand up here, got these legs kicking out. This character is like super energized. They are not there is Melon has no shame. Melon is a little rascal, and I think Melon would steal your car keys. You turn around, your fucking keys are gone. It's Melon. It's probably Melon. Wayne is over here a witness to the crime and does not know what to do about it. Pink is this too cool, like, ruffian character, and we're getting this very bold posture. If we're just talking about, like, again, but this is how you can make your characters stand out in a lineup, giving them different postures. So let me uh let me make this a little bit less. There we go. There we go. So if we're taking a look at the posture of these characters, we have Wayne. Oops, I need my red. We have Wayne. Here's our head. We have a little bit of a hunch here, shoulder. This bald fist, very tense. This character's super tense, but is still trying to be friendly. This character is just he or she or they is just kind of fucking going with it. This very closed posture. And then we have Melon, who's like, I could care less about what anybody's thinking about me. I'm just here to party. I've got my little backpack strap. Um, I'm mid-air. Like Melon is just fucking going for it. Then you have Pink, who has this very reserved but like this strong tightness. And the thing that we're having the strength, we've got these wide feet, wide planted stance. Clearly Pink is very comfortable, a little bit aloof, a very strong character, and we have our feet firmly planted on the ground. We've got this hand in the pocket, which gives them this cool, collected, but like, basically giving cool kid. And then we have this thing, which is my favorite part of this character design, the the posture of slicing the neck. Hi Abdul, how are you? It is art critique time. So they're doing like this neck slice with their hand, this gesture that we can get movement from without there being any animation present. And if you just see between these three characters, we're getting so much personality just from how they've positioned themselves. And of course, you have Chelsea. Chelsea here has a very straight posture, very studious. From neck to foot, we can draw a straight line. They've got their feet very close to the body, but they're standing up super straight. Their chest is back, arm out, and they're holding this this big tech gun situation here. That is something that's giving very proper, very studious, very smart, and these are just things that we can infer based on characters that we've already met. This posture is telling us all we need to know about the characters. If we had nothing but the posture, these are just the characters' posture. Take a look at these four people and you can tell the difference between all of them. This also plays into silhouette, but it's a little bit more simple than that. This character is a very go-to, straight-laced kind of character. They're very excited. They seem like they're pretty stable. They're ready to go. This character has this confidence. They've got that wide stance, this very sharp triangle here. This one's very playful. Their feet aren't even on the ground. And because this character's feet aren't even on the ground, we're getting the impression that this person's always on the go. This is a very energetic character. And this one is a little bit more reserved. Maybe they're a little bit their posture's a little bit more slouched, a little bit less confident. So now we have four very different people and these are just stick figures. So if you have characters that you like that you're trying to emulate the vibe from, I recommend doing something like this. Making very simple stick figures over top of the designs to show you um to make it a little bit more obvious what kind of posture they're making to imply different character types. Hi, Bebop, how are you? Welcome in. So yeah, we have 4 very different personalities here, and it really half of it comes down to just the posture that they're in. So if you have a character that you're trying to portray a certain energy through, try playing with their body language. It's super, super important, and it's not even something that I think a lot of people think of at first glance. You're so preoccupied with trying to get the character to look a certain way that conveying their personality through their posture is, almost a second thought, but it really is so important. McGregor. Excuse you. Welcome in. So yeah, posture plays a huge part in making the personality of your character shine. It is literal body language. It conveys to us. So play around with doing more stuff like that. So after the posture, obviously, I think the most obvious one is expression and color. Color and expression probably plays the biggest part. Um, Oh my goodness, Beep Bop, thank you so much. Wha
Can't complain, I am about to join D&D,
Oh,
so
hell
I'll
yeah.
be lurking.
Oh my gosh,
Have a
have a
great
wonderful
stream. Beepbo 23 Lurk Squad, Beepbo 23 Lurk Squad, Beepbo 23 too cool.
Thank you so, so much for the resubscribe. I really appreciate it, and I hope you have a good time at D&D. Playing your Dungeons and your Dragons, you know what I mean? Um, so yeah, so now we have the basic posture. What other things can tell us about this character's personality? Things that are smaller details. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna point them out. I'm gonna use a different color. So, what about Wayne seems a little bit more reserved? Wayne has a turtleneck, and long sleeves. So, Wayne is covering up pretty much as they can. Um, they even have a cap, which is an interesting design choice. It kind of plays off of the black cuffs that we have here and this mustard yellow. Um, Pix is making the conscious decision to restrict the color palette of these characters, which is very common for like kid characters for games. Makes them super recognizable. So if a kid can only describe, let's say, you have like a toddler, most toddlers will be able to identify color and shape very easily because that's some of the fundamentals that are taught to kids very, very early on. So, if we have a little bit more boxiness, with these little elements of flair, every once in a while here, we have a little bit more of a boxy rectangular character. Then those are going to be easy to identify, and we have yellow. So the yellow boxy character will be way different from this very round green character. Hi, Pix, how are you? I'm talking about your characters. We were talking about body language and how it differentiates our characters from one another. These are the 4 characters and just their body language. I hope you're doing well. It's Pix. Meow, 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 meow. I thought I wouldn't be able to make today's stream, but oh my goodness, well, I'm happy that you're here. I really like these characters. The first thing that I noticed actually, I mentioned to chat was this cutthroat animation that you did for Pink here, without having to animate anything. I'm getting I'm getting the throat slice just because of these lines that you put here. Um, and I think that's very fun. I think that's really cool. Hi, Raccoon, how are you? So yeah, here's our body posture. I love to hear your thoughts on their personalities while any contents. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so here with just the posture, Wayne has this nervous energy. I'm getting I don't know, I'm getting that Wayne is some sort of actor or does something to has something to do with like theater, but is a little bit shy in the end, in when not on the stage or when not doing what Wayne is most comfortable with doing, um, Wayne's like sort of like, "Ha, yeah, totally." A little bit of imposter syndrome from Wayne. Melon does not give a shit. I mentioned earlier that Melon would steal your car keys and run away, and Wayne witnessed the crime and doesn't know what to do with that information. That's those are the vibe. Pink will and can kill you, and Chelsea just wants to tell you how cool planets are. Absolutely. I'm a fan of head, extremities, and torso ratio. The big shoes and the second and third ones put more weight into their step. Absolutely, yeah. More energy in their movement. Small shoe size on Wayne really emphasizes light-footedness and hesitancy. Those are absolutely wonderful observations. The large hands on Pink sells violent actions, and the big boots on Chelsea show more sturdy, rigid nature. Did I get them right? Got them right. Yeah, let's go. That's just because the character design is good. Here, let me mute my, or snooze the ads a little bit. There we go. There we go. But yeah, so the one of the things to remember is that if your character design can tell us about the characters and the universe they live in without you being here to tell me, then they're, successful character designs. He's not an actor, but he's got his clothes literally from the theater at school. He has big imposter syndrome. There we go. There we go. So yeah, I was just we already talked about the posture and I was just going through some of the color and shape language that you're using for these characters. So um Wayne has covered himself up with uh long pants, long shirt. Oops. Has a lot of rectangular uh, shapes, but also has these nice areas of roundness that make him look more friendly and approachable. Melon is very round, very organic. We have these big pigtail puffs that are very funny. We've got these big billowy sleeves, these big baggy pants here. The skateboard and the shoes, we have a lot of energy here, but we have this very organic and go with the flow kind of language. um, with Pink, we have a bit of that roundness, very relaxed. The shirt is very baggy, very relaxed. We have this little flowy skirt, which kind of adds a little bit of like a Mandy from Billy and Mandy, where Mandy was still very feminine but still tomboyish. I think this is, a super fun mixture of iconography. Also, too, the way that you've drawn the baggy hoodie makes me think of Codename Kids Next Door. um, and then we have these very big bubbly shoes as well that are playing into these very round shapes here. Very round headphones, very round hair. So Pink has this relaxed attitude, and really the expression and these like patches, like the little details are giving you this rough and tumble kind of vibe. Um but 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 Pink is not uptight in the slightest. And also all these bubbly features play into this bubblegum idea, which is very fun. Yeah, oh, it's one of those cat ear hoodies. Let's go. I love that idea. And now we have Chelsea, who has a lot more of this rigidness. Hi there, Paint. How are you? So we have a mixture of very round shapes here, but then we also have, some straightness here. So we have the coat is very crisp and very structured. The tops of the boots are very structured, so we are kind of getting into there being a little bit more of an organized chaos. So we have straight lines here, straight line here, straight line here, but then we have these areas of roundness. So we have a little bit more structure with Chelsea. And if I were to turn the characters off, we are again being given a variety of shapes and texture and interest. With somebody who's got a lot more angularity to their design. We have this sharp diagonal here. The goggles, whereas there is not a straight line on Melon. Not a single straight line on Melon. Um, so those are just we have our posture, we have our posture, we have our accessory details, and now we're gonna go to the fine details that hammer home uh what's gonna make these characters stand out. So it looks like Wayne has a key of some sort. That's interesting. So, is Wayne responsible for something? Is Wayne being trusted with something? Is that contributing to Wayne being nervous? Or is there something that Wayne is hiding from us? So now we have a little bit more motive for this nervous energy. And then we also have like this cap here. I think the cap is what gave me the vibe of theater. Um, so So by choosing this like Paperboy, this almost it makes me think of Rent or Newsies, which are both Broadway shows. So by choosing this Paperboy cap, you have now given us some sort of subcontext for uh for Wayne having stolen or having borrowed clothing from the theater department, which is really subtle and very specific. But this is really just how we interpret the world around us and incorporate that into our designs. But even then, if we want to go for something a little bit more specific, the way that Wayne has styled his hair, he has his bangs in front here, has this little flick at the side, but has a very trim, little sideburn here. I think is also giving Newsies, is also giving um this like, I don't know, this kind of rascal theater personality. Um so yeah, so I think those are some of our finer details. My biggest concern is, do you have any tips on making Wayne look more like the protagonist? I'm hoping to make him our nervously silent protagonist. Okay, so yeah, that's definitely, there's a lot of personalities happening. Right now, I think the one that looks the most like a side character, which is kind of funny, not necessarily a side character. Chelsea looks like the mentor character. So from my first interpretation, Chelsea looks a bit older. I think also because Chelsea is taller. Um, but having things that on their person that give the vibe of them having a profession, so being a professor or a scientist, Chelsea gives me the impression that they are older and that they might be like the touchstone information provider to our scrappy gang of kids. So Chelsea might also be a kid like the others, but Chelsea seems to be where I would assume the kids are getting a lot of information from, our logical sounding board in a lot of media centered around kids. Like, for example, teacher characters, or you have the one smart kid that can offer context for things that the other kids might not know. So Chelsea definitely feels like a supporting character rather than a main character. Even though Chelsea has the loudest design here, there's a lot going on Chelsea. Chelsea is giving the idea of a supporting character simply because that there are other folks here, there are other kids here. Um, the levels of exposure are nice too. The eyes covered on some, either to put focus on the mouth expressions or to act as protective goggles. Yeah, Chelsea's almost no exposed skin, which makes sense for them. Yeah, especially if you're working in a lab. Pink's clothes lack exposure and even cover her ears. It all speaks to a sense of closing off stimulus and other people. Thick turtlenecks and cuffs on Wayne feel equally protective. Yeah, you've done a lot of work into giving us personality details just in how these people are designed. Hi, Puka, how are you? So, if we want Wayne to stand out as our protagonist, um, then we could take into account things like color. I think the color theory for all these characters is so strong that I really don't want to affect their color. Um, I don't wanna reduce the color, I don't wanna remove anything. I like these characters as they are because especially um they're giving strong identity just through color. So you have predominantly yellow. You've boiled it down very well in their text. So you have a yellow character, you have a green character, you have a pink character, and you have a purpley blue character. So we have a very strong, not only do these colors just look very friendly together, um, they're very vibrant as well. You've done a good job of incorporating it into their design in a way that feels natural. They're not just all completely green. One of my favorite things about melon is this melon texture on the helmet. That's very fun. It's giving a honeydew melon, or melon pond, or just all sorts of melon imagery. Also, too, melons having a thick exterior, having these knee pads and elbow pads and a helmet. Um, the idea of a melon is very is very prominent here. If it helps the identities, I hope to aim for Chelsea is the nerd, Pink is our bully, Melon's the kid who skips class, Truant and Wayne is the new kid at school. I think that all reads very strongly. He'll trip on those shoelaces. He truly gives zero fucks. Absolutely. Yeah. Wayne is giving new kid energy. And I think one of the things that makes Wayne stand out from the others is how little Wayne has going on, which is kind of like the opposite of what you would expect. So let me draw a line between Wayne and the others. These characters look very comfortable. They have accessories. They all have accessories. They're all holding something. They're all interacting with these items somehow. You have Pink, who's chewing gum, has their headphones on. You have Melon, who's running to school or running away from school with a backpack and a skateboard. You have Chelsea with a big duffel bag and this big, like, energy gun. These characters have items from the world around them. They are interacting with things and they are holding things. They have established themselves and feel like they are part of a place. They feel like they have been doing something somewhere. They are actively in the middle of participating in something. Whereas Wayne isn't holding anything, Wayne isn't touching anything, Wayne isn't going anywhere, and Wayne is barely interacting with us right now. Aside from looking at us and offering us a little hand gesture, the only thing that tells us that Wayne has interacted with anything is this key right here. Let me put that in a brighter color. This. So the only thing that tells us that Wayne has any connection to anything is the fact that he has a very mysterious key that I don't know what it is and I don't know where it goes. Does Wayne know where it goes? I don't know. So everybody else is very comfortable and established, and I think you've already shown us that he's the odd one out. I don't know if you already mentioned this, but the helmet covering the eyes helps sell the good intention, bad execution vibe, since blocking the sight is just leads to more tumbles than they didn't have at all. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So yeah, so Wayne is already reading as an odd one out simply because of how little he has happening with and around him. There's not a lot of personal attachment to the clothes that he's wearing either. For example, Melon has a lot of layering. So let me get a better color. Melon has like a shirt underneath of a shirt. There's a lot of texture. There's like a graphic on this shirt. There's fingerless gloves. They have the lollipop in their mouth. They've got their untied shoes. They have their knee pads. And if we're putting ourselves in the place of this character, they had to put on these knee pads to get ready to go somewhere. They're wearing a backpack. They have a helmet on. And so Melon feels like Melon came from somewhere and is going to somewhere. And then Pink has these patches, this like button here, these little cheek markings, whether they're makeup, whether they're stickers, maybe they're band-aids, has headphones. So Pink had to put these things on. Pink has been making amendments to their clothes. Pink is actively chewing on gum, is doing something, participating in something. And then Chelsea is wearing all this gear, has a bag ready to go. This big duffel bag is holding this big old fucking thing, which I don't know. Chelsea's like, I'm already in the middle of an adventure. I'm already in the middle of pursuing an interest, and if you want to come, you can, but like I'm already doing it. I've got my goggles on and I'm ready to go. So all of these characters have already done something to their outfits, and your context of Wayne having found this in a theater and put it on, it's reading that way. Wayne is the only one that has not done anything to the outfit to make it anything different than just clothes compared to all these other characters. Very hard to see. She has a molecule pin on her lapel. Ooh. Oh, cute. Wait, hold on. Like this, like these, the fucking where they're like connected by little tubey bits. Right here. Hi, Golden. How you doing? Hi, hi, hi. I'm your little butterfly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh my gosh. In a way, it makes sense in show or a series for the protagonist to be in a bit more tame than the cast sometimes. They speak through the actions, uh, through actions, more through actions than their impression. If the intention were to make Wayne unassuming at first, only develop his presence later, that's a fine approach to go. Absolutely. Hydrogen hair ties. That's very cute. Yeah, I love the detail in these characters. No, mom? Don't worry. I'll see her later. So yeah, I think if you're I had to do some college things. I'm back. What I miss? Oh, Fennec. Fennec, you missed your you missed your character design. I'll show you after I'm done with pics. I'll show you what I did. But everybody who has their critique done today, my VOD will be up. I'll also put it on my YouTube, my VOD channel. And I also will send you an image of what I did during during the critique. Mandy, when you see our moms, can you tell mine I've run out of Choco Mint ice cream? No, I got you. I got you. The hat is definitely giving doesn't have it at the start first episode vibes. Absolutely. Absolutely. No, you're so right. Okay. So yeah, so I think definitely these characters have a lot of thought. I think these are exceptional character designs. They're giving Codename Kids Next Door, they're giving Recess, it's giving uh the classic Nickelodeon cartoon Disney Channel, and it's also giving like 90s and 2000s computer learning games. So there's a lot of foundation here, and there's only small things that I would tweak if I were to tweak these designs. Um the one thing is there's so much that I enjoy already that there's really nothing I would change about these characters. Um the one thing for Melon is I would probably make this foot do a little bit more of a this. Maybe we have a little bit of a so it's got this very round, loosey, same thing with this shoe back here. So that we have this very round shape here. That's pretty much all I would really change for Melon. Um Maybe even to adding a little bit more roundness to the pom-poms here. Maybe we could just do a little bit more of this up here. Maybe this one's a little bit more round to match. Something like that. Because really, we're just trying to sell this incredible sense of movement that's happening here. Same with the arms here. So maybe we could bend this arm like this, just to further give us that roundness. In fact, let me see, because we have a very sharp diagonal, which is super strong. We have a lot of energy with this character. So let me see if I can't put this here, and then we can just move the hand over. Maybe have the hand be a little bit to the side here so we can even more exaggerate it, that roundness that we have here. Round. Round. Golden. Who are you kissing? What are you doing down there? Juby and Lies of P. Pinocchio. Oh! Golden, thank you so much for subscribing for 10 months in a row. Oh my god, thank you so much. Thank you. Let me see. Warp. Yeah, just very noodly. We're going for noodle. It's giving noodle. It's giving little guy energy. Thinking too that we can bump this elbow out even further, just to get it away from the body a little bit more. Big hand. Bop, bop, bop. Maybe move it up a little. There we go. Yeah. I might even just take this. Let me distort. Get it away from put the elbow up higher. Get it away from the head so we just have a little bit more clarity over what's happening here. Also, Wayne's the only primary color. Chelsea's color is fairly muted for a blue. Melon's turquoise. Wayne's primary color base adds strong impact, in my opinion. In addition to the cowardly vibe yellow gives off in the first place, so it's a nice point of praise too. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, you all have really good input, and I think the reason why we have such good input in these characters is because the designs are so strong. So let me just continue here. Round, round. Maybe we can even just trying to I don't want to make these look too big because I already like what's happening here. So I don't want to mess up I don't want to change anything. You do this directionality too. You already I think your pose is stronger. There we go. Look at that. My hair flowing in the wind was the quote from Brave. There we go. So we have this directionality already from this hair. Even two, maybe I can have it go up like that. There we go. Very similar to what you already have, so I'm not really changing anything. Um not reinventing the wheel, so to speak. Um Feels cleaner and legible? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with these poses. I think I mean, obviously, I got a lot of information from your characters without you having to add any context. So, clearly, there's a lot of strong design language happening here. These corrections to pose are really just small things. These are so small. I don't think that this
Run.
Why are we running? Why are we running? Oh my god. When you have such solid designs, it's easy to start to appreciate how well it ties together. Absolutely, yeah. So these are already very strong designs. Um, so this is just icing on the cake. Cake. Icing on the cake, so to speak. But yeah, rounding off those shoes excuse you. Rounding off the shoes just gives it a heightened sense of continuing with that motion. That this character's a little floppy, this character's a little silly. Um, for Wayne, I think the only thing I would really change with Wayne would be grabbing. Let's see. Let me grab the bottom and just taking this and shoop, scooching it over. Now I know what it is. It's giving me heavy Craig of the Creek vibes. And 90s learning games. Absolutely. Sorry, I had cheese. So let me show you what I did just real quick. Before, after. Before, after. Let me zoom out. Before, after. We basically by shifting the weight of this character, this is a little unbalanced, almost like he's really close to tripping, which could be the case. I think knowing more about Wayne now, Wayne definitely might be fucking about to eat it. But this gives Wayne a little bit more of a foundation. We're keeping the center of gravity. So if we want to take the neck and the base of the head, neck. We're bringing that all the way down here and keeping this foot planted. So we're creating a little bit more balance, and then everything else can kind of come and center off of this character's center of balance, but we've basically given them a much stronger foundation by just making a simple change. Um, so there's the before, there's the after, before, after. I'll just do like a, and I'll just do a center of gravity here. There. Just showing that I shifted. Glad he still reads as anxious without being off kilter. Absolutely, yeah. I think that just the lifted shoulders, the unsure expression, the sweat droplets, everything about this character's like position and body language is already giving nervous, and then just giving them a little bit more stability in this pose, so it doesn't read like he's about to fall over. Um, Also the closed fist, very, very unsure. If you wanted to add a little bit more, say, let's say that he's really trying to fit in here. Obviously, we can lift this shoulder too. Let me just grab this here. And elbow. Let me just lift this. Boink. We can make sure that this shoulder's also lifted. So this character's both shoulders are up. Um, maybe if he's trying to pass off as someone who's like put together, maybe we have the gesture reflected on the other side as well. Like, hey, I'm just passing through. Uh Don't mind me. I'm not doing anything. I'm just passing through. You could explore having both arms doing something, but this arm being down also reads as, "Oh, I'm just hey, don't mind me. Don't mind me." In fact, um having this peace gesture does make it seem that he's trying to interact with us as the viewer. Hi, get down, Prez. Enjoy co-working. Um, so maybe if we wanted to make it look a little bit more awkward, instead of having a peace gesture, we have like a little bit of a, uh, hey, how you doing? Don't mind me. I'm just giving a little awkward wave. Hey there. The mass dance is so cute. What? Oh yeah, it's adorable. I love it. Subin Mine, thank you so much. Hi, Elijah. Golden, why'd you make that big? Why'd you make it huge? What are you doing with that? Here, let me color over this little sparkle just so I can give a little bit clearer of a there we go. Why is it massive? Why aren't you massive is the question. Is the question. Having the hand a little bit in front of the face. Oh!
You
Oh my
got
gosh.
mail.
Hi Mitzi, how are you? Welcome Raiders. Hi everybody. Hi, Mitzi. How are you? Welcome, Raiders. Hi there. Oh my gosh, hold on, hold on. Let me get my stuff ready. There we go. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. I'm Mandi Quin, mall mannequin and illustrator, animator, professional, goober. And today we are doing an art critique stream. This is art submitted by Pix, character designs, and we're currently going through just small improvements to some shape and some posture. But how you guys doing? Welcome everybody. I hope you had a fabulous stream. What were you up to today? I'm so excited to see you. Welcome in. Oh my goodness gracious. I hope you had a fabulous stream. What were you doing? How you doing? Guys, are you working on my gift tuber? Oh my gosh. Well, if you would like to share any of your work, please feel free. You can put a link in the chat. I would love to see it. If you'd just like to put your socials or something else that you've worked on, feel free to share. We love art tax around here. But if you guys don't already know me, oh,
Check your
posture.
posture.
Thank you. We were checking posture, but let me check my posture as well. Straighten yourselves, everybody. Oh my goodness. But welcome in. If you guys don't already know me, like I said, I'm an illustrator, animator, professional goober, and I draw stuff like this. I like to draw very colorful things, very silly and loud. I like cursed imagery. I'm a little bit of a goober that way, I guess. Yeah, you could say I'm a little bit quirky. Silly. And if you guys would like to find more about me, I have a coffee gallery. I've got a blue sky. I hang out there a lot. You can see more of my work there. I also sell merch of this stuff. So if you like this kind of art, I have stickers and prints and shirts and things. And someone actually did purchase something. Don't straighten yourself, gaily rise. Rise, everyone. But we're doing an art critique today. Mitzi, if you need to go take care of yourself, raid and run, please do. Get some good to eat, something good to drink. Y'all, if you need to rest, take your meds, do what you got to do. But feel free to hang out. We're just finishing up with this one, and we're gonna move on to another one. And for those of you that are submitting for the critique, I will be doing the critique next month as well. So if I don't get to your submission today, then I will definitely get to them next time. I like to make sure that I give people um, a lot of attention on what they've submitted. So I don't like to rush through. I want to give people the best that I can. So if you're interested in that, feel free to submit I we should still have the pinned message for the critique form. So yeah, I think you could definitely do like this shy little hand wave instead of a piece. It's got a similar vibe. It achieves similar things. Um, but I think it gives a little bit more of a shyness. Thank you so much for the follow, Elijah. Thank you. Um, I don't think really there's too much that I would change for pink. Again, I really like the cutthroat gesture you have here with just these smudge lines. I think they read really well. Um, and I don't know how maybe having them be white instead of flesh tone would make them not blend so much with the skin. But because we are seeing the hand smear, um, it should be flesh tone. So I don't think that's too much to worry about. That's my favorite thing in any of these designs, so I wouldn't really change it. I'll be sure to have something scrounged up by then. Hell yeah, I'd love to see it. Absolutely would adore to see it. Um we already have this really strong, defiant posture. So what kinds of things can we do to increase the vibe of bully? I think you've done a lot with the expression here. I really also like how you've kept this eye in shadow. So I'm wondering if there's a way to like have the rest of the face be in shadow um to just kind of further keep it, you know what I mean? We can just kinda do something like this. Let me take, like, maybe the same tone and, like, keep that eyebrow carved out. Sorry, I don't have a pixely brush. So maybe we have just like a, the eyebrow is still carved out here, like that, but we're more focused on keeping it dark like this. Whoops. Whoops. But again, it's with Pixel, just do what you can if that's something that you're interested in. But having it all be dark really, really goes to show us that this character has almost this ominous intention. Let me brighten up this as well. I really like being able to see through the bubblegum here. So maybe we take a lighter tone of this color and oops, maybe we change those to be that color so that it reads that we're seeing it through rather than eh, there we go. Just gives us a little bit of differentiation between the line art everywhere else and the bubblegum. Sorry, delayed. This is one of the frames from the gift tuber. Ooh, I'm excited. Never be afraid or say sorry for wanting to share stuff. Oh, I love it. You're so scrungly. Can I share this on my screen? Oh, dude, I love the energy. What the fuck? Look, I love it. You have a little crayon in your mouth. Yeah, dude. Crayon? Crayon. I love how absolutely scrungly also the little feet in the back. This is Are you drawing a tooth? Such a good source of protein. No, 1,000%. The energy that you're bringing to the function is like it's giving alien clown. Um, like your name should be Glorpnop, and that anybody that doesn't understand why your name is Glorpnot just doesn't even deserve to say your name. I love this. I love the energy. You're bringing the energy to the function. Also, the little butt back here, this weird little nubbly butt. I love it. I'm an alien clown, so glad that translates. No, it's giving. It's giving. Scran mean food. Eats in the UK, so cran is very accurate. Hell yeah. Yeah, I love the weird little knobby butt back here. Oh man, I love it. I love your weird little claws. Weird, affectionate. Not This is not in any way, shape, or form an insult. I love how funky this is. I love how silly it looks. The energy is superb. 1,000 out of 10, I love it. Thank you so much for sharing. Foodie's always necessary, yeah. We love aliens and clowns in this place. Yeah, we do, we do. Absolutely, we love crayons. We love crayons, absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing. I can't wait to see more of this. Yeah. It's you know what it is? It's giving, um, Adult Swim animations. How absolutely full of personality and texture, um, Squidbillies is coming to mind, um, and I love that. It's got a lot of identity. Home movies? Yeah. I drew the hand and was like, "Wait, am I a Squidbilly?" Yes. The eyes remind me of swimmer goggles, yeah, or even frogs. Yeah, no. You're giving, semi-aquatic excellence. Thank you so much for sharing, it's so cute, I love it. Wait, am I a Squidbilly? Absolutely. Um, so for this one, if you need to go take care of yourself, by the way, please do. But if you'd like to hang out and stay for a while, we are vibing. We're almost done with Pix's submission here, and then we'll be moving on to another. Um, so yeah, one of the things Pix, I think you could color the line art inside the bubblegum, and that'll further separate it from the rest of the character art, and it's just a fun little detail. I You don't have colored line art anywhere else, but you do have areas that are lineless. So the stockings, stuff like that. Also to this blobby energy that's inside this gun here. Um so I think it definitely doesn't look out of place to have this back here. And it'll just further separate it from the rest. And if you wanted to have the outside, I like personally having the outside be still the line art color. I think it gives a little bit more presence to the shape, but then by having the rest of it knocked back. I'll return in a bit. Fast broke a few hours ago. Forgot to have the ability to munch. Oh, and yes, get something good to eat. Take care of yourself. Um, the only other thing too, I would probably thicken up the band of this headband just to give it a little bit more stability over here. Um, Also breaks up a little bit of that blue. I see their cord. I love this detail of the cord right here. With pixel art, sometimes it can be really difficult to get fine detail, but this right here is giving the end of the cord that has like the notches in it, like that. And you've done that with very little information. So that is incredible. Part of me also wants to see um a version of this that also has the hood up. So if we had, like a version with the hood up, we'd have, we'd have the ears as well. Maybe we have a little bit of this shape going on. I would love to see a version with the hood up as well. I can DM you a pic of the hood up. Yes. Yes. No, I'm 1,000% interested. So aside from coloring the bubble gum, um, shading in the eye up here, the last thing I would do is maybe have the legs be a little bit more of a this, where we have this super confident, like, I'm taking up as much space as I can because I'm about to fuck up your business. I'm about to fucking ruin your day. I'm gonna punch you in the teeth. I'm gonna take your lunch money, and you're not gonna be able to do anything about it. There's nothing you can do about it. You're just gonna give me your lunch money, and and I might take a couple of your teeth. So yeah, I ain't fucking around. Love you. Yeah. Hell yeah. So that's really the only thing I would do is just have those legs just be straight. Just a straight bend out. Um and yeah, so it's just a very small change, not anything crazy. Um And then here with Chelsea, I really like Chelsea. I think we have a lot of conflict happening. So, just because there's so many interesting details, I don't want to lose any of them. So, one of the things that I think we can do is bring in a couple things to just further make some sort of structure and make sure that we're not losing all of that really special detail and attention that you've given to this character. Oh, wait until your lunch tray is full, then trip you. My character's hair is extra fluffy, floofy, poofy, puffy. I love that. We love extra fluffy, puffy, poofy, puffy. So here we have I can see the collar back here. Gives us a little bit of separation. We have the lapel here. So by giving Chelsea a little bit more of a of structure might help us be able to identify what is Chelsea's body and what is the gun and everything behind. So here, let's see here. Just adding a little bit more structure, a little bit more construction here. So we have the lapels, and then we can give a little bit more consistency here. Yeah, have that. And then I might even reduce how much this coat comes out. We still want to keep the volume. We want to keep the personality, but we're giving it a little bit of restraint so that we can see a bit more of what's happening here. Thinking too that because this is a lab coat, we might want to thicken the arms out is just a smudge. It doesn't have to be baggy because again, we're going for like straight laced studious. So we don't want to conflict with the already strong language that you're using for this character. But giving the arm a little bit more presence will make it look a little less we'll have it let it stand out against all the other detail that we have. Um, and we also have, this arm back here. Might want to move the gun out a little bit farther because I can see that it's like tucked in the arm. Either have the body turned a little bit more or have the gun moved out further. Which also may help us with identifying some of the character. And I can see here that there's a shirt underneath. I'll just kind of but I think we might be able to because the tie is taking up a lot of visual room. There's a lot happening here in such a small amount of space. But I don't necessarily want to compromise any of that. The tie covers up the shirt and it covers up the lab coat. So maybe instead, if there was a way to do something like a bow tie, perhaps to break up some of that space, but also leave some of this verticality here, then we can see where the torso meets the legs. So maybe you have like the legs here. You have like a belt or something. But maybe a bow tie is just a little too much. So I would definitely try a couple things or have our lab coat be closed with our tie and shirt underneath of it. That's also an option. Um but for Chelsea there's just so much wonderful detail that I don't want to lose. And then I'm just trying to unify the shape of these boots. We're going to just kind of round out the bottom here. Round out the bottom. Might even just kind of keep it from interacting with the coat too much. Let me go to skew. There we go. So yeah, Chelsea has a little bit more going on. So that's the only reason why I have so much happening here. We'll have the back of the lab coat curved up. Actually, even if we're imagining how far it comes back, it might come back somewhere closer to here. Um, or we could lower. I love this triangular shape, but we could also lower it so that we have something like this. There we go. But yeah, there's a lot to love here. Um, there's a lot of interest, of visual interest. Um, and I really, really like these characters. I like how messy, like disheveled Chelsea's hair is looking. Um, so yeah, these are wonderful characters picks, and I really appreciate you letting me gab for as long as I have about these. But I think these are things that a lot of people can relate to and recognize. Um, and let me make these just a little bit lighter. Oh yeah, no, well, that's fine. Amazing feedback. Oh hell yeah, hell yeah. Oh, more reps. Let's go. Let's go. Hi, Leonie. How are you? Are you ready? Are you ready? Hi, 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 I'm your little butterfly. Yeah. So I'm a little high pitched for me. How are you? Welcome in. I'm peeking. I'm peeking. I'm looking. Yeah. Whoa. Thank you so much for the follow, Blue. Welcome in. Whoa, these are cool. What the heck? Oh my gosh, seeing your animations go crazy. Honestly, the me and Pink have a lot of similarities. I have one question. Yes, of course. I may or may not have an answer. Here's what Pix has sent for this character as well with the hood. All right, me and Pink same character question mark? Me and Pink same? Also blue hair, me and Pink? I'm going to have to do a Pink cosplay. An older style, forgive the awkward design. No, I love it. I think the energy is perfect. I love it. Let me find I love the animation you sent as well. I don't necessarily have a way to show that without having to share my Discord, but I love the animation. Oh yeah, they are band-aids. Okay, me and Pink the same? Because I also have a band-aid in my main design. Hell yeah. Would you be a Death Scythe or a Meister? Oh, that's a good question. I think I would probably be a Scythe because I don't think I'm smart enough to be a Meister. I think I would love to be a Meister, but I think I'd be some sort of ridiculous weapon. Blue hair, pronouns, and a cat hoodie? Conspiracy. We've never seen Pink and Mandy in the same room. Isn't that curious? It's very strange. But yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me just finish up with these. So yeah, we have the oops, my hmm, wondering if we're the same. All right, we have this. We'd have our far arm here with some sort of bend. There we go. We have our big glove situation here. You know, big hand there. So now we have a little bit more of a posture, and we might be able to bring the gun out a little bit farther. Hi, Jays. How are you? Thank you. Yeah, no problem, Leonie. There we go. So yeah, we might be able to bring this arm out just a little bit more so that we can separate some of these shapes. Maybe the gun might be able to. Let me see if I can even. There's so much happening visually. So let's just pretend that the gun is shaped like this. We have this, you know, and then we might be able to bring it out more this way and change it here. Still kind of like eats into the shoulder. So maybe it's something where the gun is actually sitting behind and only the wrist slash hand. So like it's a difficult with such a big prop, it's kind of difficult to get this really fun pose. So I like this idea. I like this pose. Just so difficult with such a large prop. So then if we want to see it, maybe the gun is actually strapped to the back somehow instead of the duffel bag and the gun, maybe the gun takes this place and the shape of the duffel bag. Um, something like that, um, just to give Chelsea a bit more of a silhouette. Because I really like the gun and I like the idea of the duffel, but maybe choosing one or the other. You don't have a lurk emote, so I have to use June's. Well, thanks for lurking. I appreciate it. I should make a lurk emote. I kinda like when people have this weird little creature. My little guy. So yeah, uh, also too could have oops, maybe something like a aha, like that. like a little gun, finger gun kind of thing that gives us the impression that this character maybe holds their hand like that. Stow the water gun in the duffel. So it's either when oh, yeah, yeah. So if you wanted to have, like, the gun strapped to the back, the water gun is, like, always present and ready to go, you could totally do that, or having the duffel bag and maybe having maybe, like, warning stickers on the on the bag. Chatter guy zombie? Well, what do you mean chatter guy zombie? What do you mean by that? Anyway, I've yapped a lot, about about these designs, but I think it's just because I really enjoy them, and there's a lot to learn from seeing other people's art. So thank you so much so far for everybody who has shared. Again, to anybody who has submitted stuff into the critique, I will be sending you these images afterwards. So, and as well as the VOD will be up, and I will be putting it on my VOD channel, so you won't miss anything. Thank you so much. Let me go back to what we just finished up for Fennec. So for Fennec, here is what we ended up doing for your submission. I chose one of the designs um just to let me change this back. Little Fennec. There we go. I chose one of the designs to show just to make it a little bit easier to focus on one versus the other. But essentially, things that I really enjoyed about your original submission was that the silhouette is very clear. So we have these very large ears. We have some really nice shapes happening here in the hair. Um, and there's a nice separation of features. So this character is super recognizable just as a silhouette. Um, and we can see that by doing something like this. So there's a very clear silhouette. You also have this very strong, sturdy posture. So, and also too, these tails could be confusing, but you have fixed that by having the color, this light color versus a darker, more saturated color, which makes it easy to tell where the body begins and where the tails begins. So some of the things that I have addressed, you can see here, if these are cybernetic components, maybe robotic components, I have added a bit of differentiation to the way that they're rendered. Obviously, these are sketches as well, so I didn't want to go too deep into like a rendering style. But if we're trying to show that these are different textures, there's different materials happening. I went with a very basic shininess, and this very basic like sweater texture, just to add a bit of interest and to help break up this monotonous. There's a lot of this same like wine burgundy color here. So by changing it up just a little bit, having the sleeves be a little lighter, we have now created a little bit more contrast between this light pink and the dark cybernetic color. Um, and we've also added some visual interest. And then we've broken up this space by adding a little window, which, I mean, boob windows are like kind of like a cliche now, but they're effective. They provide a function. They break up this otherwise solid shape. Um, in a way that's playful and very interesting. So don't knock it, you know? It's it's a useful tool to have. Um We've also introduced a little bit of that blue color here. This blue that's in the tail is really nice. So we've put a little bit here in the hair. I put some on the eyelids, and a little bit of the same presence in the ears. And then I added the colors from inside the ears um, here into the joints and gave them a little bit of a glow. So it even more just expresses how there's a little bit of a cyberness happening. So just a quick recap of what I did. You can just see before and after, just a little bit more presence happening in this sweater and a little bit more variation in texture. Um, so yeah. All right, we're moving on to the next one. Thank you guys so much for your submissions so far. Our next one, boob windows are very effective. They are a tool. Mandi, 2025. Very inspirational. Also, I love the sweater. Really didn't know what to do with the sweater at the time. Yeah, no, they honestly, they are made for a reason. People like boob windows for a reason. They don't have to be like sensual. They don't have to be like suggestive. The the window is a very high contrast area. We have both of the hands, we have the tails, and the sweater makes for a very heavy element in the design. So by incorporating this lighter color here, which we have the benefit of, it's yeah, negative space breaks up the form. Exactly. We're utilizing some of this nice pale color from the fur. We're also creating a heart, so it's kind of playful, it's kind of new, and it's just adding a little bit more interest. So now we have an overall brighter. I didn't change any of the color of the fur, but everything just looks a little bit brighter and a little bit more interesting over here with very small changes. So up next, we're gonna look at some photography. There's actually 5 photos. Need more male characters with boob windows. I will actively design a character with boob windows. Need to learn how to color things. Yeah, we had a whole if you want to look back at the beginning of this VOD once the stream is over, I have a whole thing on color theory with Clover's submission. But we're about to look at some photography um by Scuba, and for those of you that had wondered about having multiple submissions, mostly with multiple submissions, I'll just choose one, maybe two to go over. But for something like photography, I'm going to look at everything that Scuba submitted, which is 5 pieces. So let me open those and let me change. There we go. Scuba, do it. Wonderful. Okay. So this will be more so just me saying kinds of things that I enjoy. I'm not a photographer, so I can only say so much from somebody who is accustomed to looking at art critically. So one of the things that I really enjoy, I'm going to change my posture. Oh, fix yourselves, guys. Sit up straight. Since I'm not going to be drawing anything, gives me a second to sit back. I'm going to take a sip of my coffee. Guys, make sure you're hydrating, make sure you're sitting up straight. Or sitting up gay. I have a bunch of cold foam stuck to the lid of my coffee cup. Don't mind me just licking at it. There we go. All right. Ah, put the lid back on. There we go. Yum. Okay. So this is photography that was submitted by Scuba. One of the things that I noticed when looking through Scuba's submissions was that Scuba is very good at changing the focal distance on the lens. There is something called atmospheric perspective. Um, and here it's a little bit more subtle. So notice that this shape here in our foreground is blurry. We are putting a focal distance on the lens, which is just changing how it's basically the field of view of your camera. So, and I'm not an expert on this, but I have a very basic knowledge. So, in illustration, when you're doing background designs and things like that, you will have a foreground. So, this is our foreground. We'll just call this FG foreground. And then you're going to have your midground, which is this back here. This is our midground. MG. Whoa!
You got mail.
Hexware, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Hi, everybody. Hi, Hexware. How are you? Welcome, Raiders. I'm Mandi Quin, mall mannequin, illustrator, animator, professional goober, and they're invading my computers. Welcome, everybody. Today, we're doing an art critique stream. We're currently looking at some photography that was submitted by Scuba Do It. How are you doing? What were you up to today? And thank you so much for invading my computer. Oh my gosh, welcome everybody. If you don't already know me, like I said, I'm Mandi Quin, mall mannequin, illustrator, animator, professional goober. And we're doing an art critique. I hope you guys had a fabulous time. Yeah, welcome everybody. I'm gonna peep. You're playing Undertale Yellow. What is that? I haven't heard of that before. What the heck? There's more than just one one Undertale? What do you mean by that? Oh my gosh, I hope you've had a fabulous time. I haven't played Undertale before. I know a lot about it, but I've never played it. Um, I hope you guys had a wonderful time. Thank you so much for the raid. If you need to rate and run, take care of yourself, please do, but feel free. We're currently doing an art critique stream. If anybody is interested, it's the prequel fan game. Oh, okay, okay. How have you been liking it? Is it been fun? If you enjoyed Undertale, how does it does it feel like it's a fan game, or does it feel like a continuation of the story? Does it kind of feel natural? Let me know. Cuz maybe someday I'll eventually play Undertale. There has to be more Undertale fan games like Yellow. Yeah, there probably are a ton of them. People are so incredible in terms of like making games just because they are able to and they want to see the story continue. Um, it's been an absolute blast. It feels very similar to the OG and the art is gorgeous. Wow, I had no idea. Since I haven't played Undertale, I'm not really in the scene of like the fan games, but that sounds awesome. That sounds so fucking awesome. Thank you so much for telling me about it. That's fucking I'm so excited about that. If you guys don't already know me, I draw stuff like this. Um I am an illustrator by trade and a goober by trade. And if you guys are interested, you can go actually Stream Elements just slapped it in there. If you want to follow my card, I have a blue sky and I have a coffee gallery. So if you're interested in seeing more of my stuff, please take a gander. But welcome in. Again, if you need to go take care of yourself, please do. But feel free to hang out. Undertale is one of my favorite games, and playing this one really brought back memories of playing it for the first time. I love that. It's so special to play through something. Um, for example, I've heard some conversation about Animal Crossing New Horizons, and a lot of people have been revisiting their islands now that it's been like 5 years. Oh my god. So, um, yeah, feeling like you're back in the first time you played something is super special. I love your art as well. Thank you. That's so nice of you to say. Thank you so much. We're currently analyzing some photography submitted by one of my lovely followers. And we're just talking about the focal distance here. We have our foreground, we have our midground, and then we have our background, which have all been very clearly um, differentiated here by that focal distance, which means things in the background are a little bit blurry, things in the foreground are a little bit blurry because we are paying attention to this right here. And it feels like we're in a really beautiful little scene. Um, that feeling when my Neopets have been starving for decades. Oh, not your Neopets. Somebody needs to find them, take care of them. Me with my Webkins, though. Even if I wanted to log into Webkins, I wouldn't even begin to know what, like, 10-year-old Mandy had as, like, an account name. You know what I mean? I wouldn't even begin to know what that password would be. And I also think the email has been shut down. Like, I think it's just so inactive for so long that I wouldn't even have that email address anymore. But here, Scuba has focused in on this broken column. Here's like what looks to be the bottom. This is probably like the top. The Webkins die. Nor, they live on in my heart. The Webkins live on in my heart. But yeah, we have these little Corinthian columns, which are really fun and interesting. And also too, this diagonal. Let me change color. We have a diagonal composition here. So we have these lines that are all kind of flowing in this direction. We have this big patch of green. And so we have a really interesting composition um, that that has more interest as opposed to if this were taken more straight on. So like if it's, like this, it's a little less interesting even though Scuba totally could have taken the photo like this, having this diagonal directionality to our composition makes it feel a little bit more dynamic. It's a little bit more interesting. And we also have a really, really strong contrast of values. We have these different layers of values. I went in after 10 years, they die. Ho- I can't believe that Webkins would die. That fucking sucks. Oh my gosh. All right, back into this. So let me show you what I mean by these different layers of value. Let me change this to grayscale. We have these very light components, all of the stone is a very consistent texture. So we have this fine stone texture, this pale stone, and then we have this rough foliage with a lot of texture, a lot of variation happening, and it gives our eyes a little bit of rest, but it's not disinteresting. It's there's a lot of presence there. And if we were to separate it out into areas of focus, we have here, let me just do a very rough selection. We have light here, we have light here, especially with this nice hard edge that this column is creating. Um, I'll even just include a little bit of that. And then we have a little bit of light back here. And then the rest is dark. So we have a very, we have the, again, going back to that directionality that I was talking about, we have this here, this here, this here, and then this very sturdy structure here. But even then, we continue that composition like this. We have this very strong diagonal composition and a variation of values that keeps all of these things very separate from one another. So there's no confusion as to what we're seeing. Um, the foliage separates the column pieces very nicely, splits the midground into interesting layers of distance, holds most complexity. Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. And even as a grayscale image, I think the only thing, since this image isn't grayscale, Scuba did not calibrate the camera to account for that. But if we were, I would just go into Photoshop and adjust my levels. So you can go in here and change, maybe darken some of the darks, arrange some of the mid, and bring more of the highlight here. So now you can see that we have a little bit more contrast before, after, before, after. I'd probably go in personally with some black, and this is every photograph needs retouching. So if you're interested in photography, every good photograph requires some retouching. So don't worry if, something wasn't quite what you were looking for right immediately. It will require some semblance of touching up. So it's not even back in photography, back when photography was being first invented in like the 1800s, 1800s, um they would manipulate the physical development, like they would go in and manipulate stuff. So even if I just ever so slightly darken some of these areas back here just to further push my shapes around, you know this just further accentuates this column here. I'm about to lose it, bro. I didn't get any sales all day. Oh, Minty. When it's finally time to close the store, I get a customer wanting 3 Samsung watches, potentially a phone upgrade. I will murder in Minecraft. Nice photo, by the way. It's quite nice. I'm digging the composition. Here you go. Here's what it looks like here. In fact, I like this so much. Let's see what it looks like with my, yeah. So if we bring in, here's my levels layer from before. So honestly, I really love the color that's here. One thing that happens with a lot of photography is people will hypersaturate. I don't think Scuba has done that. If Scuba did any retouching, I think these colors feel very natural. This is a layer called it is a filter layer called levels, where I've just adjusted how low and how high some of the midtone and the shadows. But you can see here there's a little bit more crispness. Obviously, this might be a little bit too aggressive, but here's the before, here's the after. However, this photo, if this is just a candid photo, this is, let's say that Scuba didn't do any retouching, this is already a very stellar photograph. I really like this. I really love this contrast. If this is just what Scuba took in the field as is, it's beautiful. And I really love this depth of field. I really love that we've separated our foreground, our midground, and our background. So here's this. And then of course, this is let me change this to multiply. Obviously it's a little dirty here. You would do a better retouching than that. But if we kind of push some things back, push some things forward, a little bit of retouching, but honestly, just a simple levels layer has pumped this up and given it some vibrancy. Um, yeah, no, I think this is a beautiful photo. Um, Another photo that there so Scuba submitted 5, and since I'm not doing too much with these photographs, um, what my computer's going crazy. There we go. I'm gonna go through all of the submissions that Scuba sent. Here's another one that's kind of similar to the last one where we have our foreground kind of in a blurred state. We have our midground, which is what we're clearly focusing on, and a background that gives us just enough information. And I really like this. Also like how you can separate the foliage into almost 3 different sections of textures. Absolutely, yeah. Texture, color, value, really help something be legible. Um, this is a very similar situation. We are focused here on the rhino's face, which is super, super sweet, very tender. Let me grab the same layers that I have from the other one. So here, this is the levels layer, but this is too aggressive for this one. So let me see if I can't adjust what I have here. We're just getting a little bit more depth out of our colors and a little bit more depth of our values just to so here's before, after. It's just sharpening some things up. If we look at this in grayscale, hold on, because the photo is a different size. We have here is before, after, just really punching in those dark darks, but I'm going to assume that Scuba um did not do, anything to these photos. So for the if that's to be assumed, these photos are really special. There's a lot of work that was done in the framing of these photos in getting a nice composition. We are focused on the most important thing, which is this rhino here. Um, and anything after that is just icing on the cake. So it goes to show what really simple retouching, like this is just one layer before, after. Really simple retouching, even in your digital works, just slapping a levels layer on it and adjusting some of the contrast can really improve your work because there's such a strong foundation here. Um, Especially for a photograph, like, it's beautiful. And we also have, again, more of that composition. We have almost a triangular composition. We have this branch here, we have this branch here, and then we have this here. So we have this little triangle, and in the very middle of this triangle is the little guy that we're focusing on. And we know that it's a rhino. We can see that there's another rhino, but here again we have a foreground that's here, and then we have our, again with our midground, which is here, and our background. So yeah, these compositions are really beautiful. We're definitely it feels very cozy, like we're kind of being behind these branches feels like we are trying not to disturb this rhino. And it's very intimate. It's um a very sweet composition, a very nice subject matter as well. Another one, this one made me laugh when I saw it. I only saw it really quickly, but look at this little motherfucker in the back. I love that you could tell they're squabbling with each other. Um, they're super silly. I think they're hilarious. Again, we have another really fun triangular composition, diagonal. And also, one thing to remember with composition is kind of the two thirds. So, if you have like a horizon, you want the bottom two thirds to be full, and then like something in the top, the top third. So here it is like broken into thirds. We can see that these guys are mostly filling up our bottom, and then we have this really interesting strong triangle here. We also have this playful interaction. We're clearly looking at this guy. He's right in front of us. It almost feels like we're standing over top of them, like we're involved in their argument, which is also very silly. And again, here's before the levels layer, after the levels layer. Really, 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 really simple to just push back those dark values. And again, we don't want to lose too much of what's happening back there. So, you know, it will take some adjustment to make sure that we're not losing detail. But that being said, you know, we're just brightening some stuff up. We're bringing up a little bit of the vibe. I'm not touching any of the hue or the vibrancy. This is literally just value. Before, after, before, after. Really simple. It can take a really good photograph um from good to great. And this one, you know, it might be beneficial for us to do a little bit of color enhancement. So we have a lot of this beige warmth happening. So maybe it might be in our interest to make a little bit of variety. I'm just doing like very simple changes. This is all stuff that would be post processing, but if this is all like I said, if this is all candid photography, if Scuba did all of this right there within the photo, I think that's awesome. So maybe I could introduce a little bit of a cooler tone to everything else. Obviously this looks a little scuffed. Don't worry about that. But let me see if I can't you know, either have it be a very different value or have it be like a color contrast. So with this blue, maybe I kind of relieve, oops. Let me take a little bit of, let's take my eraser. There we go. And I'm gonna make it a little bit less crazy at the top. Obviously, again, it looks kind of scuffed, it looks kind of silly. But if we just have push a couple, obviously too, it's a little too obvious. This if you don't want your manipulation to look obvious. You don't want it to look like you did anything to this photo. So let me just kind of ease some of my edges here. Um, there we go. So here is the before, after. Or here's the before, here's the after. Obviously, this blue green here might not be the ideal choice. You could make it a little warmer, but before, after, mostly, if nothing else, just the contrast. So here's that blue, here it is without. It just is a temperature shift. So it really just depends on what Scuba's uh desire for this piece would be. But since we have a lot of the same color, shifting some of the temperature might help. But that gets tricky. So again, the only thing I really would say is just a bump in contrast. Same with this. For after, before, after. Really just one layer can do a whole lot. This photo I think is super special, super beautiful. All the presence of red, like having this red, I'd like to know where this is. I don't have any context for this photo that was taken. But seeing the red fabric and these like this blue, you can see this like a blue plastic tarp right here. Just these layers of texture and fabric casting this red light on everything. And then the area that is open, that is not red, we can see this fellow here who is illuminated in non-red light. So it makes this person stand out so, so much. So we can very clearly see that this person is almost made into a focal point. And look at all the bags on their arm. Isn't that cool? I love that. So yeah, this is a really, really interesting composition too. And again, we're utilizing the thirds. So in this case, we have the upper third here, and we have like the lower third here. And then we have this really interesting focal character because of the lighting. Um, so yeah, this composition is super, super cool. Got here just in time. Ed adds, no, Scuba! Scuba. I'll wait till the ads are over. I'll wait until the ads are over. I got you. In that point, I'll just keep drinking my drink. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, water's so good. Oh, let me also. I'm gonna just stretch. Oh, I'm gonna stretch my bones. Oh, Shayla. Oh, I'm stretching my back real good. Yeah. Oh, get my chair. I need a new chair, guys. Oh my goodness. Oh, the ads are almost over. Oh, oh my god. I'm just waiting for the ads to be over because Scuba showed up. Welcome back, everybody. Every time you stretch, your skeleton trying to jump out. Do its calcium dance. That's funny. Hi, Scuba. How are you? Oh my god. Oh my god. Welcome in, Scuba. And welcome back from the ads, y'all. Um, let me just do a quick recap of what we talked about. Basically, really cool composition. Really cool composition. Um, I love this diagonal situation here. I really like how you've been playing with your focal length. Oh,
Hydrate or die
thank
straight
you, thank
loser.
you. Yep. Thank you. H2O, H2 hose. No, you're right. But I'll summarize really quickly what we've already gone over. This foreground here, this midground, and this background here are all really strong. I noticed that about all of your compositions that you sent have a really strong sense of focus. You have told us just with the length of the focal, the focal distance. You've told us what we're looking at, and you've also got a knack for choosing really interesting subject matters. All I did in actuality was add a levels layer. So if you have Photoshop or something equivalent to it, here is the levels layer. This might be a little too extreme, to be honest. But here is the before and here is the after. Obviously, this might be a little too intense, but that's all I really did. Um really beautiful. The orange and green here, the lichen also being orange is really nice. We get a little bit of that up here. Just a really beautiful photo. I feel like I'm in a place. You did a wonderful job of cropping out anything that would take us away from this place that you brought us to. So this is a really cool composition. Same thing with this. Here was the before, here's the after. Really just doing a levels layer just to give it a little bit of the dark in the darks, light in the lights. Yeah, and the little rhino down here having this little triangular shape here, very very cool. We also went through this one. Again, I really just did before, after, a levels layer. Really it. But if these were just the photos straight from the camera, they're beautiful. I also played around with maybe adding, oh, hold on, with adding a bit of a temperature difference. So I just took some blue and set it to the color blending mode. My Shayla. This blue is obviously really kind of intense down here, but before, after, I just kind of pushed this blue away. And even if you wanted to try something else, like a different color, let me, we could change it to a bit more purple, which is very interesting. I actually really like this, what this purple has offered in term obviously I might make it a little bit thinner, but here's a little bit more red. Um, but I don't want to steal too much from what we're supposed to be looking at. Let me knock this down a little bit. Okay, so before, after. It's really just a subtle shift in temperature because these fellas in the front are so interesting. 55% is pretty respectable. It's all raw, not great at Photoshop. No, you're totally valid. Honestly, if you have Photoshop and you want to play with it, it is a filter. Uh, it's just called levels. So you could also use curves, but levels gives you a little bit more control. The red would make it pop more. Yeah, yeah. So just adding either you have a cooler temperature in the back if you're going for something a little bit stormy, or if you want something warm, like it's meant to be a little bit warmer. There's a cringeometer. Yes, there is. I think they'll do a great job of almost overselling the photos, that the photos deliver an atmosphere and emotion more profound than if you were there. I lack photo knowledge heavily, but it truly looks amazing. Yeah, your compositions are super, super strong. The one thing that I also pointed out was this triangular diagonal that we have here. It's very also the interaction that they're having with each other. Jay, all right. Let's go. Congratulations, Jay. You get a special role in our Discord because you got 69%. Enjoy. 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 Nice. Enjoy. 86. That's a respectable number too. Yeah, so such a dynamic composition. This one made me laugh. And we were just talking about this one. So I was talking about the effect of or the composition type of having thirds. Ooh, 50% perfectly in the middle. Oh goodness. So we have 1/3 here, we have 2/3 here, and we have 3/3 here. So we have a very strong composition, and the bottom 2/3 are it's always you have to have 2/3 either on the bottom or on the top. So we have the top is occupying 2/3 or 1/3 of our composition, and then the bottom is the lower 2/3. So it gives us this strong base. I also really enjoy the red being cast through these tarps and this fabric and this hole that's right here. Let me make a better color. The hole that's here is casting this light onto this guy and giving him dominance in the composition. So our eyes are being brought to him just because he happened to be right here when you took the photo. Obviously, we have a bit of that same light on our foreground characters here, or our subjects, and even a little bit of this fella back here. But we are looking at this person here, and that's a really wonderful shot. It doesn't feel forced. It doesn't feel let me grab the levels layer. It doesn't feel forced. It doesn't feel fake. It feels very candid. It feels very present, and it brings us to this place. Here is a levels layer, and in fact, let me adjust the levels a little bit. Um, and again, I'm not a photographer. I don't specialize in photo manipulation, but I am just touching and I don't wanna overexpose stuff, I don't wanna lose I just wanna help draw focus. You can do exclamation point dance, anything that has exclamation point mass is a moderator command, but you can make yourself dance. There's no other way for me to trigger those without it being a text situation. I couldn't force it if I tried. No, you're right, you're so right. No, it's not a problem, Abdul, absolutely, yeah, you can just do exclamation point dance, yeah. And then your little guy will cut a rug. Yeah. So here's the before, here's that after. We're really just punching out the darks, bringing up the lights. Before, after, before, after. Um, and then we could probably even further. I mean, you've already done such a good job of getting this person in the composition. I guess the only thing and this is from purely from an illustrator's point of view, so it's not even I don't even know if a photographer would necessarily do this much, but what I would do is then I would go in and really just isolate this person and make it even more just basically play off of what we've already captured here in camera. So I'm gonna isolate my focal point. I've selected him and then I've inverted that selection, and now I'm gonna take a color from the background. So I'm gonna take this warm wine color from this fella's shirt, and I'm gonna take a soft brush, and I'm gonna just slowly start punching back a little bit of the values here where necessary. Let me go in and erase some off of this person here. There we go. So now I've even further isolated. Now it almost looks a little too much, so let me now kind of bring a little bit of that down here and I'll thin that out a little bit. It doesn't need to be so intense. So here's before, after. It looks a little too specific, you know what I mean? So let me undo a little bit of it. Uh, Photo retouching is so um is a very special skill. It's not one that I have a lot of practice with. And we don't want it to look too um altered. So here's the before, here's the after. It does end up making this person look unnaturally out of place. So you might not want to do as much as I've done. So maybe it really is just a little bit behind the head. Yeah, maybe just a little bit behind the head. But honestly, too, this photograph without any retouching is beautiful. I don't think there's any question that this is just a really successful photograph. So you really, I don't think you even have to do anything to it, aside from maybe slap a levels layer on it. But if you guys are curious about lighting and composition, I can talk about that. And one of the things that's working really well that we showcased in the column photo is this layering of our values. So I'm gonna grab these harsh sections of our composition here, and I'm gonna call out where they are. There we go. We have this intense layering of of lights and darks. So if we just had black and white, we have these striations that make our piece interesting and draw our eye to certain things. So we're looking at the people here in the front and we're looking at this canopy and everything else. There's no blend of these two separate ideas. By punching back, you mean sharpening it or brushing. Literally just this is just a levels layer. All that did was darken the darks and lighten the lights. And you can actually so the levels layer looks like this. Hold on. Let me grab a picture of it. Looks like this. Um, so you have the dark, the midtones, and the lights, and you just push them in or out to make it have a little bit more or less of the dark, the middle, and the light. You can also color pick like the darkest and lightest areas to get a little bit more of a specific. You can just have a little bit more control. But for this, I did barely anything in the levels layer to really give it a little bit more oomph. Um, it is just an adjustment. I think they're called adjustment layers. Um, so before, after, that's it. Um, and then this final one is so beautiful. Hold on, let me grab the same. Oops, I don't want to double those up. This one again, we have a little bit less of foreground. We have a little bit of this like twig here. Monkey. Yeah. We just have a really dominant foreground and background. So our foreground is more of a midground, but it's we have our this here, zoop, and then our background. So we have a really strong subject matter here. I'm always afraid of overexposing. I get that control you said is underexposing. Yeah, yeah, honestly too, your photos without any retouching are super beautiful anyway. So and I'm not the expert on photo retouching. This is probably a little too much, but by being able to learn just really basic adjustment layer stuff, you can just punch stuff up in terms of like giving it just a little bit more presence, a little bit more contrast without it looking super overexposed. Um there's also a lot of work that you can do while taking the photo, like but I would not know how to I wouldn't know how to do that. But yeah, but as in terms of like in-camera composition, you have a really strong sense of composition. We have obviously we have our foreground, we have our background that again that focal distance is giving us a priority. We are looking at this monkey, we are prioritizing looking at this monkey. And then secondarily, we have another triangular composition here. Um and that strong diagonal just makes everything way more interesting. What you're saying makes sense. There's a lot in common with illustration and photography. Absolutely. Yeah, I think the work that you've done while taking the photo makes all the difference. These are really strong. You have a very strong eye for composition. And this goes the same with illustration. Composition, this big triangle. We also have a rule of thirds, but in almost it's kind of broken up. I think it's a little too simple to say, "Oh yeah, just have the top third and then the bottom two thirds." But here you can see in the bottom two thirds, we have everything important is right here. Everything important is right here, and we have the top left open. Um, and so here we go. So yeah, so this is just another really cool piece. Again, we have, the strong. Oh, let me go here. Diagonal, diagonal, you know, we're really just focused on this spot here. How dare you, monkey? That's my cousin. Oh, sorry. What's your cousin's name? He's giving Roberto. He's giving Eugene. I kind of love him. I also love this arm that's like curved up around this branch. Uh Winton. Winton. So yeah, this arm hugging this branch is really special. Obviously, this isn't something that you planned, it's just what was there. Um, and but yeah, we also have a very strong contrast. And so now if I this so this levels layer is a bit too much exposure. Hi, oh my gosh, 66. Jeez. So let me change. Here's some of the mid. I'm changing the darks now. I don't want to lose too much of the detail that you've gotten. So this is like mid-level. This is these are the darks, and then the light. I don't want to overdo it. Okay, so here is the before, after. This one's way more subtle. Before, after. We haven't lost all of the texture here in the bottom. Before, after. It's just kind of sharpened it a little bit. Um Put a little bit of vibrancy here. You could also put a hue saturation layer on top. So if I bump the saturation, here it is with more saturation. So, um, oops, Photoshop. So here with additional saturation and a levels layer, before, after, before, after. Yeah, that might just be my long lost twin. You're beautiful. Yeah, beautiful. It's true. So yeah, no, this is just a stunning composition. I think too, I mean, the eyes really are just kind of the focus of even if you just had it like this, you know what I mean? Like even this is really special, but because we see there's verticality here, there's something up there, there's some sort of something that this little guy is up to. Like either they're climbing, they're trying to get somewhere, or maybe they see something that they're after. But the light is hitting the face so superbly, um that we're being given another really beautiful piece. Here we have, our focus is being drawn right here. So let me show you here. We have this, and then we have a lot of the background. We're actually using the negative space here to sell, you know, where we should be looking. So even though there's a lot of really bright things here, our focus is still very much on the character or our subject. Um and so if I were to reverse everything else, and then you introduce a little bit of differentiation here. So now if we kind of put a little bit of a fuzzy, maybe this is a little bit of gray. We have this brightness here, right in the center, that's calling our attention. This is what's calling our attention right here in the middle. And of course we have things like this that are cutting into this dark shape here. But yeah, no, we're looking here. Everything is telling us to look right here. And I think also too, it's something in our mind that's like, oh, their eyes, those are facial features that I can recognize. So I'm looking right here. But yeah, this is just with a levels layer and a little bit of a hue shift. Actually, let me look at the hue shift. The saturation, I bumped it up by 25. So this is just a saturation layer um for the greens and a levels layer. And somebody that is more accustomed to doing photo manipulation or photo touch-ups would probably have a lot more specific work that they would do to these. But I honestly, with just these two things before, after, it's just, it shouldn't change the skill that you've already put into taking the photograph. It just enhances. Um, if I did actually, let me try the same thing. Let me take a saturation layer. Oops, to the other ones and see what that looks like. Yeah, before, after. When do photos look too saturated to you? Honestly, I love color. And you can see here, so this is only 25. It's just it's really just bringing you this red light that's coming in through the tarps, but if I let me show you what it looks like at 100. That's what it looks like at 100. It's blown out our color to high heavens. It's created this blue here that's very strange. However, um, some some photography warrants that hypersaturation. Some photography utilizes lighting to create unnatural color language. Um, so they'll have, like, neon lights, there'll be, a lot of photography of, like, cityscapes at night, but this red is just coloring so much of the photo, and this person's absence of that red light, but also too, the shirt and the bags on his arm are adding back that red. So here we have before, after. You can even there Photoshop is a photo manipulating tool, like, it's literally built to enhance photographs. So there are tools where you can knock back everything but red. Like you can literally manipulate how much red is in something. I'm just doing the very bare minimum. Like literally before, after. It's so subtle. It doesn't have to be too much. Here it is with a saturation layer of 25%, or rather plus 25 in terms of saturation. So before, after. We'll go here with the same. This is the same plus 25 for after, before, after. So really, I mean, you don't need a lot. There's that same I'm just copying and pasting the same thing before, after. And in this case, if you wanted the orange to stand out, there are tools for you to do that. Let me see if I can there like you can base I don't know, it's there's channel mixer, so if you go to the channel mixer, I can change how much red is in a piece. Like, ew, look at that. So if I wanted to pull out the reds, this is me pulling out the red. I can also push back I can change how much green is in something. So this is obviously not right. But you can really kind of mess around with what's happening here. It's a very delicate balance of making it not look like it's been touched. So here's like more blue. Whoa. And so now you can see here that because I enhanced the red, some of these orange bits are like standing out crazy. Um and it's just really really subtle shifts in I mean, it's a whole other art, and I'm not a photographer, and I don't specialize in photo manipulation. Um, but even then, so here's before, here's after. It almost gives like an unnatural glow to that orange. Um, but yeah, so there's a lot to learn when it comes to like photo retouching. Um, Yeah, the teal filter blew me. Yeah, it did. Yeah. So yeah, so there's a lot of stuff that not even I know, but even just basically even if you just focus on the contrast, like before, after, you could literally just do that, and here it is with a little bit more saturation. Before, after. Very basic changes, I think more than suffice, especially too if photography isn't your full-time job, if it's something that you're pursuing as a hobby and is a way for you to express yourself and also make memories of the places that you're traveling to, these these pictures without any touching are super special and super really I don't know, they're very beautiful to look at. So, even if you didn't do anything, they're very spectacular, and I really appreciate you sharing them with me. I really enjoyed these. Um, I think my favorite is this one. I don't know, something about this one, you did a really good job of cropping out anything that would pull us away from this little space that we're in, and also something about the scale seems like they're either giant or really small, and it feels like this is, like, based on these flowers, and some of the roughage here, it feels like these are relatively small columns. However, it's almost as if we're small, um, and that we are, we could climb on top of these, you know what I mean? I think this one's my favorite just because of how there's a special sense of adventure. My second favorite is this one. Let me save I will save these and I'll send you the slightly retouched versions. Um, I don't know if you have Photoshop, but if you want the Photoshop files to kinda see what I did in there, I'm more than happy to send those to you as well if you want them. Let me just make sure they're all saved. Lovely. And we'll move on to the next. They're about torso sized. That makes sense. Yeah, because these bricks back here, almost like there's, like, a well or something or, like, a wall. Um, yeah, no, I love it. I love how much texture there is in this greenery right here. Yeah. Yeah, I love it. 1,000 out of 10. Alright, all of those have been saved, and let me open the next one. Y'all, we're almost 5 hours in. We have a couple more things that we can look at. We have a 2 illustrations, and a character illustration. So I'm gonna go to the character illustration. This one is by Akuma. There we go. And this is a traditional piece. Not a pro, I'm happy for the feedback. No, I love it. I loved all your pieces. They are very beautiful photos. I only wish I had more knowledge to share. But I really appreciate it. Let me see. Hi, Mr. Dude, how are you? How you doing? Are you ready? I'm your little butterfly. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome in. So this was submitted by Akuma, and this is a traditional piece. Akuma also submitted the just black and white pencil that was done underneath of this. Looks like it might be some watercolor, some colored pencil, and maybe marker. So with traditional pieces, yeah, we do art critiques. I used to do them monthly, but since it's a little slow around the holidays, this is the first one that we've done this year. Um, so I'm excited. I'm excited to do more of these. So the first thing with um with doing something or critiquing something that's traditional when we're not standing right in front of it is that we have to take into account that this was a photograph of a piece. So if the color balance and the contrast are off, it might be a victim of the photography. So I'm gonna do my best to try to emulate what it might have looked like if we were standing right there and try to give a little bit more. And this is something that we've had, before. Let me see. Yeah. Trying to get it to look about what it might look like a little bit more if we were standing in front of it. Great. Okay, so I'm gonna group these and lock it. So yeah, so there's a mixed media here. Uh, Colored pencil. I know that graphite, like actual graphite pencil, is the base, so the character was drawn out first and then colored. And I really like the monster design. Akuma has submitted pieces before that have been all like creature and monster designs, and I think they're all super cool. That's kind of their MO. Um, and so starting off with this monster, I think the design is really cool. I'm getting something kind of reptilian, kind of rocky. And I think the reddish brown texture and color here is giving this very powerful, almost like rock monster rather than like metallic and even kind of like scaled here, along with these big horns. I love the recurrence of horns in this monster design. So there really isn't anything I would change about this monster. I think me personally, for personal taste, I would love to see some sort of tail, some sort of large tail, big kind of like crocodilian, something like that with like these big spikes on it. But I think with even without that, this character is giving like armor. So we have almost like a breastplate here. I think the collar is especially, selling breastplate, almost like a helmet structure here. We're getting a lot of really cool, uh, you know, imagery here of a very strong um, warrior of some sort. So I think that's really cool. The only thing I really could offer would be just ironing out some of the anatomy and giving this character a bit more presence, especially on our background. I like the green, I like the red. I think that's a wise choice. And if you guys were here at the beginning of the stream, red and green are complementary. So this reddish brown here can stand up off of this red because they are complementary. So they are meant to push each other uh, and complement each other, which is why they're called complementary. So I guess all I would really do is just go into, let me copy and then start um, slightly adjusting some of these things. So let me grab this arm here. We have some really strong, thick arms. Everything about the body is exuding like strength. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to paste it. And I'm just going to slowly start warping this to give it a little bit more length in the upper arm and then a little bit more length in the bottom, the forearm as well. Um, I don't want to get too crazy. Actually, what I might do here, the arms are a bit too short, but again, with creature design, you can really push and play uh with proportion to an extent. So let me just do a sketch on top. So if we wanted to give this character a bit more of a top heavy look, the legs are very sturdy. They're doing a good job of supporting this character up here. So I think we could probably, let me do a different color. We could probably add some length. Let me There we go. There we go. Let me make it a little bit easier for us to see. Wonderful. So I think that we could probably push this arm being a little bit, having the shoulders be a little bit broader. So maybe bring this corner spike here and having the upper arm kind of come here. Maybe we could segment the plates a little bit more, give it a little bit more of that armor feeling. But I like the design a lot. I don't want to change too much of the integrity of this design because I already like what's happening. I'm just adding a little bit more stability into what's already here. So let me grab what would be the forearm here and the hand. And I'm going to move those down and I'm going to rotate it in. So now with this arm is even bigger. It's a little bit more balanced. And even then I could probably bring it even more. I'm going to add a little bit of length to the forearm and the hand. There we go. So we've just given a little bit more to this arm here, a little bit more girth, for lack of a better term. Um, and also just adjusted some of the proportion. And then I'm gonna do the same thing to the arm on the other side. So let me just copy and paste. We have something a bit like this on the other side. And because we're seeing it in a little bit different perspective, obviously we can adjust it a little bit, lift it up a little bit. Maybe the arm's a little bit more bent here. But I'm going to broaden out these shoulders. One thing too, I can see also that Akama was limited by the size of the paper. If we had a little bit more room on the sides, we could even further, give this character a little bit more to work with. But I mean, you can only do what you can with the materials that you're working with. So that's not so much an issue with like skill. It's just honestly you have what you have, and the fact that you're working in traditional mediums. I mean, scanning this in and doing some work to it after the fact to just enhance what you've already done um can do wonders. Let me grab this whole thing and make it just a smidge smaller here. There we go. So now we have some really interesting things happening with this character design. Let me now start like posing a little bit more. Obviously, too, we're just getting the idea of this character. So if Akuma's goal was to just kind of design this character, might not be superposed, might not be doing too much. I feel like because I'm getting such a vibe with like armor, like they're a warrior of some sort, I almost want to see this character holding a weapon. So having let me see. Let me grab this forearm and actually, yeah, hold on. Let me grab this forearm and let me turn it the opposite direction. And having this character have a break in their pose kind of gives us a little bit more interest. I'm just doing very basic, just but I kind of want to see this character with some sort of weapon. Um, I think that could be a really cool addition if they are meant to be some sort of warrior. Um, so now I'm breaking up a little bit of the pose. Whoa!
You got mail.
Holy moly! Welcome, Raiders! Aladdin brings chemtrails. Welcome in. Hi, everybody. Welcome. My goodness, Pompadour Diamond. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Mandi Quin, Mall Mannequin. I'm an illustrator, animator, and professional goober, and today we are doing art critiques. What were you up to today, Giop? Is it Giop? Welcome in, Clover. Thank you so much for the follow. Hi there, everybody. If you don't already know me, like I said, I'm Mandi Quin, Mall Mannequin. I draw stuff like this. I draw a lot of really crazy stuff. I love bright colors. I hope you had a fabulous stream today. I love the XP theme. Thank you so much. I hope you guys had a fabulous time. Funky Mocha, welcome in. Heck yeah, Rick. Oh my gosh, Catter Patches, welcome guys. I hope you guys had a fabulous stream. What were you doing today? The Garfield? Thank you. Oh my goodness gracious. I'm looking, I'm lurking, I'm peeping. Oh my goodness. Hell yeah. I'm just looking at all your stuff because I'm a nosy nobody. Welcome in everybody. I hope you had a fabulous time. Garf. Thank you so much for the raid. What were you up to today? Thank you for the follow as well. My goodness. Xenomorphides? Here, you know what? Alien's got some ballistics. Here, you wanna see her a little closer? You wanna see her beautiful smile? Love your drawing of ghosts on the left. Thank you. That's Hatsune Miku and the band Ghosts. I was over on Gibbs looking at Curse Zillow listings. Hi, Bug. How are you? I hope you guys had a really good time. What the heck? Thank you so much for the follows and the love. Let me show you guys a little bit of what I do. It is Miku. Hell yeah. Let me open up some of my art. Guys, we were doing an art critique today. We're looking at art submitted by our lovely followers. If you're interested in stuff like this, I have a link to my art critique form And at any time, I try to do these once a month. But if you're looking for a professional illustrator's commentary on stuff that you're working on, hit me up. I was gonna ask if it was Miku. Yeah, it's both. I still need to draw the new Papa Perpetua. So if you guys are fans of Ghost, I love Ghost. But yeah, all my overlays and my model I made myself. I thank you again for the raid. If any of y'all need to go take care of yourselves, please do. All right. If you need to raid and run, absolutely. I've been yapping for like 5 hours, but I can yap some more. Let me show you guys a little bit of what I like to do. First off, y'all were talking about the Xeno Mommy. Xeno Mommy is the title of the piece. I hope you don't mind. Always love a yapper. Thank you. Mall cop? Well, I'm a mall mannequin and you're a mall cop, so
Sip, sip.
let's freaking go. I didn't say that out loud. Thank you so much. Let me take a sip of my coffee. I hope you guys had a wonderful time. Thank you again for the raid and welcome everybody. If you guys want to find me elsewhere, I do have a blue sky and I have a coffee and all that good stuff. So if you want to find me over there, take a gander. Xenomommy? Sorry. Xenomommy? Sorry. Sorry, my chair is loud as shit too. Let me zoom into her features. Her smile? You like her smile? Is that what you guys are looking at? She's got beautiful teeth. Orthodontists go crazy. Orthodontists, eat your heart out. I mean, genuinely, also, yes. Look at that smile. For any of you guys that are interested in illustration techniques, I used a gradient map, a great set of chompers. Yes, absolutely. I used a gradient map to color this. I can go on forever about gradient maps. I tend to well, I tend to go crazy. Mall cop, welcome in. Welcome to the mall. Feel free to go crazy, go stupid, and welcome in everybody. Here, let me actually find the original so I can explain a little bit more. But for those of you that don't know, a gradient map is essentially taking a value scale of black to white and then putting color there instead. I'm looking at the shop. Can you show the Furbchen teller on stream too? Yes. Oh, thank you so much. Well, first off, thank you so much for looking at my shop. That's very nice of you. One of the people I follow on Tumblr uses a lot of gradient maps too. They look great. They're an awesome tool if you, let's say you have a foundation in drawing in pencil. So you're working your way into digital or you already have a pretty strong idea of using value. Gradient maps can be a really fun way to get into color, especially things that are kind of metallic. Go I go kind of crazy on color. So you but some people don't. Uh I don't know those people. No, I'm just kidding. Let me find the raw file for Xenomommy. There we go. So I can give you a little bit of a breakdown of this, and then I'll definitely show you the Furbchen teller. So let me get rid of some of this stuff. You can see just me just breaking up some of the stuff. So I have a lighting. Oh, we'll just get rid of that. There we go. Let me change how big my layers are too. There we go. Now I can see. So for the colors, I have several lighting layers here. So here is with the lighting and without the lighting. And then here it is, don't blink. Choo! This is what I rendered it with. I just used black and white. So I used a mid-tone gray. Oops. So this is what it started with gray. Um And it's amazing what you can do. Let me turn off the color for the line art. So here is just the line art and the gray underneath. Um, and then I rendered it like this. This is just black on mid-tone gray. So you can already see that we're kind of getting that very quintessential uh alien, like what we can come to expect from the xenomorph. And the HR Giger style is almost exclusively done in black and white. This is really interesting. Yeah, finish effect reminds me a ton of the 90s Trapper Keeper art. Thank you. That's that's the vibe I'm going for. Let's go. So yeah, before, after. This is one layer, it's just black. I use the default soft round brush in Photoshop because I'm a basic bitch. The bigger the brush, the softer the edges, the smaller the brush, the harder the edges. And then I came in with the highlights, which is just white. And then I added a little bit of bloom here. This is an overlay uh blending mode. Sorry. And then after that, I added this. So this is the gradient map. I'll take a screenshot of what that looks like um here. And for gradient maps, it is basically as if you're using a black and white gradient and then you're assigning color to different areas of the gradient. So here you can see where black would have been, it's this deep purple, and where my white would have been, it is this bright warm yellow. So just by and I've added pink. So the point of adding different colors is to make sure that the blend between your large colors ends up looking smooth. So I have a color here. Let me make this a little bit more obvious to look at. I usually work with just pencils, so this is yeah, hell yeah. This actually could work too. If you like using traditional media, I recommend using pencil and then maybe sealing that pencil, and going over it with washes of watercolor. That would give you a similar effect. Also, if you wanted to scan in a pencil drawing and apply gradient maps to that pencil drawing, you could also do that. That's something that I did in college. So I have a color here, I have a color here, you can see I have a color here, and I have a color here. So with just 4 colors, I added this pink to give myself a little bit more control over how these 2 colors blended with one another, because otherwise, they would be a little bit muddy. So by introducing this deep magenta, I could control a little bit more of how the colors look in between. I do enjoy my watercolors, but I'll be polite and say I'm learning. No, that's totally valid. Watercolor is hard. I'm an acrylic girly. I haven't used acrylic in quite some time. Um, Here are those additional light layers, and then here's what happens when I colored my line art. Oops, what is that? There we go. So yeah, so that's basically what I did. If you guys like hearing about art tips and stuff, I try to do that as much as possible. The art critiques are actually when I do the most yapping about color theory and stuff like that. Um, Acrylic paint pens, my beloved. Yes, yes. If you do like traditional, I highly recommend investing in some sort of program, whether it's Photoshop or Clip Studio. Clip Studio is probably also a better option for you. There are also free alternatives, but one of the best things I was taught, I have a bachelor's in illustration, um, is learning how to take your traditional art and transform it into a digital form is very useful because that's how you can make merchandise of your work. That's how you can make high quality prints of your work if that is something you're interested in. Um, and so just having the ability to take a good photo or a scan of your work and then do basic manipulation to enhance the work you already did traditionally is a giant skill. So if that's something you're interested in, I recommend going online and looking up YouTube videos about how to do digital retouching of traditional paintings or illustrations. Um, it is a huge skill to have. It's a very valuable skill to have. Let me go. Let me indulge you also in your request to see um, the Fortune teller. There we go. So I did this one. This is actually my most recent illustration, my most recent large illustration. Good idea. Sometimes I forget YouTube tutorials are real. Yeah, you're you're so right. You're so right. No, honestly, as somebody who has a degree and has worked as an illustrator now for almost 10 years, I've worked in television animation. I'm working currently in games. Um, Honestly, a degree going to a university to get your information is not necessary. The internet has such a wealth of information. The only problem is knowing that you can look for it or where to look or what to search. It can be really frustrating and intense, like knowing where to start. But honestly, one of the best things I could suggest if you're looking to set up a strong foundation in art is to look at textbooks. Um, I have a textbook. Hold on. I have a wonderful textbook. Hold on, hold on. Let me get the textbook off my shelf. Hold on, I got a textbook. I've got a book. It's not even a textbook. Let me see. Oh, hold on. Where are you? And I'm so sorry. Hello? No. Found it. I found it. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay, hold on, hold on. Oh, I actually took a book off a shelf. I do have to say I love this hand overlay. Thank you. It is a game called V-Hand, and it has some basic customization. I just use the customization that's available. But if you go into the game files and find the textures that are used, you can actually draw new textures and save over them, which I've been meaning to do. Degrees are fantastic for meeting like-minded peers, but jobs need portfolio. Absolutely. So this is a book called Color and Light by James Gurney. If you like illustration at all, James Gurney will be a name that you recognize. Let me put that Color and Light by James Gurney. Oink. If you guys are familiar with Dinotopia, those were all made with oil paintings. All those illustrations are oil paintings. Big Roman architecture guy, absolutely. Yeah, so Color and Light by James Gurney is a book that I highly recommend. It's super, 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 super detailed about telling you all about color. I have so many tabs in this book for all the chapters. Stuff like three-quarter lighting here. It's all oil paint too. This guy was crazy. Things about painting moonlight, things about painting rainbows and very subtle, soft effects. And if you're interested in traditional media, um, at all. It's a wealth of knowledge, but all of this is to say that if you have a strong foundation, it'll affect your digital art tenfold. Um, yeah, no. Anyway, here's Furbtion Teller. Let me zoom in. I really love drawing fucking weird stuff. I love drawing weird shit. Um, Furbies are definitely one of them. I have a Furby model as well. Um, so yeah, I really enjoy having things that have glitter and sparkles. Here's the Warb.
Drink water or else.
Thank you for telling me to drink water or else. Thank you. I be yapping. Oh, all right. Put your favorite emotes in the chat, y'all. Oh, I'm stretching. I want to see them wiggle. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Pix, why you grabbing at me? Oh my god, I love Bugs emotes. Look at you guys go. Thank you for forcing me to hydrate and asking me to fix my spine. I really appreciate you. Um, so yeah, so this is the Warb. Obviously, we love a little worm on a string moment. You know, we love glitter. It's giving one of those little tube toys as well, those squishy tube toys or like glitter bracelets, you know, anything like 2000s. The outfit is giving cheetah girls. Let me also show you the Garfield. This one's actually a little bit older. This is from around when I started VTubing. My 2-year anniversary is coming up soon, guys. Yippee! I didn't color any of the lines. If I could go back, actually, I do have a little bit of coloring on this. Um, for all the new people thinking, "Ew, PNG tuber." I get it. We're working on that issue. No. I am a PNG tuber. For any of you that are curious, by the way, I use a program called Honk, and I made a tutorial on how to do this. If you like this kind of thing, I do want to make a model out of this as well. I think that'd be so much fun. Um, the wings were really fun. This is my aim for this was like a Lisa Frank folder, like a Trapper Keeper or a folder or like a coloring book. Um, Yeah. As a PNG tuber, I would never throw such shade. Yeah. I am a PNG tuber. I love PNG tubers. Uh, don't mind Jay. Jay has a little bit of a vendetta, but we're working on that. We're working on that. So your model movement is mapped to your cursor. That's really clever. Yeah, it is. So Honk uses a sprite sheet. Well, you don't have to make the sprite sheet. There are segments for you to insert sprites of the mouth, which is why my mouth looks like this. It's all audio. There's no camera. I don't have a camera on at all. So if you have a mic and a mouse, you can use Honk. You also don't have to make it move around like this. I separated my pieces as if it were like a Live 2D or a PNG Tuber Plus model. It's not as thorough as Live 2D. But let's say you just wanted the mouth to move and the eyes to blink, you could totally do that. But if you separate things out really thoroughly and assign more sensitivity to the mouse tracking, so each piece is, around the middle of my face, those pieces move a lot more than the pieces that are out around like the rim of my head. And it gives the effect that my head is turning, but in reality, it's just some things move a little bit more and some things move a little less. So if you're interested in that, that YouTube video will tell you how I did that. If you become biblically accurate Garfield, your voice needs to be 5 octaves deeper and have reverb. I'll work on getting voice mod working. Be not afraid, for I am Garfield. I'm so impressed by how much specific vibes were captured, reminding me of something from back in the day. My brain keeps wanting to say Gaia Online. Oh yeah. No, 2002 is the energy I'd like to capture. I used to play Zwinky. Shout out to the Zwinky Club Penguin Webkins. I love Webkins. I'm actually going to be doing some big upgrades um for my 2-year anniversary. And because you guys have stuck around so much, first off, thank you guys for chilling and hanging out. I hope you guys have been having a wonderful time. And thank you again for those of you that raided in. If you guys are still here, thank you again for the raids. I really appreciate you. There's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Yeah, we love webcams. We love webcams in this house. But if you'd like to see, uh, this is my old logo. If you would like to see some of the new overlays that I've been working on, allow me to further go into that. Let me see. So recently, actually on stream the other day, I made this new schedule art based off of my overlay art. So this is a commission that I got from Spats. Spats is really, really slay. Glad my little niche game is still up and strong. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Webkins, we love you. Rest in peace. It's not dead, we just miss it. So we actually spent most of the stream working on these. This is Adobe Illustrator, which is a vector program, and if I use the wireframe mode, you could see I built all of these from scratch. Um and so yeah, we spent a lot of time making these social media icons with which take up no space at all. Also, nothing but respect for fellow one strap overalls. Yes, yep. My usual outfit has the one strap overall situation. So yeah, so this overlay or this schedule is based off of my overlay. The forbidden candy, yeah, they do look like gushers. Let me open up. I used the same art to make a model reveal sheet. There we go. Let me close some of these things. Nor. So here's the model reveal sheet. Very similar. Obviously, I used the same art. But there's going to be a new model. There's going to be new overlays. I made all of these overlays that you see here, but the model is being made by Trex, aka a real pup. This is the first model that I've ever commissioned. So everything else has been made by me, and I'm working on a live 2D model as well. That's going to be in a different style, but I'm super excited about this. I'm very excited about this. Um, and I am just absolutely stoked. Here are what my panels are gonna look like. Really just going for the shiny Frutiger arrow. Um, just kind of 2002 to 2005, maybe 1998 if you're looking in the right places. So I hope you guys come back for that 2-year anniversary. I'm really excited. Everybody loves an arrow. Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. So yeah, if you guys are curious, hi Prickles. I'm super excited too. I also am getting some cool Prickles art. Kind of dope. If you guys are interested, again, you can check out my Blue Sky or my card, or not my card, my coffee. And on my coffee, I have a whole gallery. So if you're interested in just looking at that, and then I also have a merch website, which has all sorts of things like shirts and prints and stickers. Um, and we're actually currently working on a let me open up something real quick. We made some keychain designs, and so these are our little chatter guys, and we made them into keychains. And people over the past week or so have been voting on which one they want. So we get the Papa Miku print. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. So these are the little chatter guys. These are you guys. These are all you guys, your little babies. So people have been voting in the Discord and on Blue Sky for which one they like. Um, so this was the current lineup. So if you guys like any of these, let me find the Blue Sky post for you. So if you would like to contribute your vote, you certainly can. Let me make sure that I have the post. There we go. Copy link, please. Bam. Yeah, that's us. That's me. That's you. Here you go. So if you guys want to vote, you can go to that Blue Sky post and cast your vote. The one thing is that on fourth wall, any acrylic keychain needs 50 orders to fulfill. Very similar to if you've ever gotten a makeshift plush, where they've had a minimum number that they needed to reach, or like a crowdfunding situation. That's what would happen with these guys. So please let me know which one you like. Hell yeah. I'm a pink one with a mustache and a top hat. Very gender. Absolutely. Here, you guys, here. Let's do mass. Wow. There you go. Enjoy. Have fun. Make good choices. There you are. There you go. Look at you guys going crazy. Go stupid. Go crazy. Go stupid. Hell yeah. Hell. Oh God. Oh God. It keeps happening. It keeps going. Anyway, thank you so much for letting me yap about these. Let me go back to our let me go back. Actually, I'm gonna just keep this poink. Let's go back to the art critique we were doing. So we're currently doing an art critique for one of our followers, Akuma, who has submitted this piece. Oh wow. Sorry. Has submitted this monster design, which is really fucking cool. Looks to be done with watercolor pencil and colored pencil. Man, it's been a hot minute since the biggest wedding. You mean the fattest wedding? Yeah, there's the new people don't know. Spare them. Please, spare them. Don't subject them to the to the chaos of the fattest wedding. Guys, don't even worry about that. So yeah, we're just yeah, we're full of beans over here. So before you guys came in, we were chatting about potentially changing up this character's pose, a little bit of the proportion of this character as well, giving a little bit more presence to these arms. That was a warning shot. No. Guys, I'm scared. Don't do that. Oh no. No. Please, I'm innocent. No, it's in my eyes. Oh, it's in my eyes. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh boy. Are you guys okay? Are you guys alright? It keeps going, yeah. Are you guys okay? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you had to hear that. Oh, is everybody alright? It'll clear, don't worry. The fumes, they don't last. Please. Oh, it's in my eyes. Oh, it's in my eyes. Our table. Oh no. Our table. No, guys, it's okay. You're alright. See, it's already diffused. Man, 12 dead in Florida. No. No, please. You guys, I hope you are doing all right. That's a little rough. You guys are being initiated. I'm so sorry. Holy cow. Anyway, I really like the shape that's being made with this breastplate back here. This collarbone area. Sorry, Chad, I'm lactose intolerant. I didn't know you lactose. Dang. Wow. Just kidding. So I have this really cool collarbone situation here. So now I just want to make sure that the rest of the body like follows suit with that. Lactose intolerant gang stand up or ice cream in hand. They're just intolerant to people who lactose. Aw. Lactose intolerant. No, you're right. No, you're right. So I want to make sure that this chest is beefed out a little bit. I am very guilty of giving big booblies to men or masculine figures. I can't resist giving big booblies. Y'all want to see big boobly bitch? After this, I promise I won't detour anymore. Look, I gave him huge arms. I love Lio so much. Pulling up to the function with 5 cheese pizza. Wait, you're so powerful. You're so strong. I think you mean never does anything wrong in their life. Yeah, no, for real. You've never done anything wrong in your life ever, and I know this. Yeah, I love Lios, and I gave him some thick fucking arms. I don't know. Big booblies and thick arms. Ask Bug about her Lios print. That's about same energy is God, ask me about my deals. On the show that I used to work on, we had very muscle-armed characters or, like, very fit dudes. Um, so I got very accustomed to drawing muscled arms because I became a lead on the illustration team, and I was just drawing onto I was making notes for characters, keep them on model. So I just started drawing these fucking arms. And that's just it's stuck with me forever. I don't think I'll ever be able to escape it. Anyway, also this little fang I add to everybody, it's my curse. It's my curse. Um, when Munticore raided in, we bonded over the fact that we gave characters these little fangs. I don't care what anyone says, Laios is a thick boy. Oh, yeah. There's that one art of Laios sitting on the beach. I think if you know, you know. PhD in daddy art. The D in PhD stands for daddy. Did you know that? Things are literally so moral. Yeah, I'm very respectful and normal. I know what piece you're talking about. Oh, I know. Yeah, that might be Buck's print. The one with the tummy. Yeah. Oh man. It's like every time it shows up in my brain, it's the Akira. No, Akira. No. Here, Lios Beach print. Let me look it up. Yep. Found it. It's so good though. I hope this artist made millions of dollars. I hope this person made a bunch of money. I hope this person made a fuck ton of money. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Hold on, I'm nervous. Sorry. Makes me nervous. I think Twitch is gonna come for me. Anyway. I hope that person made $1 billion. Anyway, more booby. More booby for this fella. Another streamer I saw the other day had the Akira with Laios. As they should. As they should. Alright. So we have these really cool breastplate features. Just got slapped with ads, but yeah, that's Buck's print. It's good. It's because it's good. I don't know. It's because it slaps. It's really good. I don't know. I gotta draw more thirsty fan art. You know what I mean? I gotta draw more thirsty. Ads headlocked me, but Goat Firefox got me. Slay. Stranglehold Bezos. Take every dollar from that fucking weirdo. Okay, so here I'm just kind of balancing off the side of the chest. I'm really just adding a little bit more here on this side to balance it out. Really not doing anything crazy. And then we're gonna give a little bit more to the rib area here, just to kind of play off the shapes that Akuma's already put here. I'm not aiming to change too much of what Akuma has done here because I think the foundation's super strong. I'm just enhancing. I'm just enhancing. Computer enhance. Computer enhance. Show me this guy's balls. Sorry. Sorry. put a little bit of the hip back here. Jeff Bezos doesn't need any more money. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Jeff Bezos, more like Jeff Bezos. Is he particularly aligned with melty cheese? Are we maybe I've missed something. Maybe I've missed something. Maybe I don't understand. But I appreciate the energy you brought to the function. I really do. For real, support streamers via their Ko-fi. Absolutely. And also too, with there's merchandise. I'm planning on making more stuff. So if you guys are interested in that, I'm working on it. And also I'll be offering commissions someday soon. That'd be kind of neato. All right, let me make some sort of like horned staff or something like that. Maybe something that follows the horn striations. And then we have like some sort of weapon. Maybe it's like a spear of some sort. Yeah. I'm in ad hell, so I'm only guessing what the combo is. You're so right, Prickles. You're so strong. Welcome back. Welcome back. You're so strong. You guys are so brave. I hope you guys survived the ads. You guys are so brave. Congratulations. All right. I added some sort of gnarled knobby thing. I feel like I feel like it should be more structured than that. I feel like it should be more structured. It's giving wizard staff, and I don't think that's the energy I'm looking for. We're just gonna go some sort of spear of some sort. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. Bone spear? Yeah, that's kind of neat. That's kind of dope. Yeah, I like the stability of this straight. This is the straight staff. A menacing looking creature being a wizard's my favorite thing. That is actually pretty cool. That's actually pretty cool. No, you're white for that. Speaking of, if any of y'all are new here, which many of you are, but if you want to see how cringe you are, let's see how cringe. Damn it! Dang it! I need to be more cringe! I can't. How am I not this cringe? Cheapers. All right. 98%. Jeez Louise. 61. You guys are doing way better than me. What the heck? I'm gonna add a little bit of you guys are doing great. You guys are doing crazy. 60? Oh my god. Oh my gosh. You guys are going crazy. Oh my god, you guys are going crazy. Y'all on X Games Mo. It went up drastically. Yeah, you guys are doing numbers. I've gotten a cringe today. That's okay. That's all right. Hey, you know what? That's all right, buddy. You'll get more cringe tomorrow. If I'm not streaming tomorrow, but I think you're going to be so cringe. You're doing great. 61 the scale is wrong. No one knows that I remember the lyrics to emo song by heart. I'm an emo kid, nonconforming as can be. You'd be nonconforming too if you were just like me. I got paint on my nails and make them on my face. Anyway. Oh, yeah. Hi, Manuel. How are you? Oh my god. Almost like that one song by Lemon Demon, uh where it was like the showdown. This is the greatest showdown. My husband hates when I bust that sound. You're just wielding your power and asserting your dominance, and it scares him. It scares him that you're so powerful, I think, is what is actually, yeah, ultimate, yeah. Lemon Demon's actually very good. In in college, they released an album called Spirit Phone, and that's also a very if you like quirky, if you like Lemon Demon, they're very specific. If you like Lemon Demon, you're gonna love that. It absolutely scares him. Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny, yeah, absolutely. Oh, old YouTube. Makes me think of Charlie the Unicorn. Doing well, how are you? I'm doing fabulous. We're doing an art critique stream, and I got sidetracked because we got a raid, and I was showing people the stuff I was working on. So I'm currently just giving this character a little bit more shoulder, a little bit more length to the arm, giving them a really domineering pose, and giving them some sort of spear. I think that would be kind of dope. That's one of my favorite words recently is dope. So my group always just starts singing two trucks out of nowhere. I looked up emo song on YouTube. I didn't expect the video age to be as old as 17 years. Listen, I just dusted off my bones yesterday, please. I can't do this again. I just dusted my bones thoroughly the other day. You can't do this to me. It's my space, it's my area. You can't do this to me. I miss when it was just cringe and not skibbity toilet. Yeah. It's a different type of cringe. It's just a different type of cringe. If you guys want to know my favorite video, it's Casey Frey. And it's this one where it's called Take Out the Trash. I love that video so much. It's not very old. Um, but I love that video so much. Hold on, let me just yeah. Before, after. Look at how beefy I made this dude. Damn. My favorite album is 22 years old. You're so real. How bonus mannequin? Don't watch Black Butler Book of Circus. Don't watch Black Butler Book of Circus. Don't hey, just don't watch. Hey, just don't watch Black Butler Book of Circus. Also, Black Butler girlies and gailies unite. I was actually in Jen's chat the other night, or I think it was last night, and we were talking about Black Butler because the theme song, the ending song came on. I was like, my Shayla. Book of Circus tore my freaking heart out. Yes, it did. Also, Sebastian got to fuck again. Spoiler alert. Sebastian gets to fuck again. Hold on, let me find that YouTube video so you guys can. It is actually my humor in one video, which is kind of crazy. Um, it's my humor in one 3 minute 32-second long. There we go. It's just me. This is me for real. I hope you guys enjoy. Um, please peer review and let me know what you think. I imagine there's some metal parts in there holding her together. Full Metal Alchemist. Introducing my 8-year-old to Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Chat, he's cooked. Absolutely cooked. Your 8-year-old's gonna get absolutely seared. Like a steak on a griddle. I've only seen season 1 of Black Butler. Season 2 is non-canonical. Um, and everything's kind of weird. So you're not really missing anything. I recommend the manga, which I think is still going. And then there's a new season, which is basically like Hogwarts, but without magic. I think it's just because most UK school systems have a house structure, like a 4-house structure. So I mean, it's not just Harry Potter, but yeah. He took out the trash a fortnight ago. That's 2 weeks. I love the help me, I can't, dude. He chapped my lips. Me and my wife bang that quote out every once in a while, and it freaks me out that it's just so much my humor. I don't know what to do with myself. A Fortnite epic victory royale. Let's go to Tomato Town. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't like Fortnite. No offense to anybody that likes Fortnite. You're valid. You're totally valid. I don't like it because it scares me. I don't like being the last one there and then I have to like build a little fort to keep myself alive. No way. Yeah, season 2 of Black Butler is not good. Listen, I loved Black Butler, but it's not good. And that's okay. Listen, she doesn't have to be perfect all the time. I at one point thought that Vampire Night was the shit. Guess what? It's bad. Guess what? It's bad. But hey, it's okay. It's all right. Was it you who showed me the Yes, you did share your Lady Gaga lip sync. It was wonderful. Only valid Fortnite session is with 0 build. That's so bold of you to say if I understood what that meant. Hey, you know what? That's so based of you to say. If only I knew the language you were speaking, that'd be awesome. No, that'd be so dope. I'm glad I skipped Vampire Night because it was popular when I just got into reading Twilight. How? Yeah, no, I had to watch Twilight like 3 times because I was of the era where movie theater birthday parties were still a thing. Um and little Mandy was just there were so many birthdays when Twilight was in theaters, and boy did they all 3 in a row take me there. So, can I steal that bit? The how. You can have that. I didn't even Chibi Vampires, a slippery show. Yeah, Vampire Night I think the one thing that's super upsetting about Vampire Night is that the premise is cool as fuck. Having a university or a school of some kind that has a class division, well, they're all rich, but they have like rich and like just normal rich, quote quote. But having this class divide of vampire students that are like the night class and then a human student body, and then having the only people that know being the vampires and the people in the school that like protect the human student body is a really cool concept. However, there's a lot of weirdness that happens, a lot of strange, I don't know. It's not it could have been better. Um so I'm going to keep explaining what I was doing. So I'm just kind of building out some of these shapes and adding a little bit more to help the proportions, not the cousins. They're actually siblings, if you can believe that. Really almost grandfather and grandchild, but not quite. Did not age. No, it didn't. It's super based. If I knew what language would help, yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, that's worse. They're not cousins, they're siblings. It's complicated because it's complicated because, Anyway, I'm adding a little bit of pointy to this thigh, going in and matching some of these really big, beautiful, like, pointy bits that we have on these other bits. You know what I mean? Sorry, we're now almost 6 hours in. These art critique streams are so big on my brain, boink, but I do enjoy them. So here, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm just gonna kinda make sure that I have, that same shape here. Distort over here. Kinda getting a little muddy with the silhouette, but I'm just trying to maintain, um, trying to get these shapes going. I actually think the direction of the leg is much better in Akuma's, so let me just fix that. Yeah, no. But I'm just trying to make sure, yeah, I don't need that there. Just trying to make sure that our legs, our arms got very large, so now we have to make our legs just as large to help support the big upper body that we have given this character. Which let me move the whole thing up now, because we're gonna need a little bit more height for this character. I think Akuma did a wonderful job of um giving this character a very sturdy build, which is appropriate because they are a very sturdy like warrior, made of something like rock, or maybe they're made of dirt or metal. Um, a not too spicy sample of what I'm working on. You should put it in the Discord, Arya. Not too spicy sample. If of course, if it is appropriate to do so. All right. So I want these to be longer as well. I see what I did here. Let's just get rid of that. A good idea, absolutely. Man, it is muggy in here. It is muggy in here. So now I'm giving a little bit of it. Almost the way this is turning out almost makes me want this character to be like a centaur. How fucking cool would that be? Akama has submitted to the art critique before and always makes these really fascinating creature designs. So I'm not trying to get rid of um the presence and the intensity that their character already has. I don't want to change too much of the fundamentals of what Akma has given us. I just want to enhance it. So let me really quickly just continue up. I really like the shape of the feet as well. This near foot to me is a bit stronger. So let me just keep this one. I'm going to keep that one toe. There we go. Oops. Whoopsie. There we go. We're going to do a little bit of that. And then we're going to duplicate that here. And I'm going to ever so slightly skew it back a bit just to keep the toes pointed in the right direction. And let me clean that up. Wonderful. So now we have a little bit more height with this character. I don't want to talk about some heavy stuff, though I haven't gotten to really heavy stuff in it yet. I'm just still in the lay foundation half. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. Share it in the Discord. And if you need to put some spoilers or some context, please do. Oops. Now this staff looks a little too piddly. I used the word piddly the other day and my wife was like, "What is that?" was like, "Oh, it's like, piddly." And she's like, "That's something about that's silly." All right, let me make sure that I'm keeping the center of balance. So yeah, so now we can kind of see what we've got going on here. Um, let me get this. This music makes me want to play Stardew. There we go. Okay. So you can already see from what we had before. So we have before, after. We've opened up this character's pose. We've given a little bit more length to the arms and legs. Still a very top heavy character, but that just helps exude strength. We added a little bit more of the spikiness to the side of the hip here and maintained this almost like plate armor thing that's going on. I really don't have any complaint about what's happening here on the head. I especially really like these shapes that the collar has provided. Piddly, the adjective of the unit of measurement, tiddlywink. Yes, everyone, we love a tiddlywink. The properly adds the verticality. Yeah, absolutely. Also gives our character a little bit more of an open posture rather than this strong flex pose that we have here. But I really like the original pose as well. We're just giving them a little bit more presence here with an interactable item. But yeah, I really love the this shape of horn. I really love when horns do this, when they have these pointing like almost straight up. I love when horns do that. Also makes a really awesome shape for the silhouette. So yeah, so honestly, the chest and arms, I think are really where the focus should go. But aside from the chest and arms, just lengthening these legs to give a little bit more of an even proportion, and broaden these shoulders out. But other than that, I think the head is fantastic. I think the whole character, the creature design is always really great. Akuma always sends really cool stuff. Um, so let me make sure that I have make sure that I have that lined up nicely. There we go. And for anyone that does participate in the art critiques, I will send you images and like brief summaries after I'm done, usually through Discord. And if you're interested in participating in one of these, and I haven't been able to get to yours today, then look forward to seeing it next month. I think we'll have one pretty much right before our re-debut. And if we don't have one next month, then we'll have one in May. Um, because my 2.0, my 2-year anniversary, my 2K follower celebration will be happening at the end of May, which is very exciting. I'm super super stoked. Let me see who else we have. I think we have, let's see, we have an illustration left. Um and yeah, we have an illustration. And we have some typography on a poster that I might save because we already had a bit of typography today. And I might try to save my voice. What time is it? Oh, it's at 9 p.m. All right. All right. So we'll do one more. We have one more. It's an illustration. Let me open it. Oops. Submitted a singular photo. Oh, hell yeah. We'll probably get to any submissions that have been done today via the link. I will get to those next time. And for those of you that have been hanging out so far, thank you so much. For those of you that have stayed after the raids, I really appreciate you. Let me open up. We'll go to art critique. There we go. So this is an illustration by Random Fox. Let me grab their name. This they submitted quite a few things, but I wanted to talk about this one because I really enjoyed the composition. So let me change this. There we go. There we go. All right. So this is an illustration by Random Fox. Uh if you have sensitivity to eye contact, they are thankfully that none of the eyes are looking straight at us, but just know that this piece has some eyes and some mild cartoon gore. So if that is something that you're not interested in viewing, that is okay. I understand. Take care of yourself first and foremost. Um, so I really enjoyed these eyes that are all pointing down at this character here. Um, one of the things to be, to be noticed here is how the direction of these eyes are feeding into this character. The one thing is that our character is actually getting a bit lost. So that's actually why I wanted to talk about it. I really love this composition. I think there's a lot to love about it. And the one thing about the art critiques is that I want to enhance what people have provided. I don't want to tear it down. So if art critique is something that you have less experience with and you're kind of like unsure, I would love to be able to answer your questions and give you feedback in a way which feels constructive rather than destructive. So we have a lot of really cool stuff going on here. One of the things being this compositional motion here. These eyes are all pointing in at this character, but because of a mixture of the colors, and also too this big heavy texture here at the bottom, we're almost missing that there is a character. If we look at this again, I see the eyes first, and then this big yellow waffly mesh at the bottom, and we're missing this interesting character who looks to be um like a three-faced fox, or maybe these are the ears. So, um, I think we could prioritize this character down here. So that's what I'm going to focus on in this composition. So let me actually double our width here and put a copy on one side. Oops, oops, I don't want to crop. I don't want to crop. Let's put a copy here. Um, and let me divide down the middle. Wonderful. And let me just go for, oops, that is a font that is borderline illegible. Let's just grab what, Aria? Arial? There we go. Not Aria. There we go. Before. All right. So now we have a little bit more context here. So here's what we have before. I'm gonna work on this one. My goal is to make this character stand out without compromising the style of the piece. One of the things is that a lot of times people will think that um photorealism, like any kind of realism. How'd you do that super straight line? I just held down shift while I drew. A lot of programs, especially Adobe programs, will have shift as a way to make straight lines. But yeah, shift will usually do that for you. So the first thing I'm going to do here is I am going to remove this very loud waffly texture. I think there's a lot of really cool texture happening here. There looks to be like an overlay of some sort of like warpy situation, which I really like. Um, but I feel like a lot of things are conflicting. So I'm going to take a little bit of that purple color that's kind of present other places in the background, and I will fix it. So automatically we are now given this very dramatic funneling, almost a funnel of these shapes down towards our main character in this piece, which is very, very cool. Another thing, I'm going to take this dark blue, this deep navy color, and I'm going to now add a bit more of a gradient to this piece to even further um, single out what's important. Again, we're trying to focus on the figure, we're trying to focus on these eyes. So here's what I'm going to do. Let me make these clipping masks. I'm going to first off just take this dark blue. I'm going to do a little bit more. I'm going to avoid black. I'm really just trying to stay with blue. Um, and then I am going to erase what doesn't need to be there. Maybe I can just put it to, let's see. This is hard light. Let me raise it up a little bit. We're going to also try to focus on a glowing effect. So just let me make sure that I am carving out the character here. All of the things that I highly suggest, not all of the things. I don't know what I'm saying. Anyway, one of the things that I highly suggest is taking a look at your art and seeing if the contrast is strong. Um, where you have something light, you'll want it to be against something dark. the more contrast there is, the easier it is to see things. And that's the biggest struggle. A lot of people will go in with less contrast than they should have. And so by making sure that light and dark are against each other, you will make sure that things stand out from one another. Hi Vic, how are you? So I'm going in here and I'm erasing anywhere that I don't want my overlay to be. I said yes.
Time for some of that sweet, sweet fountain water.
Thank you. So already, let me get some hydration. My water. So now already between these two pieces you can see that we can see our character way more because of this depth that we have behind them. Um, one of the things that I really enjoy are all of these eyes coming down, and I kind of wish that we had more of them and that the eyes were a little less symmetrical. So let me see if I can't do something like this. Actually, let me just copy and paste. So maybe all of the eyes are pointing in somehow. Um, and maybe there's a little bit more variation of what's happening here. These are all suggestions, by the way. There isn't really a case to say that there's like a wrong and right. There's only wrong or right techniques, um not wrong or right art. You can have stronger techniques too than others, but really at the end of the day, um it just really depends on what you're trying to say, what you're trying to do. And as long as we can understand what you're going for, it's still a successful expression. Um, so maybe we could vary up the eyes a little bit. So the eyes are all encompassing, the eyes are seeing all over. However, if we don't want that, let me actually just turn those off. If we want to keep it like this, maybe we could have some eyes in the background. So something like where they're kind of spiraling out behind instead. So maybe something like this. Maybe there's more eyes like back here that kind of go off into space a little bit and further give us that idea of the eyes just surrounding the character and but creating this like funnely shape. Um there we go. Something like that. Let me just do, so we're kind of there's a little bit more direction to them, but it's almost like they're all coming out like this. Hi, Lady Ace, how are you? Are you ready? Are you ready? Hi, 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 I'm your little butterfly. Hi. Yeah, yeah. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. So yeah, so having them kind of be surrounding like this is very interesting. Just gonna try to put a little bit more presence back there. I keep using the word presence today, but I don't know if I have a better one right now. Doing good just writing. Ooh, what are you working on? And if these eyes look a little overwhelming, we can then make them recede in space. Thanks for lurking. By taking a little bit of this pink color, I'm going to take a big soft brush and I'm going to push them back kind of like this maybe. So maybe they're kind of coming out of the woodwork. Um, they do kind of look like they're meant to glow, but we're kind of pushing things behind our character and in front of our character. So we're really just kind of playing around, but we're creating an atmosphere. Alternatively, we could make the background lighter and the character darker. So if I did that, that might be able to make something really interesting and atmospheric. So let's try something like this that's highly vibrant, something like that, and then we can make the character have a darker silhouette. A book about a magical girl, but it's not a girl, it's a boy. It's called I'm a Magical Girl, but I'm a Boy. It's fun, it's going well. That sounds like a good time. Oh my goodness. I hope you're having a wonderful time writing it. Uh, I love hearing what people are doing. I love seeing and hearing the things that you're pursuing. I don't know. It brings me joy to know that you guys are having a good time and that you're sharing it with me. That's super special. All right, so let me get this character darkened. I am. I love magical girl trope, as you should. I kind of want to design a magical girl now. Okay, so I'm going to make this character have a bit more of a strong silhouette. Sounds so much like a lighthearted what I'm working on. Yeah, yeah, a little bit. 10 chapters so far. My goodness. How long have you been working on it? That sounds like a blast. All right, let's do multiply. So here we have a bit more. So what I'm doing here is we had a dark with a light, but now we have a light background, dark character. We've almost inverted it, but if you stick with me, we can do some really interesting stuff with this premise. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to call out these ear shapes here. I want to make sure that we don't lose those. And I think we might be able to make them look a little bit more like ears. If I make the inside this white color a little bit more. There we go. One of the things I love to do is do dramatic backlighting. Hi, Daff, how are you? So I might change this pink color because the gore around the neck is also very important. So let me change the color of this to be maybe this bluish, a very blue color, almost a little bit more like there we go. A little bit more like these eyes here. Good, good. I'm happy to hear it. So now let me erase the eyes here. There are eyes with some tears that I don't want to lose. And now that our character has become more silhouetted, we can now focus on some interesting lighting here. One of the things here, actually, let me go on top. I want to make sure that we're not losing the things that this artist has intentionally placed here. So we have the neck, we have some of the gore, um, but we want to call attention to some things versus others. So let me actually erase a little bit. I'm going to try to go for a dramatic backlight. So that's kind of what we're going for here. We've got that same pink here, really showing this separation that's happening. And now we have this light background, this dark character, and we're still getting this very dynamic composition. This color is a little muddy, so I'm not crazy about that. So let me see if I can't intensify that color just a little bit. Oops. There we go. Let me make another layer. We're going to really brighten what's behind this character. We're really trying to call attention to our character. That's our main motivation. We don't want our character to fade into the background. We want our character to be the focus and have the background support them. Um, so let me get a little bit of this. I'm just trying to frame our character rather than hide our character. Because this is such an interesting character. We have what looks to be a three-faced fox with the ears and neck kind of detached, which is really interesting. Um, and I don't want to lose any of the detail that this artist intentionally put into their piece. So let me, oops. Ah, oh my goodness. There we go. Where is there we go. All right. So I don't want to lose any of the pinky red color here. I also really love the strong cyan magenta and yellow. This is a play on a primary color scheme. There we go. Okay. So here's what we have so far. Our character stands out. Our background is lighter. Obviously, there'd be a little bit more texture back here than what we currently have, but we're just kind of messing around. Um, Let me group this together. And now I'm gonna try to do a little bit of a cool backlight situation. So I'm gonna take this color and I am going to start pulling out aspects of the design and the details to kind of make it look like this character's being backlit. Let me actually go a little bit more blue with this. And let me do a soft brush. So I'm just going to I'm going to make a selection of their silhouette. And we're really just going to try to make it look like this character is being lit by the scene they're in. That's something that's really difficult to do. It takes um, of learning, a lot of finding your references. So I recommend, if there's art that you enjoy, I recommend taking a look at how they have captured certain lighting. And again, that James Gurney book called Light and Color, I do highly recommend it. There we go. Giving off Neon Call of Cthulhu vibes. Absolutely. So one of the things I'm going to do here first, let me get a little bit of a vibrant blue, almost like and let me pull that under here. So this is what I can assume are the three snouts of a fox-like creature. Um, so now I'm going in and I'm catching the underside of these snouts with this really rich blue here. Always lazy out and just toss overlay blends where it's possible. Yeah, no, until it's passable. No, you're right. We also have what is the underside of this chin, which is being lost a little bit. So let's grab that and make a harsh light just to kind of give it a little bit of a vibe. We're going to do the same thing with the nose here, nose here, nose here. So now where we lost a lot of our detail, we can pull it back. Maybe a little bit of the underside of the eyes here. And we might even take a little bit more of this turquoisey, oops, of this turquoise color. Put that a little bit on the sides rather than the blue. Maybe a little bit of the blue, just kind of mixing some of this without it blending up too much into this. So now you can see that we've definitely like rounded off this character. Um, Areas that are kind of rounded should have these nice soft transitions. Um, and then giving something like this, the bottom of the chin, a harsher line makes it a little bit easier to tell where the forms start and stop. So one of the things I'm going to do here is the shoulders will receive a little bit more of that light than the side of the neck would. So let me make that a little softer. Maybe we have a little bit of light coming in here on the side, but now we're making sure that we're not losing any of the superb detail that this illustrator has already taken the time to put in. And we're also getting a little bit more um, from this art that has been turned very dark. That's the one thing you have to provide contrast so that we can actually see what's happening. So let me do the sides of the neck here. And I don't want to take away from this vibrant color. It doesn't need to be crazy rendered either. That's the another thing is that depending on the style that you're going for, it doesn't need to have all this crazy lighting. But since we are going for a very specific style, I want to make sure that we're calling attention to important areas. Um, so let me just kind of do that. So now we have this really moody atmospheric thing happening here, which is very cool. Let me do a little bit of that to these ears. Things that face a little bit further back will have more of that soft light on them. And they might have a little bit less of that light depending on how close they are to the light source. So these ears will have a little bit less than the rest. There we go. And actually, too, let me find there we go. This color I might darken. Yes!
You should hydrate.
Thank you. You guys have been taking really good care of me. There we go. Okay. Oops. Yeah. There we go. All right. You heard them. Sip, sip, everybody. Okay, so here we have just before and after hydration goblin times. Thank you so much. I will hydrate myself. I've been drawing it on the wrong layer this entire time. Oh no! Have you been drawing line art? You might be able to save it. All right, and let me go back in here really quickly with a sharp. It doesn't need to have this crazy rim light. I just really enjoy drawing crazy rim lights. That's just me. Hello? Oh, here. Okay. I was trying to finish up a sketch to do the liner. Oh, I see, I see. I'm sorry. Okay. So here we have a little bit more of a really moody backlight here. Having it in separate layers just in case one thing needs moving just messed up. Oh yeah, no, it happens to the best of us. Oh, sorry, my chair is crying out. I may one day make a throne simply so that I can get a new throne. All right. So here we have this intense lighting, um, almost as if the light is coming through the magenta bits here as well. And then we also have these glowing eyes, which want to make sure that they don't lose any of their presence as well. Again, with the word presence, sorry. um, and really just drawing attention to the pink, which is the most important for now. Um, There's also you can also make it really, really exaggerated so that it's a little bit more, you know, obvious, a little bit more intentional. We're just kind of going for, one thing at a time. So now that our character has been given way more of a way more contrast, now the eyes we can also give them some basic lighting as well. So let me go in with something like this mauve kind of color, and let me start lasso tooling some of these eyes. Um, what we are going to do is we're going to shade them to give them a little bit more uh depth as well. And again, too, art style really does um change how you approach some of these things. But the biggest thing, no matter the art style, is providing contrast. If there's not enough contrast, it's going to be very difficult to tell what's going on. So if you have a lot of vibrant colors, you have a lot of uh, shape and you know abstract pieces, you need something to balance against it, so that people can see what you're going for. Okay, so now I have a multiply layer and I have a soft brush. And now let me grab the tops of these shapes, really sell that they are spherical. That's the biggest thing. Making sure that eyes are spherical. I'm going to probably change the color here. Let me make sure that I am also, there we go. I'm maintaining the same direction of the line art, or rather the lighting. So where is that light coming from? I want the light source at the bottom to be to help us, form where where these eyes should be lit from. They'll be a little bit darker here at the top because they are further from our light source, and that is just going to help us um give things some priority in terms of like what are we looking at first. Um So here I am just erasing, making sure it's giving the illusion of being lit from underneath. And then I will do the same up top, give it a little bit more. There we go. Okay. And I'm going to go back in with a really light color. And I'll probably set it to something like, let me try overlay. What does overlay look like? Oh yeah. So here we're going to go in with overlay, just kind of hit the bottoms of these eyes. Again, the things that are closest to the light source will be lighter. Um, I'll even make sure they have a little bit of a like a glow to them. Wow, hi Lux, how are you? Welcome in and thanks for lurking. All right, and I'm now gonna go for some really crazy highlights. So maybe something like this, some like really intense highlight happening here. Really intense highlights. So now everything's pointing down, but we see this first. Um, I don't know. It's giving us a little bit more. Obviously, this isn't perfect. It's a little messy. But the character themselves is taking priority, and the eyes are just supporting. But they're still their own entity. Um, let's see. And there's a lot of stuff we can do too with like with color, line color and some line thickness. So if we end up liking, having a little bit more of this line art here to help differentiate where things are, we can do that. Here's a little bit more line art for the eye. If line art's something that we want to use, um, just kind of it just depends on the style that you're after. But yeah, I think by adding some really interesting lighting and in creating areas of contrast, we can give this character um, a bit more of a priority in the scene. I think too, one last thing would be nice to put that yellow back. So maybe having the eyes be yellow to show that we have the presence of yellow, pink, and this cyan. Also makes the tears a little bit more visible. There we go. So it's a reflection, they're reflecting each other. Um Wondering if let me make a clipping mask here for this group. Or actually just a mask in general. There we go. Group. Let me see if I can try something real quick. Oops. Okay, hold on. So that has let me make a mask here, mask, and then another mask. Hold on, I'm cooking, I'm cooking. Hmm, I'll just merge this together. Let me apply layer mask. Okay. So now let me see if distort. Ooh, okay. Yeah. So here is a little bit more distortion. We're kind of drawing in a little bit harsher on this character. And let me warp a little to. There we go. Okay, so now you can see we've given these eyes a little bit more size up here. Kelson, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. So yeah, so here's the before and here's the after. Um Really cool composition, really interesting piece. So I'm not trying to take away from what they're going for. In fact, I want to highlight the awesome stuff that they've already put in. And so now we have just an even more extreme, almost like a fisheye situation happening in here. Um, so before, look at that. We've also kind of drawn it even further Yeah, it just makes it a little bit more dynamic. That's just a little bitty thing that we can do. So yeah. Anyway, let me move this over here before, after. I don't want to take too much of the focus away from that either. Let me change the, where's that? There we go. Perfect. All right. Yeah. So let me zoom in. So yeah, I really enjoy this piece. I think it has a lot of really cool shapes, a lot of really cool color. And by removing some of the texture and adding a really cool lighting focal point, we can now see this character a little bit more. We have some really interesting lighting happening here, and now we have these eyes that are intensely looking down at this character. We've given them almost like a fisheye kind of vibe. Um, and there's no question at what we're looking at. There's a main character and a bunch of eyes, whereas here it's almost the eyes are what you see first. They take up they demand your attention. Here now there's a bit more. Everything looks like it is looking down at this character rather than you seeing just the eyes. And if I zoom out, you can get an even clearer picture of what's happening here. Um, so yeah, and then of course, if you wanted to add some light texturing and stuff down there, definitely possible. Definitely possible. For example, let me take like a halftone brush and let me do something with that. If we wanted some halftone, I'll erase from it so we don't have, you know, and we'll probably set it to something like overlay and knock it down a lot, probably have like a finer texture or whatever. Something kind of, add a little bit of whatever back into it. So yeah. So Random Fox, thank you so much. Thank you so much for submitting this piece. Getting a little eepy. We're at 6.5 hours. For you guys that have been hanging out here for a while, thank you so much for hanging out. Um, who should we pass our pretzels to? We have a couple friends online also doing art stuff. Um, wondering if let me see. I've got quite a few pals online. Who should we pass our pretzels to, everybody? And for those of you that have submitted your art for critique today, I will have our next art critique date on the form itself. We'll have it on Discord. So if you want to keep up and you're interested in hanging out in the Discord, we're gonna be doing more stuff there as well. But give me just a second to see who's hanging out, who's doing stuff online. There's a lot of cool folks online. We got our pal Fable. Oh, you know what? We haven't let's see. We haven't raided into Jay before. Let me see here. Looks like Jay's also doing some art. Y'all want to go hang out with Jay? Y'all want to see Jay? Again, thank you guys so much for submitting your art. For those of you, again, that have submitted and haven't had their art looked at, these were all the submissions that were from the last round. So stay tuned. I'm hoping to do one around this time next month, but if that's not happening, it might be one of the first things we do after our re-debut. So if you're looking forward to that, I would love to see you again. I cannot wait to see what you guys have submitted today. You guys are so excited about the things that you submit, and I'm excited to see them. Um, so please keep submitting them. And the forum is active the whole time. So I might make a redeem to have it be a little bit more visible. But until then, we're gonna pass our pretzels over to Jay. We've never gotten to raid into them before. And it looks like they're drawing some really cool character art. So I'm excited to drop by. Everybody, thank you so much. Here is our raid message. We pass our pretzels here. That's what you guys eat. The little chatter guys, that's what y'all eat. Oh my goodness gracious, gal. My my yapper, my yapper's getting tired. So anyway, y'all, here's our raid message. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. Can mine have a coat of chocolate? Yes. Anything you like, any kind of pretzel you like, you can absolutely have. We've got a lot of variety here at the mall. Thank you guys again for submitting your pieces. Thank you so much for lurking and for chilling and for vibing. It means a lot to me. And farts, Scuba. Thanks for the stream. We're gonna go to the VOD for the color tutorial. Absolutely. And I'll make sure to get this up onto my YouTube sometime soon. Thank you for your hard work as well. And I'll see you guys on Tuesday, all right? But where's my arm? Bye-bye. Yippee.